second of this sort of block. So actually Barnes leads the way down towards the Melbourne Airfield to support the entry. So the jumping swimmers maximise the score extra those the second half back to it. So the top two fighting the champions made their way out of Melbourne Airfield into Gollards. 17, 16, 15 seconds on the clock. No sign of the checker flag, so there were 7 seconds still on the clock as they start the last lap. But actually Barnes got a bit of a lead over 3 abreast as they go into engaging second place. And I think Mark Stansfield was the one, yes, Mark Stansfield emerged ahead of that trio, but they were 3 abreast down past the pits. What Stansfield and Oliver should he finish? The only change in the top. And the other guy Ashley Barnes have a look on the inside, breaking at the last possible moment into the Melbourne Airfield. But the commander was formally still on Samuel just in front. And side by side, Rob Watts and Ashley Barnes led into the SSE now in 3rd place as they go into the final corner. And it looks like it's going to be another win for Mark Stansfield to follow on from his win yesterday. And side by side for 2nd place, Ashley Barnes is just in front of the killer, has crossed the line. Rob Watts
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome along to Donington Park for what will be coming up. Will be round 12 of the Monoposto Racing Championship. We saw a great race from them yesterday, where Dan Gore, who has already secured the Mono 1000 category, went on to claim overall victory from Chris Davidson, who claimed top honours in the F3 category, but finished second overall. And Jason Timms made it 3 different class winners inside the top 3 as he went to victory lane in 3rd position overall, but picked up the Mono 1400 class win. This is the penultimate race of the season that's coming up. We've got a further race, the final championship round, coming up later on over the course of the day, but it's a very, very full and a very busy grid as well. So much so is that we can't accommodate everybody on the grid at Donington Park on the Grand Prix circuit this weekend. We can start a maximum of 36 cars, which means we have 3 reserves, and you can see those cars queued up in the pit lane, ready to go should any of their fellow competitors have problems over the course of the formation lap, or should we get a race stop in the early stages of the race, then potentially those cars queued up in the pit lane could slot in to fill up the grid slot. So it's a fantastic position for the Monoposto Racing Club to be in, who have been providing some excellent value for money single-seater racing for a number of years, and as I mentioned yesterday, it certainly gives a home to some of the older cars that maybe have become obsolete from the championships that they were first ever built for. But the Monoposto Racing Club gives a home to pretty much almost any single-seater you can get your hands on, providing it meets the championship regulations, or if you're one of those very clever engineers and you wish to build your own car, and we've seen a few people do those in the past, then you can build your own car and compete in it, again providing it meets the generic championship regulations. So it's largely Formula 3 cars out there. Some of those might have been converted to run on motorcycle engines. We see a mix of Formula Fords, both 1600s and 2000s. We see the Formula Jedis out there as well. We've got a Formula Renault on the grid as well. So there's a range of different chassis that you can do, and subject to either the engine that's in them or the age of the chassis or which formula it was built for, dictate as to which one of the 7 different classes that you can pop your way into. We were blessed with fantastic weather conditions at Donington yesterday. It felt more like summer than autumn. We're back to autumn today, I'm afraid to say. It's been changeable weather over the course of this morning. The cars are lined up on the grid for what is going to be, for the Monoposto Racing Club, a rolling start. We saw rolling starts for all them yesterday, so the cars are there on the grid. The last couple of cars just trickling their way around and into position at the tail end of the field now. Brolly's still up, but I don't think it is raining at the moment. I think the rain cloud, the last one that we've had, has just passed over, and you can see there's very little wind in the background. You can see the flag hardly moving at all. It's down on the flagpole, so any rain that comes over is likely to stay for a while, because it's not going to sort of blow away very quickly, I'm afraid. And as you can see, not only the flags aren't moving, but the wind turbines, the wind generators aren't moving in the distance either. So a very, very still day here, as it was yesterday, to be fair. There was very little wind here yesterday, but it was warmer ambient conditions and sunshine. So the car's heading off onto the formation lap. Let's guide you through the grid. So we will see, starting from pole position, it is Dan Gore, the number 80 car, that starts from pole position. And alongside, it will be Jason Timms. Row 2 of the grid is Chris Davidson and Anthony Gauntlet, and row 3 of the grid sees Chris Woodhouse line up alongside Lee Fern. The 4th row of the grid is Neil Harrison and Martin Wright, with row 5 being Robin Dorr in the unusual Tom's Toyota alongside James Lederman. The 6th row of the grid, Miles Castaldini lines up alongside. It will be Bryn Tootle that will sit there on the outside of the 6th row of the grid, and row 7 sees Carl O'Brien at the wheel of the Leastone. He had a great drive through the order yesterday, lined up alongside Terry Clark. James Rimmer has for company Chris Baldwin on row number 8, and row 9 is where we see Nigel Davers, and he lines up alongside Russ Giles. The 10th row of the grid, Morgan McCourt sits there on the 10th row of the grid. I can already hear squeals of tyres and a potential spin in the background. He has got Declan Wright for company, and onto row number 11, that's where we'll see Simon Tate and James Tanser. Row number 12 is Bruno Costa in the JKS, sitting alongside Jared Wood at the wheel of his Formula Vauxhall Lotus, and row 13 is Robert Smith and Tom Wheatley. The 14th row of the grid sees the Formula Renault in the field of Juan Moreno, lining up alongside Will McAteer, who had a spin at turn number 1 yesterday, but other than that had a good drive back through the field. And row 15 is Phil Davis and Chris Levy with his Formula Ford 2000 Van Diemen RF83. The 16th row of the grid is Sam Don and Peter Whitmore. The penultimate row of the grid, which is row number 17, sees Jeff Furman, a multiple champion in Monoposto racing, line up alongside, it will be Rodney Toff that will sit there in 34th position. And the final row of the grid is Davy Jones. Let's see what he's got in his locker from 35th on the grid, and alongside is number 66, which is Darren Richards. So that gives you the full grid, full 36 cars on the grid for this one. And as we say, 3 cars still waiting patiently in the pit lane. They did not get their entries in time, and therefore they are classified as reserves, and will have to keep their fingers crossed that misfortune falls upon fellow competitors if they're able to take part in this race. There is a further race to come, so maybe if any cars are damaged in this one and not able to be repaired, they might be able to get a race later on. But 3 cars that we can't accommodate on what is a very, very full grid. And for this weekend, we have got all the Monoposto classes racing together. That is not necessarily always the case. There's the unusual Tom's Toyota. Not many Tom's Formula 3 cars were built, really. And as you can see, Robin Dorr has opted for wet tyres on his car. Not everybody has, so we've got a mixture of wet tyres and slick tyres in there. And I think if I were on wet tyres, I think I'd be slightly concerned at the moment, because looking at the track surface and also looking out of the commentary box window, I think wet tyres are going to be overheating very, very quickly. But I can't see what rain clouds might be blowing in from my position. It looks grey, but look at the track there. You know, it's dry on the racing line, isn't it, as the cars come down? So I think poor old Robin Dorr, he might have chosen the wet tyres that are available to these drivers, but the number 28 car I think might struggle unless there's a change of conditions, because it looks sort of more slightly damp, a little bit greasy for sure on the first few laps, but again down through the Craner curves, again you can see there is a fully dry line all the way down through the Craner curves. But in defence of anybody that's out there on wets, including the pole sitter, which is Dan Gore, they'd have gone to the assembly area the best parts of 20 minutes ago, and the assembly area where cars don't circulate particularly will look wet. The track itself, where there's a bit more breeze, it's a bit more exposed. There's been other cars circulating in some of the support races that are on the programme here. The drivers and the teams aren't to know exactly what the track conditions are like, so it is a bit of a roll of the dice, really. And as we say, you know, there could be another rain cloud blowing in. So it may well be that the wets are the way to go and the slicks aren't. Who will know? Well, we'll only know ourselves over the course of the next 15 minutes or so, because that is how long this race is scheduled for. The 12th round of the Monoposto Championship. They conclude their season here. All of the other previous rounds have been double header events, so they started their championship season here at Donington Park, but that was on the national circuit on the 10th and the 11th of April. Then they moved on to Brands Hatch on the Grand Prix circuit on the 8th and 9th of May, down to Castle Combe in Wiltshire for what was the next weekend of racing, and that took place in mid-part of June, the 12th and the 13th of June, and Alton Park in Cheshire on the 24th of July for what was scheduled to be 2 races. Some of the classes, they were split that weekend. They had separate grids for the different classes. Some classes got 2 races, others only got 1 because of an on-track incident in a separate championship which delayed the proceedings. And then after that, last time out, all the classes were amalgamated again on the 14th and 15th of October at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit there for the previous rounds coming into this weekend. So we had the race yesterday, which was secured by Dan Gore. Dan Gore will start from pole position. Chris Davidson, who finished 2nd in yesterday's race, actually starts 3rd on the grid for this one. His is the sort of grey car with the Day-Glow nose and side pods and nose cone to it. Chris Davidson. And Jason Timms, who lines up on the outside of the front row of the grid. His is the dark blue and white machine, Dallara chassis, but motorcycle engine that sits in the back of it. He finished 3rd in yesterday's race, but starts on the front row for today. This grid is formed based on the fastest lap times that were posted in yesterday's race. So it's not second fastest times, it's not results from yesterday, it's fastest lap times from yesterday's race 1 that give us this grid for the second race of the weekend, is the way the regulations are written. So we're about to get the penultimate race of the season underway for the Monoposto Championship. Dan Gore in the Jedi, the black car on pole position. Alongside is Jason Timms at the wheel of his number 3 Dallara. The red lights are on the gantry, and we're about to go racing for the penultimate time this season in the Monoposto Championship. Some cars on wet, some cars on slicks. Dan Gore is away and leading the race. A big wiggle from Jason Timms as he tried to get the power down, but Chris Davidson has already taken 2nd place away from him, and it looks as though also sneaking through may well be Neil Harrison, who's had a really good start at the wheel of the number 10 Dallara. A spin for Robin Dorr in the middle of the pack. He reverses the car almost out of harm's way. You can see just how wet the grass is there, but for Robin Dorr, that has split the pack really, and already the front three cars are sprinting away. Dan Gore leads, Chris Davidson second, Neil Harrison in third position, and fourth place, I think it's Chris Woodhouse that's there in fourth place at the wheel of his Dallara, but everybody is treading very gingerly down through the old hairpin and the Craner curves. I think it's still wet and greasy out there, and of course the tyres at this stage still not fully up to temperature, so you need to just bed things in over the course of the first couple of laps, and I'm afraid Robin Dora's out of the race. He's probably lost the engine on the Tom's Toyota, and that's an enormous shame for Robin, who lined up 9th on the grid, and in yesterday's race finished inside the top 10. He was in 10th position in yesterday's race. Car is undamaged though, so hopefully we'll see him back out for the final race of the season later on today. So the cars threading their way through Coppice Corner at the tail end of the field. At the front end of the field, Dan Gore heads down in towards the braking area for the Melbourne hairpin for the first time. Runs a little bit wide mid-corner there, but has enough of a gap between himself and Chris Davidson so as not to worry. Neil Harrison is there in third place. Fourth place is going to be Chris Woodhouse, and it looks like it's Miles Castledini that's there in fourth place. Jason Timms, who started on the front row of the grid, is rather going backwards at the moment. You can see how much he's struggling in these conditions to apply the power, and I think he is on the slick tyres by the look of things. He just can't get the power down, so it's probably greasier out there than the cameras are tending to show at this stage. Looks like it's almost a dry track, doesn't it? But grip seems to be at a premium at the moment. Chris Woodhouse, number 4, moving around to try and attack Mark Harrison. There's a spin for Martin Wright as well. Now, he started 8th on the grid, and he's on wet tyres, and he's had a problem as well. So I think everybody in general is just struggling with the conditions. Just that stage, I think, that racing drivers hate. They either like it fully dry or they like it fully wet. Well, to the eye, the circuit looks pretty much dry, but clearly the conditions are just that greasy and horrible, and everybody's feeling their way round and trying to work out exactly where the grip is, or in some cases isn't. Simon Tate diving through. That's up the inside of James Rimmer there. Simon had problems in yesterday's race and ultimately retired just 4 laps in. Had been going really well before the problems befell him. Nice to see that number 15 Dallara back out again and working his way through the order. And with Simon Tate having done just a few laps yesterday, of course he didn't really get that much time to put in a quick lap, so he started 21st on the grid, and after the first lap was up to 16th position, so a great first lap from him. James Rimmer wheel to wheel with Nigel Davies. Nigel Davies allows the door to open up a little bit, and the next of the cars is perhaps going to squeeze his way through and past Nigel there. Yeah, now James Rimmer is under pressure from the next of the cars looking to squeeze its way through. The number 29 car looking to dive through, gain the position, but he's going to lose out again to Nigel Davies as they head in towards the braking area for the chicane this time through. So James Tanser can't quite make it stick, but he will have another go this time, and has got the inside line as they come down in towards the Melbourne hairpin. Davies up the inside of James Rimmer, so Jedi passed very early Dallara Formula 3 car, and the number 29 car also in the hands of James Tanser squeezes his way through. So 2 places lost there for James Rimmer, I'm afraid, who had a brief trip through the gravel trap yesterday down at the old hairpin. So 15-minute race, 11 minutes still remaining. So full is the grid that everybody has got somebody to squabble with, really. Dan Gore in the lead of the race has just set the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 40.033. And you can see the advantage that he's got now between himself and Chris Davidson. It's the distance between the exit of McLean's Corner and the approach towards Coppice Corner. You can see the car moving around there. You can just see the slide of the car as he was applying the power and just keeping the tail end in check. No real oversteer at all, but just letting the car drift its way out of the corner, onto the brakes and through the S's, where new curbs have been installed for this weekend. Lots of drivers have been cutting the corner there previously. New curbs have been installed, and I think for some of the drivers yesterday was very much a learning experience to realise how much curb you could take and how much you couldn't take, and I think a few of them have perhaps ended up with a little bit of damage to their cars, taking too much curb through those areas, but that's what they're designed for, to keep the drivers off them. So Gore leads by a second or so from Chris Davidson in second place. Further down through the order, some great squabbles going on at the moment up towards Coppice Corner. There goes Jared Wood. Will McAteer just sweeping across the nose of Declan Wright's car. So Declan Wright at the wheel of number 71, the Gem. That's one of the self-built cars that we've got in the field. And now Will McAteer at the wheel of that white and multicolour car, looking to try and work his way further up through the order. A spin and recovering back onto track. was the number 36 car, I think, that was the spinning and looking to try and work its way back onto the circuit there, as Russ Giles is now going wheel to wheel with Juan Moreno and puts the Dallara up the inside of the Formula Renault, as skittering off onto the wet grass goes Martin Wright. And in the background we've also had a spin as well for a couple of cars, and I think one of those is the number 12 car of Phil Davis. The other car I think might be Sam Don, possibly. The two Formula Fords that have had issues. Sam Don's the number 73 car. So 9 minutes to go. Will McAteer is the busiest on track at the moment. That number 23 car coming under pressure and should just hang on to the place still. Declan Wright at the wheel of the GM. Then it's Terry Clark that is the next of those. But I'm afraid safety car is coming out. So SC boards illuminated. The marshals waving the yellow flags around the track. And that's probably because we've got this issue down at the old hairpin. And that is Sam Don's car that has had a problem. So Martin Wright went off. We saw the spin then for Phil Davis in the lighter blue Formula Ford. And I think some of the drivers at the moment haven't quite reacted to the safety car boards. So once the safety car comes out, there should be no overtaking. And I think there's a couple of the drivers that perhaps haven't quite worked out yet that the safety car is out there. So, of course, they're concentrating on the cars around them, not, as always, looking to spot the flags in their peripheral vision. And that's not, you know, a defence for them in that respect, but sometimes some drivers just do take a few more seconds to react to the safety car boards, and if there has been any overtaking, they'll realise that and they'll reshuffle their own order and hold their hands up to the fact that they've made a small error. But you know, when the safety car is out there, for the safety of any marshals that are working trackside, and we can't go racing without the marshals, we forever are indebted for everything that they do for us. You know, the safety car and the yellow flags mean no overtaking, because you could have marshals working trackside trying to clear up whatever has caused the problem, which we think is Sam Down's car. So it's just come to a halt down at the Melbourne hairpin, and for whatever reason can't get fired back up once more. So under safety car here with 7.5 minutes just under to go. Number 80 Dan Gore leads the race and leads the Mono 1000 class. In second place is number 31, which is Chris Davidson, who leads the Mono F3 class. Third place is another Mono F3 car, it's number 4 Chris Woodhouse, and fourth place it's another Mono 1000 car, which is number 78 Miles Castaldini. Anthony Gauntlet, number 20, is there in 5th at the moment, and 6th is number 10 Neil Harrison, who started well but just seems to have dropped back down through the order again a little bit more. 7th place is the number 38 car, which is the least own of Carl O'Brien in 7th place. 8th place is going to be number 40, which is Chris Baldwin, who started 16th on the grid up into 8th position. 9th place is the Mono 2000 class leader, which is number 26, former champion Bryn Tootle, and completing the top 10 at the moment is the number 17 car, which is Bruno Costa. Now he's come from 23rd on the grid, so he's another driver that's had a real good run through the order. Other class leaders that are not inside the top 10 at the moment, well, remember that Jason Tim started from the outside of the front row of the grid. Well, he's 14th now, but still leads the Mono 1400 class at the wheel of the number 3 car. So he leads his class, and the only other class leader we need to pick up on is currently down in 22nd position, and it's car number 23, and that is the white and multicoloured Reynard, which harks back to 1992, so almost 20 years old now, that chassis, and that is Will McAteer at the wheel of the number 23 car, and that gives you not only the top 10, that has also picked out our relative class leaders in this penultimate round of the championship. There are still individual championships to be decided for the classes. Dan Gore has already secured the Mono 1000 class. Jeff Fern, prior to this weekend, had already secured the Mono 1600 class. Ben Stiles, who is not with us this weekend, had already secured the Mono 1800 class. And actually, if you looked across all of the classes, Ben Stiles was leading the championship overall, but it's really class champions that we look for in Monoposto. The others that are still to be decided, we're about to go green once more, a Mono F3, where Lee Fern is on 87 points and Neil Harrison is on 79, but we get the race back underway. There's no overtaking until they get to the start-finish line. 5 minutes remaining, and as they all work their way up towards Redgate Corner, there's lots of back marker lappery to be done here as Neil Harrison's looking to try and squeeze his way through past some of the slower traffic as he sits there in 6th position with the number 10 Dallara. He's got quite a bit of a gap between himself and the car behind her. Is looking to try and build a bit of a gap through the traffic, because that is the orange Leastone that would be behind him. So here they come down in towards the Melbourne hairpin now. There goes Anthony Gauntlet, there's Neil Harrison, there is then the Lee Stone, which is in the hands of O'Brien, Carl O'Brien. So where was Miles Castaldini? I didn't quite see where the number 78 car was on that shot. I wonder if Miles Castaldini's perhaps lost a position or two at the wheel of his Van Diemen RF 94. Everybody else safely through the old hairpin. You can see the ever-drying line now, actually. So here comes the black and orange car towards us. That's Anthony Gauntlet. Then behind, it's Carl O'Brien that sits behind. So he has managed to get himself ahead of Neil Harrison. Through comes Simon Tate, sneaking up the inside of Chris Baldwin. Is he going to make it stick? Yes, he does. So another place gained by Simon Tate, who, as I say, the number 15 Dallara was going so well in yesterday's race. Well, that is now going to put him up into potentially something like 8th position, maybe. Coming back at him, though, is Chris Baldwin onto the brakes down at the Melbourne hairpin. So having gained the place, he's in danger of losing it again once more. But I think he's got the legs on the number 40 car as they head into the braking area for Goddard's this time through. And we've now only got 3 minutes of the race remaining. Very late on the brakes goes the number 17 car of Bruno Costa, up the inside of Jason Timms, who's really struggling in this race. The number 3 car. So he started on the outside of the front row of the grid. He will power back past the JKS in a straight line, you can see in the background of his shot, but really hasn't gone to plan for the man that started on the front row of the grid and is now down outside of the top 10. So on to the top of Hollywood they go once more. Neil Harrison in 6th position, coming under pressure from the charging Simon Tate. The two Dallaras together. Oh, Simon Tate with a rear wheel just dropped onto the wet curb there, and that just unsettled the car as he went in towards the old hairpin. Just wagged its tail to a degree, the car, caught it with a small amount of correction to the steering input. But just going to show that Simon Tate is still pushing hard, having come from 21st on the grid, the number 15 car. The red, the white and the blue Dallara is now looking to try and haul itself inside the top 6. There is Jason Timms, who is leading. Ah, right, there's Miles Castaldini. So that is what's happened to the number 78 car. So he did disappear. I did wonder where he'd gone. Hadn't seen him come through shot, but that answers the question. He's retired. I think that's on the run out of Starkey's Bridge where he's pulled the car off. But for 6th position, can Neil Harrison hang on to it is the big question. In towards the braking area for the Melbourne hairpin now come. Neil Harrison under attack from Simon Tate. Simon Tate is in that dichotomy. He wants to attack, but he's got to defend from Chris Baldwin. And now starting to come back at them all of a sudden is Jason Timms, who on his slick tyres, I think now, is starting to maybe feel as though the track conditions are heading towards his direction. The pendulum's swinging a little bit, but with only a couple of minutes to go, maybe slicks weren't quite the gamble that he thought they would be. I certainly thought slicks would be the way to go in this one, but the wet shod cars seem to have had the upper hand largely. There's Bryn Tootle. He's the last of the cars inside the top 10 at the moment, but the fight for 6th works its way down through the Craner curves now. Neil Harrison under attack from Simon Tate, but both getting caught by Jason Timms, who is now starting to reel them back in again once more. Now Jason Timms is, I think, going to secure, more than likely, the Mono 1400 Championship with this class win that is coming up here. Even if he gets past the 2 cars ahead, he won't gain any more championship points because the 2 cars ahead of him both run in Mono F3, whereas the number 3 car is a Mono 1400 car. Dallara chassis, they all are, but that one there has a Suzuki engine in the back, whereas the 2 cars ahead have road car based engines in the back. Now in the slipstream, can Simon Tate do anything about Neil Harrison? Jason Timms in a straight line with a slightly lighter car, I think might power his way past both of them, and Neil Harrison is going to lose 2 places in one there as he through goes Simon Tate, through goes Jason Timms, and Neil Harrison has to take to the grass in avoidance as a result of, I think, getting caught offline and braking a little bit later than ideally he wanted to do. Now Simon Tate breaks too late there, runs wide. Jason Timms easily picks him off. Then Simon Tate has a bit of movement on the exit of the corner and might lose the place back again to Neil Harrison. No, not quite. Now that is Anthony Gauntlet. Now he was in 5th position. He's had a spin coming out of Goddard's. So everybody that's going past now are gaining places by the look of things. He fires the Jedi back into life, but Gauntlet, who was, 5th position, now comes over the start-finish line in 11th, I'm afraid to say, as Neil Harrison looks to try and re-attack Simon Tate, who sweeps across the nose of the slightly newer Dallara. Can't quite make it stick there. Our race leader, though, is on the final lap at the moment, and Chris Davidson has gone through on this last lap and ahead of Dan Gore. Now Davidson is on slick tyres. Dan Gore, we know, in fact, no, Davidson is on wet tyres as well. Dan Gore was on wets, but it looks as though the fastest lap of the race is now going the way of Chris Woodhouse in third position, a 1 minute 36.004. He's about 1.7 seconds quicker than the pair of cars ahead. And what tyre is Chris Woodhouse on? Because it's certainly, these conditions have made it very, very interesting. Wets would appear for the moment to have been the way to go, but had this been a 20-minute race rather than a 15, I think the slicks might have come in on their own, and Chris Woodhouse has very easily picked off Dan Gore there for second place, the number 4 Dallara, which is on slick tyres, you can see. Yeah, absolutely. So the slick tyres are now starting to work for everybody. That's why Chris Woodhouse is working his way up through the order. That's why Jason Timms has worked his way up through the order. But the race win will go the way in the penultimate round of the Monoposto Championship. Chris Davidson claims the win. In second place is going to be Chris Woodhouse. Third place to Dan Gore, who started from pole position, but that's still a win for him in the Mono 1000 class. The Leastone of O'Brien, Carl O'Brien, finishes in 5th position. Jason Timms finishes in 6th place. And what's going to happen for 7th place? Because Simon Tate and Neil Harrison were still squabbling over it. It's Neil Harrison that has unpicked Simon Tate on the final lap. So Neil Harrison, number 10, comes through to complete the top 6. Simon Tate, the number 15 car, in 7th place. 8th place will be number 40. Which will be the car of Chris Baldwin. 9th place will be 17, that's Bruno Costa. That's a good result from him in the JKS, from 23rd on the grid up to 9th. And Anthony Gauntlet, following his spin, he was running in 5th place, but spin on the penultimate lap, just heading out to the final corner, will drop him to the bottom of the top 10. So everybody else filing their way over the start-finish line. And we will see these Monoposto racing cars back out on track for their final round of the 2021 Championship later on this afternoon. It's scheduled to be around about 4:15. Last couple of cars to take the checkered flag, just threading their way through. And one of them will include number 98, Rodney Toft, who's been a long-time competitor nowadays in the Monoposto Championship. And I think Darren Richards is the black and the light green car that's just at the tail end of the shot as he comes over to take the checkered flag. And I think that's largely now everybody that has taken the checkered flag. So for Chris Davidson, that for him is another win. And in terms of the Mono F3 Championship, he has missed a few races and had a bit of bad luck along the way, so he's not in the hunt to claim the overall Mono F3 Championship, but he will be delighted with grabbing a win, and that is as a result of the other win he took yesterday. That is the first time he's had back-to-back victories in the Mono F3 category this season, and that now means that it's 4 class wins for him for the 2021 Championship season, so he'll be chuffed with that over the course of this weekend. Chris, who used to race Westfields a good number of years ago and has been heavily involved with tyre development over the years, used to spend a lot of time plodding around racetracks in various supercars, just doing tyre testing for numerous car manufacturers, both within the UK and in particular he spent a lot of time in Europe doing that as well, tyre development. So into the pit lane now come. Just confirm the results for you. Number 31, Chris Davidson, having claimed the win. And in second place, it was Chris Woodhouse. Third place goes the way of Dan Gore, but he is the first car home in the Mono 1000 class, whereas the 2 ahead are all in Mono F3. And fourth place goes the way of Carl O'Brien. Fifth place was Jason Timms. He won Mono 1400. Sixth place was Neil Harrison. Seventh place from Simon Tate. And eighth place goes the way of the number 40 car of Chris Baldwin. And in ninth place, that's where we see Bruno Costa, and completing the top 10 was Anthony Gauntlet at the wheel of his Jedi. 11th place is going to be Bryn Tootle. He was the winner of the Mono 2000 class. James Lederman finished in 12th place, ahead of 13th place Nigel Davis, and 14th place, which was the number 71 car that had a few problems in the hands of Declan Wright along the way. James Tanser was 15th, ahead of James Rimmer in 16th, with Terry Clark in 17th position, and 18th place was Russ Giles, ahead of Lee Fern, who was only 19th in that race. Newman was there in 20th place, and Morgan McCourt completing the top 21. Outside of the top 21 in 22nd position was Martin Wright. Juan Moreno finished in 23rd. Will McAteer in 24th place would have taken the Mono Classic class by the look of things. Jared Wood was 25th. Chris Levy 26th, and then in 27th position, that was the number 56 car of Tom Wheatley. 28th was Phil Davis after his spin. 29th was Mike Hatton. Rodney Toft was 30th, and I think Darren Richards was the last of the cars over the start-finish line in what was 32nd position. Peter Whitmore was there in 32nd place. Then it was Jeff Fern with problems before we saw Davy Jones, Miles Castledini, and also Sam Don all running into problems over the course of that penultimate race of the season for the Monoposto Championship. So we will see the Monoposto cars back out later on here at Donington Park. That will be around about 4:15 this afternoon. So from everybody here for the moment, at least it's goodbye. So we've got round 12 of the 2021 F3 Cup Championship coming up for you very shortly from Donington Park. The cars are already on the grid. The grey clouds have started to clear now as well, and the sun is just peeking its way through. We saw a race for these cars yesterday, round 11 of the championship, where Stefano Lini, who is the championship leader, looked well on course for what would have been his 10th win of the season. He was leading by 30 seconds. He was setting fastest lap after fastest lap after fastest lap. However, he over-pushed the car at Coppice Corner, lost the tail end of it, dropped it into the gravel and retired. So it was Shane Kelly that came through to grab his first win of the season. Now, the grid for this race is set based on the fastest lap times, the second fastest lap times from qualification. So, guide you through the grid. Stefano Lini lines up on pole position, and the former champion, George Line, sits alongside at the wheel of the number 15 car. Row 2 of the grid is yesterday's race winner, Shane Kelly, and retiree from yesterday's race, Tony Bishop. He was trying to avoid a spinning car in ahead of himself and dropped it into the barriers. And row 3 of the grid is number 66, John Corbett, who lines up alongside Dominic Paul. The final row of the grid is a number 90 car of Mark Harrison, who is back in the championship this weekend for just his second weekend of racing. We saw him at Alton Park, where he finished in the 5th position in both of the races. So yesterday's race, Shane Kelly came through to grab the win. He starts from 3rd on the grid. George Line, a former champion in this series, was 2nd in yesterday's race. George Line having claimed this championship back in what was a few years ago now, really. I think it was 2016, wasn't it? George Line was the champion. And Dominic Paul finished 3rd in yesterday's race. Dominic started from the front row of the grid, dropped all the way down through the order, and then had to fight his way back through once more. It's a strange old race for Dominic Paul at the wheel of one of 2 Chris Dittman Racing prepared cars. You can see the 2 of them in the background there, the sort of yellow and burgundy and black cars that Chris Dittman and his team prepare for both Dominic Paul and for Mark Harrison. So this is scheduled to be a 15-lap race for round 12 of the championship. Round 13 will be taking place later on this afternoon, and then their final 3 races of the season, rounds 14, 15 and 16, will take place at Snetterton in Norfolk in just a week's time. 25th of September, they're scheduled to be down at Snetterton for the final 3 championship rounds. So it's back-to-back weekends for the F3 Cup Championship. So all of the drivers here will want to make sure that they get a nice, clean race, and the same for their final race of the weekend, because in 7 days' time, or 6 days' time, really, they'll be down in Norfolk to do it all again and work out who is going to become the champion for this year. Stefano Lini, 370 points coming into this weekend. He non-finished yesterday, wasn't declared as a finisher, so he will have scored 0 points other than the points he'll have picked up for the fastest lap and the pole position, whereas Shane Kelly, who was 2nd in the championship and was a good way behind him, the best part of 73 points behind him, will have picked up maximum points for yesterday because of the win in his particular class. That would have been 35 for him. So lights are on the Grand Prix. Stefano Lini and George Line on the front row of the grid. 5-second board's just been held aloft. There's the green flag, actually, so up will come the 5-second board, and then watch to the right of your screen. The red lights will come on. The revs will begin to rise. There's the red lights. And these F3 Cup cars go. Stefano Lini a little bit slower away, I thought there, but looks as though everybody was maybe just caught out a little bit. But on the run down towards Redgate Corner, Stefano Lini will lead. George Line in 2nd place. Shane Kelly slots his way through into 3rd position. Dominic Paul in 4th place. Tony Bishop in 5th by the look of things. John Corbett in 6th and Mark Harrison in 7th at the tail end of the field. But already, just look at Stefano Lini. He's at the wheel of one of the F3 Euro class cars, so that is for cars complying with the 2018-2019 Euro Formula Open regulations, whereas the vast majority of the other cars all run in the F3 Cup class, which is for cars and engines and ECUs that were raced between 2008 and 2016. George Line coming under pressure from Dominic Paul, who's looking to try and squeeze his way through. Dominic Paul makes it stick and goes through. George Line now getting unpicked by Shane Kelly as well, and might lose further places as well. Now I do wonder, might there be a problem for George Line? No, looks as though he's back with it again, weaving around to try and squeeze his way through and past, but for the moment he's not quite going to be able to make it, I don't think. He's dropped down behind Tony Bishop and has dropped behind John Corbett, so yeah, he has sort of dropped down to 6th position now, having started on the outside of the front row of the grid. A lot break from Shane Kelly, puts him under pressure. He's got Tony Bishop behind him. Say Tony retired from yesterday's race, and what caused the retirement was John Corbett had a big moment coming out of the old hairpin, skidded across the grass, had a spin, and I think as he came back across the circuit from one side to the other, it was right in front of Tony Bishop, who took avoiding action and then ultimately ended up heading off into the gravel trap and damaging the front corner of the number 21 car. So great to see Tony back out there. He'll be pushing hard in this one, but Stefano Lini has already gapped the field to the tune of 3 seconds after just the first lap of racing. He has been stellar really so far this year. Prior to his retirement yesterday, there was only one race that Stefano Lini hadn't claimed victory in, and that was a race which he won on the road at Brands Hatch, but was given a time penalty for going beyond the circuit limits too many times, and therefore on the corrected results, the amended times, he finished in 6th position. Now, I suspect at this point of the circuit there, Coppice Corner, which is where he had his off yesterday, if he's built a large margin, he'll maybe just be slightly warier heading through that part of the circuit, because there was no need yesterday. It was his own mistake, I'm sure. I've not spoken to him since yesterday, but it just seemed as though he was pushing too hard when he'd already got a big advantage and didn't need to. The best of the fights is for 3rd place at the moment. Shane Kelly, who has had plenty of wins here at Donington Park in the past in the University of Wolverhampton prepared car, the car that the students that are studying their motorsport degrees prepare. He's running there in 3rd place. Tony Bishop and John Corbett rolling their sleeves up and slugging it out over what is 4th and 5th position currently. As they head into the braking area this time through, Lot breaks from John Corbett up the inside of Tony Bishop, runs wide does John Corbett as a result of braking too late. Back gaining the place goes Tony Bishop, but he's back under pressure again as they head over the start-finish line. Jinking out from behind goes John Corbett, but it's on the outside line as they head up towards Redgate. Can he sweep his way through? No, they are still side by side, and eventually Tony Bishop still hangs on to it. Is he going to run wide coming out of the corner and allow John Corbett back? Yes, he does. So the order changes back and changes again, all within the course of just 2 or 3 corners there. Down through the old hairpin. Corbett in his newly reacquired 4th position. Tony Bishop down to 5th. George Line in 6th place. So having started on the front row of the grid, George Line is having a race very much like Dominic Paul's yesterday. Dominic started in 2nd place on the field in the grid and dropped down towards the rear end of it, but then fought his way back towards the end. So George Line, maybe the way the car is set up, will come on stronger as the race wears on. Now remember, we've got the 2 separate classes. We've got the F3 Euro class for the newer cars and the F3 Cup class for those cars that were built between 2008 and the end of 2016. And at the moment, Stefano Lini leads the race and leads the Euro Cup class. Dominic Paul is 2nd in the race and leads the F3 Cup class. Shane Kelly also runs in the F3 Cup class. He's there in 3rd. Tony Bishop is a Euro class car, as is John Corbett's. George Line, that car there we're looking at. And the car behind him, Mark Harrison, who's just falling away a shade, also running the F3 Cup class for the slightly older cars in the field. But it's always good to see Pucker Formula 3 cars out and racing. Great noise they make. Yes, they might not have as much power as otherwise they perhaps could have because of that air restrictor that sticks out of the side of the engine bay and restricts the amount of air that flows into the engine, but Formula 3 globally has been a formula for a huge number of years. But domestically within the UK, this is the only time we really get to see proper Formula 3 cars race nowadays. So up towards Coppice Corner goes Dominic Paul. Used to race in the GT Cup Championship, which is also on the programme here at Donington Park. He was a former overall champion in that when he was racing as Ginetta in it a few years ago. Dominic Paul moved over to race in the British GT Championship in a GT3 BMW for Century Motorsport. He sits there in 2nd place in the race. There's Shane Kelly in 3rd place. He's been a regular in this championship for a good number of years now, has Shane. And has always been a force to be reckoned with, Shane Kelly. He's finished runner-up on several occasions in this championship over the years. I think the first time we probably really saw Shane do a full season was 2016, wheel of that number 11 car, where he finished runner-up in the championship to George Line on that year. He was runner-up the year later as well, Jacopo Sebastiani having taken the championship in 2017. Shane Kelly again finishing runner-up. New fastest lap of the race for Stefano Lini, as you can see there on your screens. A 1 minute 24.921. And now, is Shane Kelly getting caught by John Corbett? In answer to that, yes, he is. John Corbett was about 0.4 of a second quicker there with the number 66 car. Now, John's car is slightly newer. It runs in the F3 Euro class, and it's not just the fact that the chassis is newer, it's the fact that the aero on these cars, on the newer cars, is substantively more efficient and provides a lot more downforce than the F3 Cup class cars. Just all of the extra little winglets that are on the car and the way that the air flows over the surfaces on it. It was a big step up when the Formula 3 regulations were changed and this new chassis was built. You can see also how much more the nose is raised on the F3 Euro class cars. And as John Corbett works his way through the S's with 8 minutes to go, he's looking to try and see whether he can haul himself onto the podium here. Difficulty will be, as ever, is that the closer he gets to Shane Kelly, the more it's going to disturb the airflow over the nose and the rear wing of his car, and therefore he'll lose downforce. So on to the brakes goes John Corbett through the left-hander. Team Fox prepared car trying to catch up with the University of Wolverhampton machine that lies ahead. And if John Corbett catches the car ahead, he then also needs to get past it, because if he doesn't, then that car there, Tony Bishop, might squeeze his way through. Another new fastest lap of the race last time through for Stefano Lini, 1 minute 24.223 you saw there briefly on your screens. We're now also at the halfway point of the race, and Stefano Lini leads, as you can see, by 7.35 seconds from Dominic Paul. Shane Kelly is a further, 3.1 seconds back from that, 10 seconds adrift of the race leader, but has still got John Corbett within 3/4 of a second of him, and John Corbett has got within a second of him, Tony Bishop. Now there is Tony Bishop sitting there in 5th position. George Line is about 1.2 seconds adrift of him in the largely blue and yellow car at the background of the shot. So what we're looking at is 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, the little quartet heading down the straight. Puff of smoke from the tail end of Tony Bishop's car there in his pursuit of the car ahead. Now everybody is still improving their lap times. I think circuit conditions, we've had a few spits of rain. You can see still there's some damp areas to the outer edges of the circuit. The main racing line is now bone dry, but I think conditions improving because we've had the rain, of course, the circuit continuing to rubber up as well. So that's why lap times are continually improving amongst pretty much every competitor in the field. So through goes Stefano Lini. He was a little bit slower on that lap, but still managed to pull away from Dominic Paul. Shane Kelly posted his best individual lap of the race so far, so opened the gap back up again between himself and the car of John Corbett. Tony Bishop and George Line also lapping quicker than they have previously done, but George Line is still not catching the cars ahead. The number 15 car in the hands of the former champion weaves his way out of the old hairpin in the second of the two University of Wolverhampton prepared machines. Up through Schwantz curve in towards McLean's corner. And for George Line, well, he is now 1.5 seconds almost adrift of Tony Bishop. The gap was 1.2 a few laps ago, so he's pushing as hard as he can, but it's just not quite happening at the moment for George Line. So 5 minutes of the race remaining. Stefano Lini, having gone slower on the previous lap than he's previously gone, is pushing again on this lap, I would say, the race leader. He's got a 9-second lead almost between himself and Dominic Paul now. George Line accelerating his way in 6th position back up the hill and in towards the braking area for the final corner, which is Goddard's. Turn number 12 here at Donington Park on the Grand Prix circuit, the full 2.4873 mile configuration that we're on. And as George Line goes over the start-finish line, that is the last of the cars that we've got in the field, which is the Dallara F308 of Mark Harrison. Turning his way through the right-hander at Redgate corner. Mark is 6 seconds adrift of George Line at the moment, and last time through posted his best lap of the race that he's done so far, but still was about 3/10 slower than George Line's time. So I think for Mark Harrison, he's going to struggle to catch, let alone get past in the remaining 4 minutes of it. He'll be hoping maybe that if others push a bit too hard or have problems, a bit like we saw towards the tail end of yesterday's race, then he might be able to pick up a place or so. He finished in 4th place yesterday, Mark Harrison. Wasn't the last of the finishers. John Corbett finished behind him. But for Mark Harrison, 4th position was his best result of the season yesterday in what is only his 2nd weekend of racing this season in the F3 Cup Championship. So through the left and the right flicks at the S's, where New curbs have been installed for this weekend so as to prevent cars from cutting the corners. Now, this time through, Stefano Lini has pushed. New fastest lap of the race for Stefano Lini. 1 minute 24.183 from Stefano Lini. How does that compare to the lap time he posted yesterday? Well, at the moment, that's still about 1.1 seconds slower than yesterday's fastest lap. It was a 1:23.0 in yesterday's race. As we say, in yesterday's race, when he was leading comfortably, and I do mean absolutely comfortably, he just pushed too hard up at Coppice Corner. The car got away from him, it spun through the gravel and got stranded, and that was it. He retired 10 laps into an 11-lap race, having been leading it by, 20+ seconds at the time, and was not classified as a finisher. So it was a real frustrating end to the day for Stefano Lini. I would imagine he will drive hard but not push 110% this time through. So in towards the braking area. He's on lap number 9 at the moment, leading by 11.8 seconds from Dominic Paul. So again, a nice comfortable advantage for the overall championship leader. 370 points. Missed out on taking his 10th victory of the season yesterday. Suffered his first retirement, but he will certainly be looking to try and bounce back with victory number 10 today instead. So over the start-finish line he will come onto the penultimate lap this time through. So the lap that he's starting, one more thereafter. You can see how much he sweeps towards pit lane exit to try and reduce the angle heading in toward Redgate Corner. Take a wide sweep into it, use all of the tarmac that's available to you, and then thread your way down through the Craner curves. Daunting part of the circuit, but must be hugely satisfying in these Formula 3 cars with the amount of downforce they'll give you. You'll be absolutely flat out through there. Now this is the fight that's beginning to form again here for 3rd and 4th place. John Corbett had dropped away a little bit from Shane Kelly, but last time through, John Corbett set his best individual lap of the race at the wheel of the black and orange number 66 Dallara. Remember, he runs in the F3 Euro class, for which he's running 2nd in that class at the moment, albeit 4th overall in the race. And last time through, he was 0.3 of a second quicker than Shane Kelly, so the gap is back down to 0.8 of a second between the pair of them yet again. Tony Bishop in 5th place has fallen ever more away from the pair. And are they catching Dominic Paul? Well, John Corbett is. John Corbett was 0.3 of a second quicker than Dominic Paul. Shane Kelly lapped roughly about the same lap time as Dominic Paul last time through. So 2nd not really catching 3rd, but 3rd getting caught by 4th. With now just 1 lap of this 12th round of the championship to go. And Stefano Lini leading absolutely comfortably as he now heads on to his last lap of the race. Now there is Dominic Paul, just heading round through Goddard's now. Accelerating his way over the start-finish line. Shane Kelly still under attack from John Corbett, who will pick up a tow from the slightly older Dallara that lies ahead. Again, Shane Kelly using all of that pit lane exit tarmac to try and lessen the angle going in towards Redgate Corner, and still needs to keep pushing hard here, does Shane Kelly, because again another 0.3 of a second was taken out of his advantage from John Corbett last time through. So Shane Kelly 3rd and getting caught, but I'm sure has everything in hand, because John Corbett is simply not close enough at this stage. And as I said earlier on, as soon as he gets that little bit closer, it certainly affects the aero on the cars. So just perhaps needs to bear in mind that he's 2nd in the class. And no, he's overstepped the mark. He's done exactly what Stefano Lini did yesterday. Went up towards Coppice Corner. He, however, is going to put the rear wheels back off the gravel and onto the tarmac, so should be able to get going. But for John Corbett, again, that was sort of an unforced area, very much like Stefano Lini yesterday, but whereas John Corbett, I think, has got away with it, Stefano didn't. His car was embedded in the gravel and was going nowhere, and he had, of course, lost the lead. However, he does claim the victory today. Stefano Lini comes over the start-finish line. Victory number 10 of the season in round number 12. It is going to be the car of, well, Dominic Paul has had an issue on that lap as well. Now, Dominic Paul, or did the transponder not work? No, here comes Dominic Paul now. The timing screen is suggesting that he was in 6th position, but no, he comes through to finish in 2nd position. 3rd place is Shane Kelly. 4th place through now will be the next of the cars over the start-finish line, which is going to be George Line, that will finish in 4th position. And 5th place should be Mark Harrison. The graphics won't show that because I think Dominic Paul's car has got a transponder issue at this stage. Or is he given a time penalty, I wonder? I think it might be. Yeah, a 10-second penalty for Dominic Paul. That's why he's dropped down through the order. And also a 10-second penalty for what is Mark Harrison in that race. That can only be for circuit limits. So Stefano Lini claims the win in this race. So as he heads through there on his slowing down lap, as soon as we can confirm the results, I will run you through the order of the results. But as we say, Dominic Paul might have finished second on the road, but on corrected times, he has been given a 10-second penalty for transgressing the circuit limits. That same fate also befell the number 90 car of Mark Harrison, who also received a 10-second time penalty for track limits, and that must be either Redgate Corner or the old hairpin, where they've largely been running wide. That's where we've seen a lot of cars over the course of this weekend run wide. Sometimes it's just the warning, but that comes if you do it the first time, you get away with it. Do it a second time, it's a warning. Do it a third time, it's a 5-second penalty. Do it a fourth time, it's a 10-second penalty. A fifth time would be 30 seconds, and a sixth time would be a black flag. You'd have to park it. Simple as that. Is the way that the regulations tend to work. So down towards the pit lane now will come, and Stefano Lini will be heading towards the Parc Fermé area, where all the technical checks will be done on the cars. There'll then be official podium presentation that will be done by the circuit commentator. We won't be bringing you that one, but we will be bringing you their 13th round of the championship later on this afternoon. That is scheduled to take place at the third and final race this weekend for the F3 Cup Championship. At around about 10 to 6 this evening, we'll see those cars head back out onto circuit. So I'll just confirm the results. Number 28, Stefano Lini, claims the win, and the win in the F3 Euro category. Second was number 11, Shane Kelly, and third was 21, Tony Bishop. Fourth was 15, George Line. Fifth with the time penalty was Dominic Paul. Sixth was number 90, Mark Harrison. John Corbett did recover from the spin to finish in 7th place. So that's all for the moment from Donington Park, but join us for more F3 Cup later on today. Goodbye.
Hello and welcome to the penultimate weekend of racing in the 2021 GT Cup Championship, and we're back at Donington Park once again. Under somewhat grey skies, things were a little bit different though yesterday. Let's bring you up to speed with what happened.
In the first race of the weekend, the Team Amber Mercedes in the hands of Richard Neary would start from pole position, but on the charge up towards Redgate Corner, he would run wide, and that would put the car down through the order. In the early stages, there was a great fight going on for the lead of Group GTH. Jox Jackson coming under pressure from Charles Clark, whilst equally as much the Porsche was under pressure from Tom Rawlings. The Porsche slower coming out of Redgate Corner. Tom Rawlings would take the opportunity to squeeze the McLaren through up to second in Group GTH. In towards the braking area for the Melbourne hairpin, Mark Hopton was tagged in the rear by Seamus Jennings at the wheel of the Top Cat Racing Porsche. The McLaren would continue, whilst Richard Neary was still trying to carve his way through the order following his off at turn number 1 up the inside of John Dillon's Lamborghini down at the old hairpin. Steve Burgess at the wheel of the Raw Motorsports Radical RXC had taken up the lead of the race, but he was under pressure from Morgan Tilbrook in the GT3 McLaren. In a straight line, however, the extra power of the Group GTO Radical would tell, and the local man from Nottingham would hang on to the lead of the race. Steve Burgess could never really shake off Morgan Tilbrook, but he did just enough to bring home the Radical for its first overall win of the season in the GT Cup Championship. In the pit stop race, it would be Morgan Tilbrook and Richard Neary that would start from the front row of the grid. The Mercedes would just get its nose ahead as they went up towards Redgate Corner, but contact further back as Graham Tilley got into the back of John Dillon's Lamborghini would see the Nissan offered into the gravel, the safety car out, and John Dillon's car in need of recovery. Graham Tilley, however, would limp the Nissan back to the pit lane with front right-hand damage. With the incident cleared up, we would get the race back underway, and straight away Ben Dimmock was looking to try and gain a place. Up to third the Radical would go, and gaining a place over the GCAT Racing Porsche in the hands of Seamus Jennings. The sister car from GCAT this weekend in the hands of David Shaw would dive up the inside of the number 41 Lamborghini, heading in towards the Melbourne hairpin and pick up additional places. The pit window would open into the pit lane, they would all file, and with the Nearys having additional success seconds in the pit lane, the pendulum was always going to swing in favour of the number 66 McLaren, which was about to be taken over by former British GT champion Marcus Clutton. A spin out on track at Coppice Corner for the Fox Motorsport Ginetta would see the car get pointing in the right direction and continue in the race, but further instance out on circuit would again bring back out the safety car, bunch the field up, and the race would get back underway, with some of the cars, in particular Simon Orange in his Ginetta, bearing the scars of a hard race. More problems for the Fox Motorsport Ginetta, this time off and into the gravel trap, I'm afraid to say. And James Townsend would be able to dig his way back out, but Morgan Tilbrook and Marcus Clutton will be on course for their first overall race win, having largely raced in GTH this season. First weekend of racing in GT3, they claim the win.
So those were your highlights from yesterday's 2 races. We'll have the same 2 races for you today. Slightly different weather though. Now this weekend, the GT Cup welcomes 2 new teams and cars, which is always nice. The first is a father and son duo. We've had the Proctors, we've had the Nearys, now we bring you the Lynns. Ron Stewart, welcome to the GT Cup. Now, it's your first time racing with us this weekend, but you've got a fair few championships under your belts between you, haven't you? Give us your history and your background.
I started quite late, actually, 2 or 3 years ago in the GRDC Ginetta Championship. I'd never raced before, so I did 3 years in that, in the G40 Cup. Yeah. And this was just a one-off we decided to do. Just to give it a father and son try out, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
It's lovely. And Stuart, what about you? What have you been up to?
With the last 10 years, pretty much nothing. Before that, I was doing a bit of karting and racing some Ginettas. And after kind of focusing on business for the past 10 years, we thought we'd come out and have a bit of fun with the Optimum Motorsport guys.
Is that right that you've actually raced in British GT before?
Yeah, some time ago when I was a lot younger and a lot faster. 2008, so yeah, 13 years ago. So I've not really done much since. So yeah, we thought we'd come back out and then have a go in the McLaren.
Yeah. So what was it? What was the real reason you decided after, especially for you for such a long time, to give it a go again?
Just have a bit of fun with my dad, really, in the car. We've both done a bit of racing. Sean at Optimum Motorsport said we've got a spare car. Do you fancy having a go in the McLaren? And yeah, the offer was there and it was too tempting. So yeah, it's great to be in the car with my dad and trading lap times and trading information from the car. It's just a bit of fun, really, for us.
Yeah. And Ron, how have you found racing the McLaren as opposed to, say, the Ginettas that you've been doing?
Yeah, a big massive difference, yes. The biggest difference for me was the left-hand drive and slicks, because normally we're on cut slicks. So, yeah, big difference, yeah. Far better braking, more power and everything, yeah. So, yeah, really good.
And how have you found the GT Cup as a championship? I know it's only your second day with us, but how have you found it so far?
It's very welcoming. We've been speaking to the other guys in the garages, the other McLaren drivers, and everybody's very friendly, willing to give a bit of advice, which you don't normally see in motorsport. So, no, it's been great so far. So, hopefully we can have a good race today, and yeah, maybe look to do another one in the future.
Our second new car is one that's already been out in the Porsche Cayman series this year. It's the number 74 into racing of Charles Clark and Ben Barker. Hello, guys. So, first of all, what brings you to the GT Cup?
Well, initially I'm doing Porsche Sprint Challenge, which is sprint races, so I wanted to try out endurance racing, and obviously with Ben, it's a great championship to try it, really.
Well, sorry we've had to cut that interview short, but the cars have already been released onto the formation lap. Let me very quickly guide you through the grid. Number 88, Sam Neary, starts from pole position. 33, Seamus Jennings sits alongside at the wheel of the Porsche. It's Morgan Tilbrook's McLaren and John Dillon's Lamborghini on row number 2. The first non-GT3 car is on row number 3. That's the Radical that is Ben Dimmock in this race alongside Graham Tilley's Nissan. And row 4 is the first Group GTC car, which is David Short's Porsche alongside the number 9 car of Warren Gilbert, the Lamborghini. The next row of the grid sees the first of the Group GTA cars, which is the Ginetta of Simon Orange, alongside 56, which is Roy Millington's Ferrari. Row 6 is Charles Clark, who we were just hearing from at the wheel of that Porsche Cayman. Apologies to Charles, we've had to cut your interview short. He is the leading Group GTH car that we've got in the field for the GT4 homologated cars. He has got for company number 1, Josh Jackson. And the 7th row of the grid is number 80, Craig Wilkins, alongside number 90, Mike Price. Row 8 is 44, John Whitehouse, and 82, James Guest. Row 9 is 77, Mark Hopton, and 24, Andrew Borodin. And the 10th row of the grid is 23, Ian Campbell, and 113, which is Tom Webb. But we'll probably have to leave it there because the cars are about to work their way up towards the start-finish line, where the red lights will be on the gantry, and we are very shortly about to get this next race underway here. Round 19 of the championship underway at Donington Park. Sam Neary from pole position will propel the ABBA Mercedes down towards the start-finish line and up towards Redgate Corner. Seamus Jennings slots into 2nd place, ahead of Morgan Tilbrook, who's there in 3rd position, but 36 cars having qualified this morning. James Guest with a bit of a wiggle at the wheel of the Aston Martin, which was damaged yesterday going over one of these new curbs as he tried to avoid a car that was having an issue in front of him. Great to see that car has been repaired, because it missed the pit stop race yesterday because of the damage that was caused to the front end of the car. And as we say, it was not through his own fault. He was trying to avoid a car ahead of him that was having a problem. The other car to watch out for is the McLaren Can-Am of Paul Bailey that only did 4 laps in qualifying. It's a car that Paul has only raced once before prior to this weekend. It was damp in qualifying this morning, and he didn't want to risk what is a very valuable car and one of only 3 that were ever produced. So that car there, number 28, in drier conditions now, in the hands of the former Group champion Paul Bailey, should work its way through the order. He's mixed amongst the Group GTH cars at the moment, but at the wheel of his McLaren, the Can-Am, based on the MP412C, but with more aero and more power, was produced initially for what was scheduled to be a series in America, but it never really took off. So that car should thread its way past the lesser powered cars. But for the lead of the race, Sam Neary leading earlier on. Great battles all the way down through the order, as is always the case in the GT Cup Championship. Over the start-finish line comes Sam Neary. He's got daylight between himself and Seamus Jennings. Nice to see Seamus back in the championship. He's done a couple of rounds with us so far this year. Morgan Tilbrook there in 3rd place. John Dillon in 4th. It's going to be Ben Dimmock that sits there in 5th place. Warren Gilbert threading his way through and past the number 67 Ginetta of Simon Orange, who is looking to try and go wheel-to-wheel with Roy Millington's Ferrari. So Lamborghini, Ginetta, Ferrari, Porsche that sits behind that. And such variety in the GT Cup Championship, you can regularly see, if not 10, maybe 12 or even more marks represented on the grid. And that is certainly the case this weekend. So, first lap already ticked into the book. I think everybody safely made it through the first lap of the race by the look of things. I don't think there was anybody that didn't complete the first lap of the race. It's all largely gone to plan so far in what are improving conditions. They certainly one heck of a lot drier than it was for their qualifying session this morning. James Guest looking to sneak the Aston Martin up the inside of Mike Price, we just saw there. Also, the Webb's Lamborghini, Tom Webb driving in this race, looking to work its way through. We saw a great dive yesterday from Tom at the wheel of that light blue Lamborghini. Now here comes James Guest again. This time, has he got the run on Mike Price? Yes, he has. Should go through and ahead of the Bolf Motorsport McLaren. Up the inside he goes. Place gained by James Guest. That will please him after the problems that car had yesterday, and that should now put him up to, I think, third in Group GT8 really. And Mike Price already coming under attack from the next of the cars, which is going to be the number 44 McLaren of John Whitehouse that sits behind. John Whitehouse has got Nick Phelps, isn't it, behind him? Nick Phelps leading Group GTB at this stage. Up the inside of John Whitehouse, former champion. He's going to lose a place to Nick Phelps, and for Nick, it's important points for him if he continues to lead the group, because there is a separate sprint challenge just for the sprint races, and Nick Phelps is the overall championship leader in that at the moment. He eases the Group GTB Porsche past the Group GTH McLaren of Mike Price as well, so further place gain there overall in the race for Nick Phelps, but it doesn't net him any more championship points as it's a different group car that he's gone through. Now this fight here is for the final place inside the top 10. This is Simon Orange, who has been picked off by Charles Clark that time through. So Charles Clark now up to 9th, Simon Orange down into 10th, whilst this car here, Sam Neary, leads. And last time through on the first flying lap, Sam set the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 28.918 from Sam Neary. That is a little slower than Morgan Tilbrook managed in the pit stop race yesterday, but it is just the first flying lap for Sam, who was declared a BRDC Rising Star earlier on this season. The G-Cat Racing Porsche of Seamus Jennings running second at the moment. Morgan Tilbrook in the McLaren still third. John Dillon fourth. All of those top 4 cars in Group GT3. The Radical of Ben Dimmock for this race runs in Group GTO. So it's the first non-Group GT3 car that we've got in the field at the moment, as Sam Neary betters the fastest lap of the race. Now 1 minute 28.523 is 2 1,000ths of a second slower than Morgan Tilbrook managed in the pit stop race yesterday, so that is almost the fastest lap that we've had in race conditions all weekend, but only losing out by 2 1,000ths of a second to Morgan Tilbrook's time from yesterday. So down through the Craner curves and the old hairpin goes John Dillon. All of the time Ben Dimmock looking to try and work his way into contention, the former Mini Challenge racer and Radical champion Ben Dimmock. Tom Webb at the wheel of the 113 Lamborghini has come from 20th on the grid and is now up into, I think that's 14th position now. So 4 places gained on just that lap that we've just had. So the Lamborghini starting to work well here. Quite a few Lamborghinis running this weekend, as is ever the case, all in Group GTC. But that car there is not one of the Evo cars, it's one of the slightly older Super Trofeo spec cars. And at the moment he's bottled up behind Nick Phelps, who is leading his group, so Nick should just let the Lamborghini go. He doesn't really need to fight for the position because he can let the Lamborghini go and it doesn't alter the amount of championship points that he's going to scoop up in this race. So 19 minutes to go of the scheduled 25. Tom Webb at the wheel of the Lambo, working his way out of Coppice Corner, underneath the point at which the Dunlop Bridge used to be, into the braking area for the S's. Avoid the new curbs through this section of the circuit. Now this fight for second and third is just starting to close up a little bit more. Sam Neary might be setting the fastest laps of the race with a 1 minute 28.369, so that is now the fastest lap that we've had all weekend in race conditions in the GT Cup. But Seamus Jennings on the previous lap was about 0.6 of a second slower than yesterday's man who qualified that McLaren so well, and that car has been going well all weekend. It finished second in the sprint race yesterday. It finished first in the pit stop race when Marcus Clutton jumped on board to share the car with Morgan Tilbrook. But Morgan has been driving superbly well this weekend and is now hot on the heels of Seamus Jennings to see whether he can apply the pressure and squeeze the McLaren through. So Mercedes leads Porsche from McLaren and Lamborghini. That's the top 4. Radical in 5th position. Another Porsche there in 6th place, Lamborghini 7th, Ferrari 8th, Porsche 9th, Ginetta 10th. That's the order of the top 10 currently. And we've got 5 different marks represented inside the top 5 at the moment. Seamus Jennings onto the brakes, the man from Northern Ireland. Still under pressure, still looking to try and hang on to the position. Elsewhere down through the order, car number 1 is Josh Jackson. Now that doesn't lead Group GTH at the moment. Charles Clark's Porsche is leading Group GTH. That's the number 74 car. He's 2 or 3 places ahead. For Tom Webb, though, progress still continues. That is now up to 11th position, I think that will be. So that is Craig Wilkins. He went through a pass, but then he runs wide, coming out of the S's. The Lamborghini onto the grass, and Craig Wilkins at the wheel of the Ginetta sneaks his way straight back through once more. And also the number 1 McLaren of Josh Jackson manages to squeeze its way through. For how much longer, though, the McLaren will hang on to the place, I doubt, because the extra grunt of the Lamborghini has already told. And I think we'll see Tom Webb certainly back past that, and probably back past Craig Wilkins as well before too much longer. Now, for 2nd position, Seamus Jennings is doing a good job of just making sure he keeps the Porsche where he needs it to be, which prevents the McLaren from threading its way through. New fastest lap of the race for Sam Neary, 1 minute 28.172. We've also now got Ben Dimmock in the Radical, look ahead of the Lamborghini of John Dillon, so that's been a change for order. Up to 4th for the Radical, down to 5th for the number 61 Lamborghini of John Dillon. That's a Group GTO car passing a Group GT3 car, so again for John Dillon, yes, lost the place, no, doesn't lose any further championship points. And as I mentioned yesterday, if you were watching, not every car in the field is running the full championship season, so some of them are just invitational class cars. So whilst they will feature on podium presentations and trophy presentations, they won't scoop up championship points. So for instance, the car in 2nd place and the car in 3rd place, Seamus Jennings and Morgan Tilbrook, are invitational class cars for this weekend, so they will be ignored in terms of championship point scoring. So John Dillon, down in 5th position, running 4th in Group GT3, would still pick up the points for 2nd in Group GT3 because there are 2 cars ahead of him that are non-championship scoring. Sounds confusing, but it works. It encourages people to do the full championship in GT Cup, which is already, I gather, thriving potentially for the 2022 championship season. Down in towards the braking area for the Melbourne hairpin comes the McLaren Can-Am of Paul Bailey. How much progress has he made from its starting position? He was 20th as he came over the start-finish line last time through the orange McLaren. And Paul Bailey started down in 33rd position, so a good drive through the order again from him. Now, the McLaren GT4s getting themselves together. David Holloway's Aston Martin just off the back. That's a great little fight that's coming over the start-finish line. That is going to be headed by the number 23 Greystone McLaren that has been re-liveried for this weekend. So Ian Campbell under pressure, sneak his way up the inside, goes the Paddock Motorsport McLaren in the hands of Mo Ritson. So Mo Ritson, the former junior saloon car racer, grabbing the place away, and that will mean he is now up to 22nd position, and that is a fight for, unbelievably, 7th and 8th in Group GTH. Group GTH has proved to be so popular and so competitive. Now Morgan Tilbrook, the McLaren almost pushing the Porsche round through Goddard's corner. Over the start-finish line they will thread their way. Still 14 minutes in this race to go. Our race leader Sam Neary still leading. Back to Group GTH, David Holloway behind Ian Campbell, but also under attack from Stuart Lim. We spoke to Stuart just on the run into this race. Great to see Stuart back racing, twice a former champion in the Ginetta G20 series, a former GT4 champion in British GT as well was Stuart. He drives the number 21 Optimum Motorsport car that is, with its lights on, weaving around. And then the next 2 cars behind Stuart Lynn will be Carl Cavers and the number 118 car, the Fox Motorsport Ginetta, driven by Ian Duggan in this race. Ian, another driver new to GT Cup for this season. Now Morgan Tilbrook weaving one way, weaving the other, anything to try and distract Seamus Jennings, and I think, is the McLaren going to go through? Yes, it does. Midway through Coppice corner, through goes the McLaren, but Seamus Jennings fighting back in a straight line and has the inside line for the all-important S's. The nose of both cars dip at exactly the same time, and Morgan Tilbrook outbrakes himself, and then as he rejoins, he makes contact with the tail end of the Radical of Ben Dimmock. That has caused, I think, rear suspension damage to the Radical. Morgan Tilbrook has got front corner damage to it, and Well, that was Morgan just making a small mistake going into the chicane and perhaps didn't quite realise what was going on around him as he came out. So I think that Enduro Motorsport McLaren, yeah, you can see the big bite out of it on the front left corner of that car. Should be able to limp the car back round into the pit lane, but I'm afraid to say that's going to be it for Morgan. And it's certainly going to be it for the Raw Motorsport Radical of Ben Dimmock, who was a bit of an innocent party there, just met a car that had made a mistake at the wrong point, and the two of them made contact, and hopefully that Radical is not stricken in the middle of the track. Progress for Paul Bailey still continues as well. He is running second in Group GTO, and as we say, that car may well, oh no, it is still stricken in the middle of the track, I'm afraid to say. So that is surely going to have to be a safety car. The Enduro Motorsport McLaren heads towards the pit lane. And the Radical is going, so well done to Ben Dimmock. He will not be happy with what's happened, but at least he's got the car out of harm's way, which should now prevent a safety car from needing to come out. And you can see the damage to the front left corner of that McLaren. The Enduro Motorsport crew will have to go to work to sort that car out for the pit stop race later on. As for the Radical, Ben is doing a really sensible job of keeping the car off the track, actually. So Morgan Tilbrook out of the car. Sam Neary safely on his way and leading by 17.5 seconds, Sam Neary. Now he's got a huge chunk of traffic to deal with now. So past Ian Duggan's car, past the Porsche of Carl Cavers. The next of the cars he'll want to get past is Stuart Lynn's Porsche. Stuart Lynn's McLaren, rather, I should say. As the GT3 McLaren of Morgan Tilbrook is pushed back into the garage, and even in sympathy, bits of the car falling off, I'm afraid, for what happened out there on track. But looks as though that car, I'm sure, will be repaired. And the Radical's in as well, so Ben Dimmock has not unsurprisingly brought the Raw Motorsport Radical into the pit lane as well. Now, Paul Bailey's progress we were talking about. He is now in 16th position. James Simons in the number 41 Group GTC Lamborghini is the next of the cars that he wants to pick off, and that is the car that currently lies 5th in Group GTC, James Simons. The extra guns of the McLaren will tell. The Can-Am goes through and past, does it? On the run in towards the corner? No. Paul Bailey, I think, just driving up with a little bit of discretion in what is a very rare and very, very valuable car. As I mentioned yesterday, even some of the teams that run McLarens have never seen a McLaren Can-Am. Yes, it might look like an MP412C, but entirely different rear wing. It's got more power, it's got more aero, and it is one of just 3 cars that were ever built. Now, Sam Neary has got traffic to deal with here. James Simons, he wants to try and work his way by. The Radical is, well, I would say not sorted. That car still looks to be crabbing, to say the least, as though a rear toe link is perhaps not broken, but bent. Sam Neary passed Mike Price's car up the inside of James Guess at the wheel of the Feathers Motorsport car. And then there'll be more traffic to deal with. Now, that Radical is still not going. I'm wondering whether they're just trying to limp it round just to pick up some sort of championship points, but driving a car that is crabbing around for 10 minutes is not going to be fun for Ben Dimmock. It is going to be way off the pace, and he just needs to stay out of harm's way. That's what he's trying to do, but I think Ben will realise that perhaps the most sensible thing will be park it in the pit lane next time through. So race leader about to catch here the 14th place car of Paul Bailey. Sam will dive up the inside of the McLaren in towards Coppice Corner and start to stretch his legs again. Now, this number 88 ABBA Racing Mercedes has already claimed numerous overall victories so far this season in the hands of whether it be Sam Neary or Richard Neary, subject to whether it's a sprint race and just one driver is behind the wheel, or collectively when they've raced in the pit stop races. We'll have one of those coming up later on. It is also the car that, in terms of the overall championship, leads as well. So they have picked up top points in all bar, I think, 3 races so far this season. It has been a mega season for them. Now, this battle here is going to be Roy Millington now, who is in 6th position, under attack from James Webb, who, remember, has come from 20th on the grid. Roy Millington started 10th and is up to 6th, but Tom Webb started 20th and is up to 7th. And we saw a drive like this from him yesterday in the pit stop race before the car then had a puncture later on and had to retire, sadly. So Ferrari under attack, and is he going to work his way through? Yes, he is. So up to third in Group GTC, and sixth overall now goes Tom Webb. The next car that's just up the road will be Warren Gilbert, who is second in Group GTC at the moment. Group GTC is being led by the fourth place car, the number 25 Porsche, in the hands of David Shaw. So this is the next car that the light blue Lamborghini is going to want to try and attack. Now, the good thing for Warren Gilbert is that whilst he might be second in the group and fifth overall, the number 25 Porsche ahead of him, David Shaw, is an invitational class car. So this car, the number 9 Lamborghini, might finish second in the group, but the car ahead of it is non-championship scoring, so Warren would still get maximum championship points. And that will please Jensen Lund, who he has regularly shared the car with over the course of this season, but due to having had a significant operation earlier on this week, he is in hospital recovering at the moment, so not able to drive and perhaps out for the season. I don't think we'd see him in 2 weeks' time at Snetterton. Hopefully his health will be there, but I think it would be foolish after what's been a major operation to head to race at Snetterton. Now there is Ben Dimmock. He is back in the pit lane. Off has come the crash helmet, chatting to Steve Burgess, and yeah, you can see the disappointment in Ben's face there. So that is enormously frustrating for them. Now the Feathers Motorsport Aston Martin here coming under pressure from the 44 McLaren. This is all the Group GTH hordes of cars. Mo Ritson is in on the mix as well, looking to try and squeeze his way through at the wheel of the number 26 McLaren. Now where is this going to be? The leading Group GTH car we've got at the moment is going to be way up the road. That is Charles Clark, still the number 74 car, but James Guess is, what, third in Group GTH. He's got Mo Ritson right behind him. John Whitehouse at the wheel of number 44 Signature RV McLaren is not too far away as well, just having lost out to Mo Ritson. So this will be third, fourth and fifth in Group GTH, and something like 16th, 17th and 18th places overall. And if anything, they are at the moment lapping a little bit quicker than the Group GTC Lamborghini that lies ahead of them. Mike Price is then the next of the cars, Mark Hopton, Ian Campbell, and there, that's Nick Phelps who is off. Nick Phelps with some sort of problem with the Group GTB Porsche. Maybe he's outbraked himself, but that's the driver that is leading the group, but is also leading the sprint championship standings, and he's having to reverse the Porsche to get it pointing in the right direction, to then try and continue in the race. And has he lost the lead of the group with all of that? I'm not sure he will have done, because he had quite a significant advantage in terms of where he was compared to the other cars in Group GTB. Now the Group GTH hordes of cars are getting lapped at the moment by Seamus Jennings, who at the wheel of his Porsche is running in second position. John Dillon also now having to lap the cars as well, as he sits there in third place with 5 minutes to go. You can see how busy it is as the Porsche mixes itself amongst the numerous GT4 McLarens that we've got in the field, and the Aston Martins, all of which are GT4 homologated cars, so they all run in the GTH category, which was introduced a couple of seasons ago now into the GT Cup Championship. And for Tom Webb, the progress still continues as well. That light blue Lamborghini is now up into 6th place and is still lapping quicker than Jensen Lund. So there goes Jensen Lund, there goes Tom Webb. 4.5 minutes to go. Gap from Lamborghini to Lamborghini is 5.036 seconds at the moment. And Tom Webb last time through was about 3 seconds quicker. So all is going beautifully to plan at the moment. Qualifying might not have done, but come race, it absolutely is. And there is Warren Gilbert. There is Tom Webb. So over the start-finish line goes the Brook Valeting supported car, turning its way through the right-hander at Redgate Corner. What might Tom Webb be able to do? He's got to catch and then get past Warren Gilbert. There's Mo Ritson, I'm afraid. Mo's had a problem. That number 26 guy had been going really, really well. He was running third in Group GTH and was at the head of that enormous squabble that we were looking at. Now, was that a mistake or not? Now, there's Richard Neary watching on, watching son Sam leading the race. Big smile on his face as he gives us a wave. He'll be pleased with Sam's performance again. Sam, who certainly, as soon as he jumped in a car, really, he was only 16 years of age when he started racing, was Sam Neary, and was, well, more than relatively young when he drove a GT3 car for the first time. He was, just 17 years of age, I think, when he drove a GT3 car for the first time. He's only 19 now, is Sam, and is not scheduled to have his 20th birthday until, what is it, end of April next year. I think he turns 20, so still a teenager, and a very talented one at that, leading by 35 seconds now in the car that leads the race and leads the overall championship. And for Sam and Richard Neary, it is a car that has given them a bit of trouble over the course of this season. On a couple of occasions they've had problems with it and have had to deal with those issues. The car's been reshelled mid-season as well, following a crash in the British GT Championship at Spa-Francorchamps. But through all of the troubles that they've had, they've still managed to amass a very consistent championship season. Now this is Nick Phelps. Remember, he had an off, didn't he, and lost a raft of ground. Well, he's now got the car of Charlotte Gilbert, the Marcos, right behind him, and that's going to be full position, 24th and 25th place, and that'll be for the lead of Group GTB. So Charlotte, with arguably the oldest car in the field, and it's a bit of a brute to drive. She's the only female that we've got in the field this weekend. No ABS, no traction control, the car that is, what, 20 years, 25 years old now. Top Cat's still doing a great job, but Nick Phelps, not only with that one mistake, but also snatching a break there as well. It's not done and dusted, you know, for Group GTB and who's going to claim the top honours. And if Charlotte Gilbert could, I think Nick Phelps has got flat spots or has got ABS problems. Again, runs wide there. Charlotte Gilbert takes up the lead of the group. So the Marcos goes through into the lead of Group GTB. And if that's the case, it would mean that Donington Park has been a reasonably happy hunting ground for her, because it was in April here where Charlotte claimed a win in Group GTB in the Marcos, and that's her sole group win so far. So now she's through it into the lead of the group. It could be another group win at Donington Park here. Now this is going to be the battle for second and third place. Seamus Jennings has been caught, and all of a sudden Sam Neary's got a problem. It looks as though the Mercedes is going to be out of the race, and all of a sudden, with a 37 3/4 second lead, Sam Neary, the championship leading car, is out of the race, and Seamus Jennings is just about to pass the stricken Mercedes, and he will know now that the fight that he's having with himself and the Lamborghini of John Dillon that sits behind is no longer for second place, it's now for the lead of the race. And John Dillon will know it as well, because he is now running side by side with the Porsche as they come up towards Goddard's. We saw a brief off there as well for the number 77 car. That's Mark Hopton recovering with his McLaren having had an issue. But we are now on to the last lap of the race. Now, what's happened to the Mercedes? Have they short-fueled it perhaps and it's run out of fuel, or is it just some sort of other technical issue? Because Sam Neary was about to start what was going to be the last lap of the race for him, and all of a sudden he's a very frustrated spectator. And that is, I think, going to be the first non-finish of the season for Sam Neary. He's looking around the back of the car as though something is not quite right. Now, those new curbs through the S's have caused a few problems for the cars. I hope he's not taken a bit too much curb, and that's what's been the issue for him round through there. Yeah, say it may well be just some sort of electrical gremlin, or maybe they've just short-fueled the car, simply don't know. But for the lead of the race now, we've got a great battle going on. Seamus Jennings having to drive a very wide Porsche. John Dillon looking to see whether he can sneak his way through. There's a bit of traffic just up the road to contend with as well, which is going to be the Ginetta of Simon Orange. A flash of the lights. Simon Orange sees what's coming, moves out of the way. He doesn't want to get involved because he's leading Group GTA. His teammate Josh Jackson, who is running second in Group GTH ahead. Seamus Jennings makes a small mistake going through the S's. That allows John Dillon to close. They're on their final lap. They're heading up towards the penultimate corner, past the stricken Mercedes of Sam Neary. And Seamus Jennings needs to get the car cleanly off this corner. John Dillon almost managing to get a bit of an overlap on the way out of the corner. Is it going to be on the brakes in towards Goddard's where they will go? They've got traffic to deal with as well. Seamus Jennings needs to park it on the exit and get cleanly off the corner. John Dillon always pushing him, coming out of the corner. It looks as though it is going to be a win for the GCAT Racing Porsche. Seamus Jennings comes through to claim the victory in what was a fantastic round 19 of the championship. John Dillon finishes in second place. There are still scores to be settled out there on circuit. We await the arrival of the third place car over the start finish line. It should be David Shaw that will finish in third place in the Porsche. Here comes the hordes of the Group GTH squabbles. James Guest comes through just ahead of John Whitehouse, so James Guest will complete the podium for Group GTH, finishing in third place overall. But what a race it was, and how unfortunate for what was Sam Neary. And also the progress continues on this final lap for car number 113, Tom Webb, who's put in a really good stint to finish. I think will be in fourth place overall. So here comes David Shaw, the Porsche, over the start finish line now, third overall, the winning Group GTC. And here comes the fourth place car. What a drive from Tom Webb. That goes down well with the team. Fantastic stuff from him to come through from 20th on the grid to finish in third position. Warren Gilbert in fourth place, and fifth place should go the way of the Ferrari, which will head up towards the checkered flag very shortly, which will be Roy Millington. The number 56 car will finish in fifth position. Here it comes now over the start finish line to finish in fifth place. Sixth place, finish in sixth place. Seventh place will be the number 24 McLaren, the blue and the yellow car of Andre Borodin, and then eighth place should be the winner in Group GTH, which will be Charles Clark, who's just taken the checkered flag. Paul Bailey will finish in ninth, and I think be Josh Jackson that completes the top 10. But for the GCAT racing team, that is a great result for Seamus Jennings. Say the car is non-championship scoring. We've not seen it at every round, but that is their first overall win of the season. They took a fifth place at Brands Hatch earlier on in the season when they were in the GT Cup, but that is the first overall win for that Porsche in the GT Cup Championship over the course of this weekend. So we can guide you through the results very shortly indeed. And just to confirm the results, Seamus Jennings claims the win and the win in Group GT3 as well. In second place was John Dillon. Third place was David Shaw. He claims top honours in Group GTC, with Tom Webb with a charging drive in fourth place, ahead of Warren Gilbert in fifth and Roy Millington in sixth. Andre Borodin finished in seventh place. Charles Clark finished in eighth and took the win in Group GTH, whilst Paul Bailey from the back of the grid claimed ninth place in the win in Group GTO, and it was going to be Josh Jackson who completes the top 10. In 11th position, it was Simon Orange. He was the first of the cars home in Group GTA, ahead of James Simons, who was there in 12th place, and James Guest in 13th place. 14th place was going to be John Whitehouse. 15th place was Craig Wilkins, ahead of Mike Price. Then Stuart Libb, David Holloway, Ian Campbell, and Cole Cavers wrapped up the top 20. So that's it from me. I'll hand you back downstairs to Michelle, who's in the pit lane.
Thanks, Mark. Well, a really disappointing result there for ABBA Racing. And Sam Neary, I've just spoken to Richard, and it was a gearbox failure, so that's what took the car out. We thought the cars were all going to go to Parc Fermé. In fact, they're heading back into the garages, and that's ahead of a podium, which we'll absolutely film and bring you a little bit later on. But as far as the sprint race goes, that is it for now from Donington. We're going to be back just before 4:45 for that pit stop race. So I hope you can join us. In the meantime, do keep an eye out on all the social medias, whether it's Facebook or Instagram, GT Cup, where you can get all the latest up-to-date information and, of course, all the results. We'll see you in a few hours' time.
Well, we've got our final race of the weekend for the Radical Challenge Championship on the grid now at Donington Park. Round 15 of their championship, and whilst there is still 3 further races to come at Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium in a month's time, mathematically we could be crowning a champion in this race. The man that starts from pole position, Matt Bell, mathematically could put the championship out of reach. For instance, if he were to win, Jerome de Sadlier would have to sort of finish 10th or further back. Now, that's subject to where the extra 2 points go for pole position. We know they're going to Matt Bell, so he's already got 2 additional championship points, but it depends on where the extra 2 points go for fastest lap in this race as well. So we'll have to wait and see as to what might happen. We'll work all of the maths out. It's unlikely to happen in this race, but if there were a problem for Jerome de Sadlier and say he were to retire, then Matt Bell could absolutely do it in this race. So fine conditions here. Let's just guide you through the grid for this one. Matt Bell starts on pole position, but he's got an extra 10 success seconds to spend come the pit window because it's the pit stop race. And alongside him is number 11, Chris Short. He's got an extra 5 seconds in the pit lane. Row 2 of the grid, number 89, will be started by James Winslow. And for company, he's got number 5, Jerome Sadlier, who has got an extra 20 seconds to spend in the pit lane. Row 3 of the grid is number 23, Jason Rishover, with an extra 5 seconds to spend in the pit lane. And then alongside is number 9, Chris Preen, with row 4 being number 100 as they head off on their formation lap, Michael Clark, and number 19, Dean Warriner. Row 5 is number 88, which is Jack Jalonka, and 6, which is Stephen Lake. And row 6 of the grid is number 28, Elliot Goodman, alongside Mark Richards, which is the only other car to have success seconds in this pit lane. The number 52 car will have an extra 15. Row 7 is where we see number 31, Rod Goodman, and alongside is number 20, which is Wesley Fongini. And row 8 is number 80, which is Peter Tyler, and number 14, which is John McLeod. Then we'll go on to the SR1 grid, and in reality, starting on pole for the SR1s is number 55, James Ockenden, who has got for company number 22, Andy Lowe. The second row for the SR1s is number 7, Fraser McFadden, and number 40, James Hadley, with row 3 for the SR1s being number 2, Darren De Leon, and 18, Mark Williams. The next row will be number 53, Ben Casely, and 4, which will be started by Dean Stone, and the final row of the grid will be number 93, which is Alex Spooner. We weren't originally expecting to see the SR1s on this grid, but they are running as an invitational class in reality. Their championship was done and dusted and sealed yesterday by James Lay, but many of the drivers have stayed over and have opted on what is a fine sunny autumnal day here to soak up one further race here at Donington Park. Both of yesterday's races, we saw the number 100 Radical RXC Spider of Michael Clark qualify on pole position. But in this morning's qualifying session, conditions were rather damp, to say the least, which meant that Michael Clark, the best he could muster at the wheel of the heavier, the more powerful RXC Spider, was 7th position. So Matt Bell with, you could argue, not even a hand on the championship title as yet, maybe a couple of fingers on it. Subject to where he finishes will dictate as to whether the championship is still alive, but he will be looking to see what goes on with Jerome de Sadlier, his main championship rival, who starts 4th position on the grid but has got the maximum success seconds. The way it works is that if you win the previous pit stop race, you hand yourself 20 success seconds for the next pit stop race. So these time penalties have been accrued by their finishing positions at Silverstone, the previous pit stop race on the Grand Prix circuit. If you're second, it's an extra 15 seconds. If you're third, it's an extra 10. And if you're 4th or 5th, matters not, it's an extra 5 seconds you would get for both of those. That number 5 car, 20 seconds to overcome as and when the pit window opens, which doesn't open until the 18th minute of the race. So in other words, when there are 27 minutes to go, the pit window will open. It will remain open for 10 minutes. Everybody has to come into the pit lane and serve a mandatory period of being stationary, plus their success seconds. So we're about to get round 15 of the Radical Challenge Championship underway. Matt Bell and Chris Short, the 2 black cars on the front row of the grid, but Matt Bell's has got the day glow flashes across the headlamp fixtures of it, and as the lights go out, which they do now, Matt Bell, the championship leader, is away. James Winslow is tucking right behind him in 2nd place, so there's nothing Chris Short can do other than take as wide a sweep in towards Redgate as possible and see whether he can work his way round the outside of the former Australian Formula 3 champion, but he can't quite do it. James Winslow is in 2nd place, and Jerome de Sadlier is now up into 3rd position by the look of things. Chris Short, from the outside of the front row of the grid, has dropped to 4th. The SR1s get going, and it is going to be James Ockenden that leads the pack up towards Redgate Corner, but trying around the outside goes Fraser McFadden, and trying around the inside goes Darren De Leon. All over the grass. That's James Winslow, is it not? Yes, it is. James Winslow all over the grass down at the old hairpin. The Radicals of the SR1 still down through the Craner curves, and Darren De Leon, who claimed his first victory yesterday, is already at the sharp end of this one. Remember, this is a non-championship race for the SR1s. They started about 10 or 15 seconds after the main Radical Challenge cars, so they can sort of keep themselves to themselves for a good part of the race. But they are still wheel to wheel, and it looks as though Fraser McFadden has managed to sneak his way through the head of Darren De Leon to take up the early lead of the race in the SR1s. Darren De Leon trying to fight back when they get towards Coppice. We'll see whether he can make it through. The overall race leaders are already down onto the Melbourne Loop for the first time. Matt Bell looking to try and make good his escape. Mark Richards trying to carve the number 53 car through the order, running wheel to wheel with Dean Warriner. And as they head up towards the braking area for Goddard, Dean Warriner has the inside line. Mark Richards brakes as late as he dare. He's got an extra 15 success seconds, the number 52 car, to worry about. But it's Matt Bell that leads. Jerome de Sadlier in second place. And it is the Radical RXC Spider of Michael Clark that completes the top three at the moment. Jason Rishover looks as though he's there in fourth place. Chris Short in fifth place. And then Chris Preen in sixth. And we are still side by side for the lead of the SR1 Cup element of it. Darren de Leon returning to favour yet again to Fraser McFadden to put himself, albeit for the moment, back in the lead of SR1. Down through the Craner curves, they thread their way. That's a problem, and a part spin for Alex Spooner, who started behind the wheel of the number 93 car, one of 3 cars in the whole field where driving duties are being shared over the course of this race. So come the pit stop window, there'll be driver changes in 3 of the cars, one of which is 89 James Winslow, and off, I'm afraid. Dean Warrener is off, and Chris Preen is off. They're both in the gravel trap. Chris Preen facing backwards and showing his lack of enthusiasm for what just went on there between himself and Dean Warrener. Gesticulations from the cockpit of the number 9 car, but either way, both of them in the gravel, and the potential for a safety car, I fear, here. Race leader in towards the braking area for the Melbourne hairpin. Yeah, and safety car is being deployed now. Through snuck Michael Clark there ahead of Jerome de Sadlier. Was that as the safety car boards came out? Was it before the safety car boards came out, or was it after the safety car boards came out? Not for me to worry about. Only the drivers and the officials and the teams will be interested in that. And it looks as though, I think Michael Clark perhaps reacted slightly later to the safety car, and he's already sensibly given the place back to Jerome de Sadlier. So under the safety car here, they will all bunch themselves up. 2 cars to be extracted from the gravel trap up at what looked like McLean's Corner is where the incident occurred. So let's just run you through the order then at this stage. Under safety car conditions here in this 15th round of the championship for the Radical Challenge, it is number 44, Matt Bell, that leads the race. In second place, though, is his main championship rival, Jerome de Sadlier. So if they stay where they are, which they won't because we've got the pit window to worry about and extra success seconds to consider, then that wouldn't be sufficient for Matt Bell to claim the championship in this race. It would go to Belgium and Spa for the final round. And third in the race is number 100, which is Michael Clark. Fourth is 23 Jason Rishover. Fifth is number 11, which is going to be Chris Short. And sixth is now number 52, Mark Richards. He started 12th on the grid, and we've only done 2 laps of racing so far, so it was a poor qualifying from Mark, but he's made amends for that and worked his way beautifully through the order in the early stages. 7th place is going to be the number 6 car. That will be Stephen Lake. 8th place is 14 John McLeod. 9th place is Elliot Goodman, the number 28 car. Completing the top 10 is number 80, which is Peter Tyler. For the Radical SR1s, Darren de Leon, number 2, leads that, but we've seen just how close the battles have been between himself and the black and the green car that's just heading up towards shot now. That's second in the Radical SR1 charge, that being Fraser McFadden. Andy Lowe is third of the Radical SR1s, and fourth of the SR1s at the moment is going to be car number 40, which is going to be James Hadley. Fifth of the SR1s will be Ben Casely, and sixth of the SR1s, to at least give you that, is Scotsman Mark Williams, the number 18 car. So that gives you the top 10 overall, plus the top 6 that are within the Radical SR1s. And as for the subcategories, well, leading the Masters class for the cars that are either SR8s or SR10s, or in the case of this particular car, an RXC Coupe. That is going to be Michael Clark. Leading the Fangio Trophy for the Radical Challenge is going to be the 4th place car of Jason Rishover. Leading the Fangio Trophy for the SR1s, now the Fangio Trophy is for the older drivers in the field, leading the Fangio Trophy for the SR1s will be Andy Lowe, by the look of things, the number 22 car. So 2 Fangio Trophies in reality in this one. One for the main Radical Challenge Championship, so which is the blue and grey and day-glow yellow car, number 23 Jason Rishover, he leads that. And the other one will be the light blue and blue, number 22 car of Andy Lowe, that's just right at the back of the shot by the look of things. So 1 car extracted from the gravel trap. That will be Chris Preen's car that's been hauled out of harm's way. An enormous shame that for Chris Preen, who has had a best result of a 2nd place at Snetterton on the 4th of July, Chris. How did he get on yesterday? Well, not so good in race number 2, because he suffered a retirement, I'm afraid, in race number 2. Very early on the 2nd lap of the race was where Chris Preen retired. He finished inside the top 10 in the first race of the day yesterday, 9th position. And as for the other car that got tangled up, which was the number 19 car of Dean Warrener, who's graduated up from the Radical SR1 Cup. He only really appeared at Silverstone in the Radical Challenge for the first time, didn't finish inside the top 6 in any of those races, but he was 8th in the first race yesterday, Dean Warrener, and he repeated that feat in the second race. Now into the pit lane, that's John McLeod, is it not, that's in the pit lane there? Yeah, so this is way before the pit window opens, at least another 10 minutes before the pit window opens as yet. But John McLeod into the pit lane with some concerns, and maybe that's not a bad thing to do. If you've got concerns with the car and you're under safety car, bring it in, get the mechanics to check it, and you can get back out into the race, because he's clearly been given the thumbs up, and not lose a lap. You can remain on the lead lap, and he should be able to get out of the pit lane and catch the train of cars, because we've still got the marshals doing, as ever, a fantastic job of dealing with the two-car incident there up at McLean's Corner. So with Chris Preen's car out of the way, and the car of Dean Warrener almost now out of harm's way, the only thing we now need to do is get the telehandler back behind the barriers again, get the marshals back to their relative points, so we can get the race back underway, and that will happen at the end of this lap, because the lights are out on the safety car, and it's up to Matt Bell as to when he wants to get things back underway, weaving from side to side to try and maintain the temperature in the Control Hankook slick tyres that they will all be on for this race. And it's up to Matt Bell as to when he wants to get his foot down and get back on with the race. He's still weaving from side to side at the moment. Once he decides to go for it, he can't get on the throttle and then come back off. He's got to nail the throttle and try and get a good restart here. Jerome de Sadlier is poised and ready to go. And when is Matt Bell going to thump the throttle and start to accelerate? Last little weave from him. Jerome de Sadlier was almost looking to try and see if he could get himself at least alongside. You can't overtake until you get to the control line, but over the start-finish line now go. Now the extra power of the Radical RXC Coupe of Michael Clark tells, and he rockets his way from third to second. Can't quite take first place though. The difficulty is that he is now at the point of the circuit that maybe the Radical SR3s have the favour. A slightly lighter car, might be more nimble down through this section of the circuit, as we saw really over the course of yesterday. The Radical RXC, it's got more power, but it's heavier. It's got to get on the brakes a little bit earlier, but it's great to see a Masters class car out again this weekend. So up through Schwantz curve, they will thread their way. Matt Bell leading the way. Second place, Michael Clark. Third place, Jerome de Sadlier. Fourth, Jason Rishover. And then the next two black cars behind are going to be Chris Short and the charging number 52 car of Mark Richards, that I think is well worth watching in this one. It's a shame Mark Richards has got 15 success seconds to worry about come the pit stop, but that number 52 car was way out of position and way off the track. In the background has gone somebody, and I think that might be the number 88 car of Jalonka that's had the moment. Lots of dust, lots of gravel. And yeah, it was the number 88 car of Jalonka that had the moment. Now taking the lead of the race comes Michael Clark. So the Radical RXC Coupe, already twice a race winner, takes the lead of the race. And well, it looked as though Jerome de Sadlier was trying to get a run here on Matt Bell to try and take second place away and largely see whether he can turn the tables on his main championship rival. Didn't quite work, so Matt Bell still second in the race at the moment, but on course for maximum points in the Radical Challenge Super Sport class, and that is what he will want to do. Make sure he scoops up maximum points in this one. He's got his main championship rival behind him. Jason Rishover has been able to close in as a result of the squabbling that's going on, and what it has done is allow the new race leader, Michael Clark, to pull away ever more at the wheel of the more powerful car. We saw two wins from Michael yesterday. These were in the two sprint races, which are held over 25 minutes. There's a bit of a battered Alex Spooner car being driven around. He had a spin earlier on, but bits of fiberglass flapping on the left rear quarter of that car. Now, new fastest lap of the race we had last time through, 1 minute 32.681. And off we've got another car, and that's down at the old hairpin where somebody has come to grief, and I think there'll be two. Mark Richards is one, and I'm afraid stuck in the middle of the circuit is going to be Ben Hadley, and that is, without question, going to bring out another safety car. That is Ben Hadley's car. It looks as though it's Mark Williams is the other car that's off in towards Starkey's Bridge. So I can't see that not going full course caution once more. We're about 3.5 minutes away from the pit window opening, but it looks as though we may not be going full course caution with a car stuck in the middle of the circuit. We are going red flag, I'm afraid. So the red flags come out, and that, for the moment, is going to bring a halt to the Radical Challenge Championship race. The cars stopping on the start-finish line. They'll wait for instructions as to what they need to do. So if I were Matt Bell, I wouldn't go into the pit lane. I would wait where the marshals are, wait for the instructions as to what you need to do, because sometimes you head into the pit lane and that'll be the end of your race. On other occasions, they re-grid you up, and usually the way it works is that you have to have done 75% distance to have completed the race and it to be declared. Well, we're certainly not at that. The red flags came out with a fair chunk of the race to go. If you think we're a 45-minute race, to get to 75% of it, we should have had 33 and 3/4 minutes of the race. Well, we hadn't. We'd got about 33 3/4 left, so we'd only had about 25 minutes of the race. The one good thing is that both drivers are out and absolutely fine. Most of the debris that's strewn around is largely fiberglass bodywork on the two Radical SR1s that came together. The SR1s run the 1340cc Suzuki engines. The SR3s run the 1500cc Suzuki engines. And what is happening? Matt Bell is being pushed by the marshals, yeah, back out of pit lane entry. So it does look as though at some point we are going to get a restart for this race. But as ever, our marshals, many of the cars still sporting the orange hearts on them. The bottom left corner of our screen has been an orange heart all this weekend as we continually support the marshals and all of the hard work that they'll do, not just here at Donington Park, but everything they've done throughout the course of this season, which has been a difficult season for the marshalling community. And with the halt to the race, everybody just awaiting confirmation as to what might be happening. There's the Royal Motorsport crew, Rob Weldon, who is a very well-respected driver in his own right that owns and runs that team. James Littlejohn there on the headset, chatting away to his drivers that are out there on the circuit. I think James scheduled to get married very shortly. Talking to his fiancée Stephanie Bush a few weekends ago down at Snetterton, and I think, yeah, the date is set, and I have a feeling if it's not the back end of this year, it's early next year where he's due to get married. James has been around Radical racing for a very good number of years, but has also been racing in things like the European Le Mans Series. He's a very, very adaptable driver as well, racing historic cars. But we're just waiting for confirmation as to when the cars are going to be relined up on the grid and which order they'll go into. You can see lots of sweeping up being done. All of the various recovery trucks there. You can see the drivers just about to walk into the back of the ambulances, and that is no cause for concern. Any impact incident that you have in motor racing, the Motorsport UK regulations state you have to have a medical checkup. So if you've had any sort of impact incident, you have to have a medical checkup. So if you're absolutely fine, again, it just allows the doctors just to check that everything is fine, sign the paperwork and let you go. So there's no concern that the ambulances have gone to the scene. That is just a standard procedure for the drivers just to have the checkup. Sometimes it's done in the back of the ambulance, sometimes they'll bring them back to the medical centre, but everybody just awaiting confirmation as to what might be happening in this race and what sort of restart they'll get. Nowadays, fewer people gazing at TV screens mounted onto the pit wall than in garages. It's all just done via your mobile phone nowadays. Everybody just sort of looking and trying to work out what's going on. There'll be various WhatsApp groups communicating with each other to see what's going on. And our spectators here at Donington Park also sort of scratching their heads to try and work out what might go on as well. So the cars, the one good thing is that if the race were deemed to be null and void, they'd have waved them into the pit lane, I think, by now. The other thing they'll be looking to do is if they're going to re-grid them up, it's which order they'll re-grid them up. So it's a red flag, so you'd go back a lap and pick up the order from that. So if there's been any shuffling in the order since the previous lap, then the cars will be gridded back up in a different order. So safety car heading back round. Now that's a positive sign, because the safety car will be heading back round again to get back at the front of the grid. It parks at pit lane exit here at Donington Park, so they can drop out onto the circuit as soon as it's required, but to then enable it to get to the front of the grid, it's got to be released from the pit lane, do a full lap to line up on the grid. So that's exactly what it will be doing. Once it gets there, I think then the cars will then start to be sorted out into which order that they're going. We've not had too many disruptions in the 2021 season for the Radical Challenge Championship, too many red flags.
They said you shouldn't go out the car. So I said, just wait until I tell you. Just turn the engine off, come in the grid and wait.
Just trying to earwig the conversations that are going on.
But I just then spoke to the club, of course, and he's trying to find out because look, Czechoslovakia's finished.
So, safety car has now pulled up onto the start-finish line. The red light still on the gantry. One driver out of the car there in the background as well. You can just see the overalls and the crash helmet. The stricken cars being recovered from where they came to rest. So being hoisted up out of harm's way is James Hadley's car. It's taken a bit of damage to the front left corner of it, which will have caused suspension damage without question to that car. The other car involved, we only saw briefly, it looked as though it was the number 18 car of Mark Williams that was involved, and he sort of, whereas James Hadley had the contact and gone to the right-hand side of the circuit, on the inside of the old hairpin, Mark Williams's car had sort of clearly made a contact between the pair of them, hence the fiberglass bodywork all over the place, and Mark Williams's car had disappeared off onto the left-hand side of the circuit towards the parapet of Starkey's Bridge. So sweeping up being done. As ever, East Midlands Airport here busy at Donington Park. Lots and lots of planes in and out over the course of the weekend, which again is a good sign, because last year the skies were clear at Donington Park. We got a bit of motor racing in, not much of it, between July and October last year due to the COVID-19 pandemic, but the skies were empty. But busier skies tends to suggest that we are, as a species and as a planet, heading back in the right direction to sort of normal life in reality. So that's good to see that, yeah, the airport's getting busier, more flights going out as more people either head off on holiday or on business, or particularly in the case of East Midlands Airport, more freight flying around the world tends to suggest that things are returning to normal. Now, Dean Warrener's car, right, so it was in the gravel. It's now depositing a good chunk of that gravel onto the tarmac as it heads back around the circuit. Careful, Dean. Not only have you got tyres that are going to be not clean, you're also going to have your air ducts and radiator ducts of that car full of gravel, and I think that almost caught him out. And the other car that got tangled up is Chris Preen. That car is also now in the pit lane as well. Yes, so there's Mark Williams's car. That's the other car that we only saw a brief glimpse of. So both of the cars on the flatbed recovery units. The final little bits of sweeping up will be being done down there at the old hairpin. Chris Preen, I think, will be inquiring as to whether he can continue in the race or not, one would have thought. Now, he wasn't running at the time that the red flag came out, so we'll have to wait and see. There's the battered car of James Hadley leaving the scene. And then I think the last bit of sweeping up being done by our marshals now. And that's not where the incident was. That is because those two cars that dropped into the gravel. So Chris Preen getting out. Yeah, I'm not surprised. He wasn't running at the time the red flag came out. So my understanding of the regulations would be that he wouldn't be allowed to take part in whatever restart for this race that we will have. Still awaiting confirmation as to what the restart may be. So there is the noise of gravel, right, and there is the gravel. So you can see the difficulty with the gravel is not only does it go into all of the air ducts, but it goes into all the braking area as well.
Is he still in the race? Yeah.
So Chris Preen.
Don't know.
Inquiring with the team as to what's going on. Marshals heading back to their posts, and I think the lady and the gentleman to the far left and the far right, I suspect, will be on a taste today because they don't have their orange overalls on. They've got their orange tabards on, and if you want to get involved in marshalling, it's a great way of getting close to the sport without the expense of competing. And taster days are things that you can sign on to. So log on to marshals.co.uk, marshals.co.uk. The official website for the British Motorsport Marshals Club. You can pick a taster day. There are many of them throughout the course of the season. leaf blower, gravel blower, I think is the new term for that one. Yeah, there are several taster days at every circuit throughout the course of the season. You sign up for one that's convenient for you, a circuit that's convenient or a date that's convenient, and in the morning you're met by a very experienced marshal who will be your mentor for the day. There's probably another 10, maybe 15 people on the same taster day as you. You get a guided tour around the circuit, so they guide you through all of the areas of involvement that you can have in a motor racing event. So whether it be you want to get involved in working in race control, or perhaps you want to get involved in scrutineering the technical aspects of the cars. You might want to get involved in the assembly area where the cars go before the start of the race, or parc fermé where they go afterwards. You might want to be a pit marshal. You might want to work ultimately on one of the rescue units once you've passed all of your qualifications, which are the registered ambulances that have all the cutting and extraction equipment in the back of them. Or you might just want to work, as many people do, and as I've done in the past, out on one of the marshal's posts, either as an incident marshal or a flag marshal, or the chief marshal on that individual's post would be called an observer. So you get to see all of that in the morning. They might bring you to understand what happens in timekeeping or what happens in the commentary box even. You do all of that in the morning with your mentor guiding you and the rest of your group of marshals who are on taster days around. And then you head out onto one of the marshals' posts in the afternoon to marshal. And it really gives you a fantastic insight into what it takes to put on a race meeting, and also the amount of people and resource that we need to put on a race meeting as well. So marshals.co.uk if you want to get involved, and as a little orange heart is in the bottom left hand corner of our screen, we continually support the marshals for all of their hard work. Now we have gone back a lap. You remember the point the red flag came out, Michael Clark was leading, but he'd only just taken the lead of the race, and with a red flag what happens is you go back to the previous lap, the previous full lap that was completed. So Michael Clark has got it all to do again, I'm afraid, because it is the black car of Matt Bell that has been placed on pole position. Chris Preen is making his way down towards pit lane exit, so he has clearly checked with the team as to whether he can take part in the race. I'm sure they will have liaised with race control before they've released him down towards pit lane exit. But it does look as though Chris Preen is indeed going to be allowed to take place. Bit more sweeping up just being done, as you can see in the background of the shot, one of the tractors heading round track, and that's just scooping up the last few stones that were deposited by Dean Warrener and or Chris Preen as they both drove around, having been extracted out of the gravel trap. And we are going to get a 23-minute race, it is showing. Now, if that is the case, in a 45-minute race, that would mean the pit window is already now open, because the pit window would open with 27 minutes remaining. Remember, they're about 33 and a half, weren't they, when the red flag came out? So we're going to lose 10 minutes of the race in reality, but the pit window in a 45-minute race, which this was originally scheduled to be, should open with 27 minutes remaining. So if that's the case, it'd be interesting to see what happens, because the pit window opens with 27 minutes remaining. And in theory, the way the regulations are written, it should close with, I think it is in a 45-minute race, 17 minutes remaining. So if that's the case, when the race gets back underway, if I've got this right, which may not be the case, the pit window would be open immediately, and all cars would have 5 minutes to get into the pits and serve their standard pit stops, which originally pre-COVID were 45 seconds. They were extended for a period of time during COVID to 75 seconds. The reason for that was it gave the team then the opportunity to sanitise the cars where drivers were swapping over, such as the restrictions that were placed on motorsport generally by Motorsport UK on all of the championships. But whether it is still at 75 or whether it's back to what was originally written in the regulations, 45, we'll have to wait and see. So now Chris Preen, who'd reversed to pit lane exit, is now reversing back up pit lane, and I think is being ushered towards parc fermé. As I say, he wasn't running at the point the red flag came out, so for me there was always a question mark as to whether he could take part in the restart, and I think, again, I might have just stumbled across the right answer there, that he wasn't running at the point of the red flag, and therefore he's not eligible to take part in the restart. So the cars head off on their formation lap. Matt Bell starting from pole position alongside Jerome de Sadlier. Row 2 of the grid will be Michael Clark this time. Remember, he originally started from 7th on the grid, but we'll have to try and pick out who would be alongside him. And for the Radical SR1s, who is alongside it would be Jason Rishover, and then it would be, the next car would be Chris Short and Mark Richards by the look of things. They're both black. The only way to tell the two of them apart really is when they turn through the corner. It's got a silver flash on the side, which it hasn't now. So it's, yeah, it is them. Chris Short from Mark Richards on row number 3. And as for the Radical SR1s, I'll have to pick out who it will be, because Daryl de Leon was having a great fight for the lead of the SR1s with Fraser McFadden. But who will be on pole for the SR1s for this restart? Didn't quite get the shot there, but if we just hang on to this shot, we'll pick out which of the SR1s will be on pole in reality for this restart. And it will be Daryl de Leon from the black and the light green car of Fraser McFadden, with I think the third of the SR1s being Andy Lowe. So they are in the same order as they were running before the red flags. It's just because we have the change of overall lead. So it's going to be just a 3-minute pit window, or 3 minutes before the pit window opens, I think, and it will be open for 10 minutes, I think the piece of paper said. I read it. It briefly flashed itself over my right shoulder and the paper's disappeared again now. Didn't have time to fully soak in the information that was being given. So a 3-minute pit window it will be. So the pit window will open at 20 minutes and it will be a 10-minute pit window. So it's not what I thought it might be, that we would have a 5-minute pit window to squeeze it in, but no, it will be, the pit window will open with 20 minutes of the race remaining and it will close with 10 minutes of the race remaining. And during that period of time, every car, regardless of whether you're sharing the car or not, every car has to come in and serve a regulatory amount of time in the pit lane, plus any additional success seconds that you might have to scoop up following your performances at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit last time out. So the clock is readied. We are about to get the 23 minutes of racing underway. And watch out for Michael Clark, because the Radical RXC Spider has been slightly slower than the SR3s in all of the races to get going, but it soon picks up the pace and has worked its way through the order. So the red lights are on the gantry, and we turn the lights off now, and straight away Jerome de Sadlier is over to the right-hand side of the circuit to protect the inside line up towards Redgate Corner, but Michael Clark is trying to not elbow his way through, but he's just trying to see if he can wiggle a bit more room, but he is not going to gain a place. The Radical RXC Coupe still there in third position, so it is Matt Bell from Jerome de Sadlier, first and second overall in the championship, that are nose to tail down through Craner Curves and in towards the old hairpin for the first time. Michael Clark sitting there in third place. Jason Risher is there in fourth place. So it's Chris Short that's still ahead of Mark Richards for fifth and sixth position, the two black cars. And everybody, I think, is again just treading a little bit carefully on this first lap to just make sure that they stay where they are and don't disappear off the circuit and cause further problems. In the background, Radical SR1s, it's Fraser McFadden that's taken up the early lead in the SR1s. He's managed to mug Daryl de Leon for the lead of the Radical SR1 aspect of the race. Michael Clark in a straight line. The RXC Spider rockets its way back into the lead again. The extra grunt showing as they came down the straight. Has to get on the brakes that little bit earlier than Matt Bell. But has he hung on to the overall lead of the race? Yes, he has. And now Jerome de Sadlier is trying round the outside of Matt Bell at the Melbourne hairpin. And if he makes it stick, it gives him the inside line for Goddard's. And Matt Bell sort of elbowed into the side of Jerome de Sadlier there, who lost a little bit of time on the grass. Jason Rishover snuck through, and now Chris Short is sneaking his way through. So from looking for the lead of the cars in the Supersports class, he's now down to fourth in the class and coming under pressure from the number 52 car of Mark Richards. So Jerome de Sadlier jinks out from behind Chris Short. He is going to look to try and cut back on the exit of Redgate Corner to get a good run onto the top of Hollywood. And I think we'll go back through again. So having lost one place, he has already gained, or having lost three places, he's already gained at least one back. So down through the old hairpin, there is Chris Short, who was briefly up a place and is now back behind Jerome de Sadlier, and also coming under pressure all on the grass again goes James Winslow. That's the second time the number 89 car has taken a similar line like that down through the grass in the old hairpin. So James rally crossing his way back onto the circuit. Jack Jalonka coming under pressure from John McLeod, who, remember, called into the pit lane, didn't he, very early on in the race to get things checked over. But Michael Clark leads the way and leads the Masters class as well. Second is Matt Bell, who leads the Super Sports class and remember leads the championship. Mathematically could still tie it up in this race, but with his main championship rival Jerome de Sadlier being down in what is 4th position at the moment, 3rd in class, that would not be sufficient for him. He really needs to be, if he's winning the class, and would be on what, 750 points, he would really need to make sure that he was far further down through the order, Jerome de Sadlier, and that would be the only way that he would be able to stitch up the championship in this race. So over the start finish they'll now come. We'll do the maths quickly. 750 points, there's a maximum of 168 available at Spa-Francorchamps. So 750 minus 168 would mean that there would have to be much larger daylight between the pair of them. So Jerome de Sadlier would have to finish something like 10th position. Well, at the moment, he's 4th in the race and 3rd in class. So that would mean the championship would stay alive and would head towards Belgium. That looked like Rod Goodman was off in the background, taking the James Winslow line through the exit of the old hairpin. But the overall front runners are already up towards Coppice Corner on what is lap 3 of this restarted race. The pit window, remember, has now opened. So the pit window is open and will remain open until there are 10 minutes remaining in this race, but everybody at the moment is still plodding on. Chris Short, the number 11 car, started down the outside of the front row of the grid. He's got an extra 5 seconds to spend in the pit lane. The car that's giving him a thing to think about at the moment, the 52 car of Mark Richards, has got an extra 15 seconds to spend in the pit lane. So this battle that's raging at the moment will come undone a little bit when both cars pit. Chris Short will be stopping for 10 seconds shorter than the car that is to driver's right at the moment. So out of Goddard's they will go, over the start-finish line, and the first of those is in. So into the pit lane comes Matt Bell. The standard stop he will have to make, plus an extra 10 seconds for Matt Bell in the pit lane. And now Jason Rishover is looking to see what he might be able to do to get past Jerome de Sadlier. The two of them side by side. Whoa, there was nothing between the pair of them as they got to the middle part of the Craner curves. And Jerome de Sadlier is just by the skin of his teeth going to hang on to the place. James Winslow is also into the pit lane. That will be to change over. That will be John Corbett that will get behind the wheel of the number 89 car. But for Jerome de Sadlier, by his fingertips he hangs on to the place, and Chris Short is hanging on by one hand really to what is 5th position in the race, or will become 4th now that Matt Bell has died for the pit lane, because he's still got the 52 car of Mark Richards right behind him. Both cars black, very difficult to tell apart, but Chris Short's car has got the white livery to the nose of it. So on towards the brakes, out of the pit lane goes Matt Bell. Ahead of him now on circuit will be Elliot Goodman, who has conducted his pit stop. Number 22 is in as well, which is going to be Andy Lowe from the SR1 Cup. Now, the reason that the number 28 car of Elliot Goodman has moved himself ahead of Matt Bell is because Elliot Goodman didn't have to spend any extra time in the pit lane area. Whereas for Matt Bell, it was an extra 10 seconds, so that is what has allowed Elliot Goodman to leapfrog the car. Are we going to see Chris Short or Mark Richards come in? No, but we do see Jason Rishover come in this time. So into the pit lane comes Jason Rishover. He's got the standard period of time plus an extra 5 seconds to spend in the pit lane. So he comes to a halt now. And with all of those cars continuing, say that regulations identify the period of time that you have to remain stationary, and that is always plus the extra time it takes to go down the pit lane at the regulatory speed limit. Stephen Lake is in as well, so he moves in from what was 8th position. But out front, neither Michael Clark or Jerome de Sadlier or these two here, Chris Short and Mark Richards, have opted to dive for the pit lane as yet. They may choose to do so before too much longer, because they're already now starting to catch a little bit of traffic, and that traffic are cars that have already pitted. So that was Andy Lowe's SR1 that they were coming up towards. Back out of the pit lane comes the 89 car. That is now in the hands of John Corbett. Matt Bell, as we say, back out of the pit lane following his call to the pits, and he's already ahead of Elliot Goodman, so he's already got back past the car that got ahead of him in the pit stops. So through comes Matt Bell over the start-finish line. He is going to be down in 16th position following his pit stop, but he should be the leading car that will have pitted. So down through the crane of curves comes Matt Bell. Of course, everybody else ahead of him is still either in the process of conducting their pit stops or is about to start their pit stop. And into the pit lane comes the race leader. So into the pit lane is Michael Clark. Also, Jerome de Sadlier from second place dives for the pit lane as well. So that now means that these two cars here are, for the moment, battling for the lead. There is Jerome de Sadlier, the Swiss flag on the tail end of the car. Peter Tyler is in as well. So into the pit lane comes Peter Tyler. No additional time penalties for him to worry about. For the Radical SR1s, this is Andy Lowe, who has pitted, starting to catch up with another car that has pitted. I think that was the car that Alex Spooner has given way to Ryan Lindsay in. But for Matt Bell, 18th position at the moment, he should gain several places on this lap because a good chunk of the cars ahead of him have pitted. There's still 4 minutes of the pit stop window remaining open though, so there's plenty of time for the likes of Chris Short and Mark Richards and John McLeod to head into the pit lane. Wesley Fongini hasn't pitted yet either. Neither has James Ockenden, who is at the moment now, I think, taking up the lead of the SR1 charge of cars, with everybody else that was ahead of him in the pits currently. So Peter Tyler back out of the pit lane. So they're stopping for 45 seconds. So we're back to pre-COVID stops for these cars now. They need, under current guidance from Motorsport UK, to sanitise the car if drivers are swapping over. That was why it was extended from 45 seconds to 75, but we're back to 45 stationary again. And for Jerome de Sadlier, remember, this car stopped for an extra 20 seconds in the pit lane, so 45 seconds plus an extra 20. So it was 1 minute and 5 it had remained stationary for. And there is Peter Tyler. There was dust and debris ahead and detritus of Jerome de Sadlier, and I think it might have been that car there that had an off on the exit of the corner. Now these two cars still fighting for the lead, haven't pitted as yet. So Chris Short and Mark Richards still together, still pushing hard, neither of whom have pitted. They were separated just by 0.2 of a second as they came over the start-finish line last time through. They can complete the lap that they are on and probably do one more, but after that the pit stop window would have closed, so they need to be conscious if they don't pit this lap, the next lap is probably the last in which they can pit, and they've got a bit more traffic to deal with now, and this is the front runners in reality in the SR1 Cup. So about to squeeze his way past Fraser McFadden is Chris Short. He's not going to do it on the run in towards the S's. He'll have to wait until the way out and should be able to pick off the lesser powered Radical SR1 on the run in towards the braking area for the Melbourne hairpin. So SR3 up the inside of SR1. Mark Richards follows through. So the two leaders, as things are, head up towards Goddard's on the completion of lap number 7, and Mark Richards takes a wider line in towards Goddard's to try and see whether he can do something on the exit of the corner, and they both dive for the pit lane this time through. So into the pit lane come the cars from both first and second position. So Chris Short comes to a halt now. He's got an extra 5 seconds to spend in the pit lane. Mark Richards comes to a halt now. He's got an extra 15 seconds to spend in the pit lane. So that should drop them back down through the order. John McLeod has, I think, not pitted as yet, the number 14 car, so he could potentially take up the lead of the race if he doesn't pit. And Wesley Fongini, the number 20 car, hasn't pitted yet as well. But other than that, I think they're probably the only cars. In fact, Wesley Fongini pits this time through. Jerome de Sadlier threads his way through and past Elliot Goodman. So de Sadlier now will be up into 9th in the race, but at least 3 of those cars are in the pit lane currently. But he knows he's going to have to work harder in this one because he did take the pit stop race win last time out. And it should now be this car that's picked up the lead of the race, because the 3 cars that were ahead of Michael Clark were all in the pit lane. So Michael Clark now back into the lead of the race. Doesn't show it as yet on the timing bar to the left of the screen, but next time through it should confirm that he's now back in the lead of the race. So sweeping his way up towards the left-hander at Schwantz Curve, and then through the right-hander at McLean's Corner. The Radical RXC, a staggering car that was introduced some years ago, originally in coupe format. Had a passenger ride in one of these around Camberwell Park some years ago. I've never had the opportunity to either drive the coupe or sit alongside somebody, but beautiful looking car, huge amounts of power and problems. Right, there goes number 89. We've seen a chunk of that rallycrossing in the hands of James Winslow. Well, John Corbett has decided that rallycrossing radicals is what he wants to do, but he wasn't the only car there. I think he got tangled up there with Matt Bell, possibly. So we'll have to wait and see, but I think Matt Bell was the other car that might have got tangled up there with the number 89 car. We'll try and see. Yeah, Matt Bell's middle sector time was about 7 seconds shy of what he ought to have been doing. So I do think the number 44 car of championship leader Matt Bell had a problem there, and quite what happened between himself and John Corbett we didn't quite see. We only caught the tail end of it as both of them recovered. So 9.5 minutes remaining. To the top of the times goes our race leader. There goes Matt Bell. Now there's some scrapes down the side of that car that weren't there before. Down the left-hand side, yeah, I think Matt Bell has had an issue on that lap, and look what's happened. He's now fallen back into the clutches of his main championship rival. So it doesn't look as though the championship is going to get sorted. Yeah, you can see all the scrapes down the side of the car, the left-hand side, the swirls where two cars have come together. So Matt Bell, his lap time last time through was 7 seconds slower than he should have been doing, and those 7 seconds were all lost in the second sector of the lap, which is somewhere between about this point here and the exhibition centre as they head in towards the S's. And it was really at the exit of McLean's Corner. So just as they came up to this point here, that's where I think Matt Bell and John Corbett had their slight altercation between the pair of them, or both were after the same piece of tarmac at the same time. Now Matt is pressing on. Michael Clark leads, Jason Rishover is second, Chris Short is now third, John McLeod is in fourth place, and fifth at the moment is this little squabble here. So Matt Bell and Jerome de Sadlier, both of them leaping over the curbs that they're allowed to ride, but staying way away from the more raised curves that have been installed on the S's for this weekend. And Matt Bell locks the brakes there, and Jerome de Sadlier needs no second opportunity, threads his way through, takes the place away. So he will be up to fifth in the race, and that will be fourth in terms of the championship point score because of the Masters class car of Michael Clark that lies ahead. And that does now mean that the championship will more than be alive heading towards Spa-Francorchamps. The rear bodywork damage on Jerome de Sadlier's car. Looks as though the engine cover is just flapping away on the left-hand side. That shouldn't be a cause for concern at the moment. I think one of the fixtures has just come adrift on it, which is just allowing it to bounce up and down, but as long as it's attached on the other side, it shouldn't be too much of a problem for Jerome. And at this stage of the race, not only has he got past Matt Bell, he's already now starting to pull away to a good degree. So over the curbs on the exit of McLean's Corner goes Jerome de Sadlier in his newly acquired fifth place on the road. Our race leader is down in towards the Melbourne hairpin, about to complete lap 10 of this restarted race following the red flag. So onto the brakes, in towards the left-hander at Goddard's, turn number 12, accelerating his way back over the start-finish line for what's been a solid weekend of racing really for Michael Clark. Now these are two SR1s busy squabbling away. Ben Casely is the car at the front, Andy Lowe is the car that sits behind. They will be down in 18th and 19th positions respectively. The car that is the leading SR1 at the moment is down in 13th place, which is Darren de Leon, and he's about 3.5 seconds now ahead of Fraser McFadden's car. So through Redgate Corner, there goes Jerome de Sadlier. Last time through, he was a full second quicker than John McLeod. John McLeod is the black car with the day-glow orange flashes to it, and that is the car that Jerome de Sadlier is looking to trying to hunt down. Matt Bell hasn't got a great deal of response to the championship leader at the wheel of the black and day-glow yellow number 44 car this time through. And actually third, fourth and fifth, not that far away from each other. So there's Chris Short. He's there in third position. Fourth place is John McLeod. the black and green car that sticks behind, and then you got the white and the red car of Jerome de Sadlier. So the final podium slots are within touching distance potentially for either John McLeod or for Jerome de Sadlier. But at the moment occupying that final podium place is Chris Short. So through the S's, they'll go. Chris Short having to push hard. He was runner-up in the Radical SR1 Championship back in 2019 was Chris Short. Moved up as so many drivers have done over the years into the main Radical Challenge Championship. And Jerome de Sadlier makes a mistake. He gets on the power too early coming out of the Melbourne hairpin and slides over to the inside of the circuit. That means that his main championship rival, Matt Bell, the number 44 car, is back ahead of him again. Now, where does Jerome de Sadlier recover? Mark Richards has gone through ahead of him. Did Elliot Goodman go through ahead of Jerome de Sadlier? No, just the one place lost. Elliot Goodman is still behind him. So one place lost for Jerome de Sadlier. Not what he wanted, because he was going to outscore his main championship rival, but with only losing the one place, it does mean the championship final down at, or across at Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium would still go down to the wire. It won't be decided here, if I've got the maths right. Now, Chris Short coming under increasing pressure now for third place. John McLeod looking to ever more close up. John McLeod last time through set his best individual lap of the race so far. That was 0.4 of a second quicker than the car ahead of Chris Short. John McLeod with plenty of Radical racing experience as John. He's too far away though, coming in towards the S's this time through. It's not quite going to work for him. Driver who was 5th in this championship last year, finished 4th in it the year before. He was something like 9th in 2018 was John McLeod. But he can't hoist his way up onto the podium slots at the moment. And he's still just coming up short on Chris that lies ahead of him. So onto the brakes they will go at Goddard's, down through the crane of curves with 3 minutes to go is our race leader Michael Clark. And his second weekend of racing in the Radical Challenge Championship this year for, oh sorry, third weekend of racing was it? No, second weekend at Snetterton, opening round of the season where he appeared. I think had problems at Brands Hatch, didn't appear at Snetterton or Silverstone, so he's not in the championship fight as such. But for Michael Clark, it's just generally good to see him back. You can see, look at the small stature of the SR1 compared to the RXC, much wider, much more aggressive in terms of its styling, I suppose, but huge amounts more power and aero from that car as well. So he leads, he's on the Melbourne loop, only now coming out of Coppice Corner is the second place car, number 23 of Jason Rishover. So this will be a good result for Jason. We haven't seen him claim a win as yet this year. He's actually only had one second place, Jason Rishover. That was at Snetterton. Now you could argue it will be a class win because it's a Masters class car ahead of him, so it would be a first class win of the season for Jason Rishover, because when he finished second at Snetterton, Matt Bell claimed the win, so it is going to be maximum points in the class, that being the Supersports class for Jason Rishover. Another driver that's been a very good customer of Radical over the years. And as he threads his way over the start-finish line, he'll be heading on to his penultimate lap this time through. Now you can see the squabble for the final podium spot. Chris Short, who has got John McLeod not that far away. Matt Bell beginning to close in. Mark Richards is the black car that's at the tail end of this little quartet, heading up towards Redgate Corner now. But whilst they're all close to each other, they are not close enough to each other to mount a challenge. As we saw from Jerome de Sadlier, all it takes is one small error, just getting on that power a little bit early, or just touching a curb, or snatching a brake, and anything like that. The tables could well be turned, and Chris Short might not be able to grab the podium. We'll have to wait and see. Now, John McLeod so far this weekend has had a 6th position in race number 1. He non-finished in race number 2 of the weekend. Chris Short had a 5th place in race number 1 and had a 5th place in race number 2. But for Jason Rishover, it's been a couple of 4th places for him so far, but he's on for second overall in this race, the way things are, and the win in the Super Sports class, and he will also pick up the trophy for the win in the Fangio class as well. Onto the final lap of the race goes our race leader. The clock is showing just a matter of seconds remaining. Still back Marco Lapri to deal with, though, as Michael Clark works his way past Ryan Harper-Ellen. He was a former front runner in the Radical SR1 Championship a few seasons ago. In towards the braking area for the old hairpin, and it looks as though it is going to be a clean sweep of victories on his return to the series for Michael Clark in the Radical RXC Spider. The weather conditions have largely favoured him over the weekend. More powerful but heavier car. Always better to race that in the dry than it would have been in the wet. For Jason Rishover, though, he's on course for the first class win in the Super Sports class of the season so far, as he threads his way out of the old hairpin and past Starkey's Bridge and up towards Schwantz Curve for the final time. What's going on for third, though? Chris Short was still under pressure in the background. So there goes Jason Rishover. And what of Chris Short? Yeah, John McLeod's coming back at him again, isn't he? The gap between the pair of them closed up by another tenth and a bit of a second last time through, so we'll have to wait and see as to whether Chris Short can just hang on to third position. But hanging on to the lead of the race and about to head up towards the final corner is going to come Michael Clark, still with Ryan Lindsay to deal with if he wishes to at the wheel of the Radical SR1. And is he going to just back off the throttle? Yes, he will. I think Ryan Lindsay will have to do an extra lap because Michael Clark backs off the throttle and comes through to make it 3 out of 3 in the penultimate weekend of racing in the Radical Challenge Championship. It is going to be Jason Rishover that will come through and finish in second place. He'll be absolutely delighted with that, Jason Rishover. His best result overall of the season has been a second place, but he's about to absolutely do exactly the same, but last time it was a Super Sport class car that beat him. This time he wins the class and he punches the air with delight. It's been a long time coming, that one, for Jason, and look how pumped Chris Short is with third place. He knew he was under pressure there for a good chunk of that latter part of the race, but the number 11 car Chris Short finishes in third, John McLeod fourth, Matt Bell fifth, and Mark Richards in 6th place, with Jerome de Sadlier in 7th place, and with Bell finishing 5th and de Sadlier finishing 7th, it does mean that the championship will go down to the final weekend of racing in Belgium at Spa-Francorchamps in a few weeks' time. Elliot Goodman over the line, he'll finish in 8th place. Jack Chalonka finishes in 9th place, and Rod Goodman should finish in 10th. 11th place will be the black car coming towards us now, the number 6 car, which will be Stephen Lake. The car ahead of him was the lapped car of John Corbett, and then we've still got the SR1s to try and sort out as well, because it was Daryl de Leon, the number 2 car, that was still leading the SR1 charge. And whilst it is a invitation race for them, it does look as though he is going to claim the win. Here he comes now out of Goddard's corner. Had his first win in an SR1 yesterday. Well, a bit like buses, you wait for one, 2 come along at once over the course of the same weekend. Fraser McFadden finishes 2nd of the SR1s, and 3rd of the SR1s should be the number 93 car in the background. Alex Spooner started, Ryan Lindsay bringing it towards the checkered flag. So that is our Radical Challenge Championship treble headers done for the course of this weekend. We see the cars back out on the 16th and 17th of October at Spa-Francorchamps, where the Radical Challenge Championship will be joined by the Radical SR1s again there. And again, as it has been for this race here, it will be a non-championship race for the SR1s, but the invitation is given to the SR1s to join the Radical Challenge Championship grid, which will, as I say, wrap up its season. So into the pit lane comes our overall winner. There is the SR1 Championship winner, or class winner, I should say, Daryl de Leon, who, as I say, claimed his first win yesterday in the final round of the championship. And he will be, if he returns, to do a full season, because we've not seen much of him in the SR1 Cup this year. He appeared for the first races at Silverstone only a few weeks ago, but considering that he's new to the championship, he claimed his first win yesterday, and he will be hoping, I'm sure, that he can raise the budget to do a full season in SR1s next year, or maybe move up to Radical Challenge if the budget's available. We'll have to wait and see. So once all of the cars head down the pit lane, we hopefully might be able to confirm the results for you, and then we can look forward to the announcement of what the dates will be for the 2022 Radical Challenge Championship, and of course the Radical SR1 Championship, which joined us for its final championship races yesterday. And let's then guide you through the results for the Radical Challenge Championship. Just the top 10 we will give you, and it is going to be Michael Clark that claims the win, with Jason Rishover in second position, Chris Short in third, only just though, because John McLeod in fourth place wasn't far behind, Matt Bell, the championship leader, in fifth, with Mark Richards in sixth, and within seventh place Jerome de Sadlier. That keeps the championship alive as we head towards Spa. Eighth place was Elliot Goodman. Jack Jelonka finished in ninth place, and completing the top 10 was Rod Goodman. So that is all from the Radical Challenge Championship here at Donington Park. Thanks for joining us. We look forward to hearing and seeing you again very soon. Until 2022 at least, from myself it's goodbye, but don't forget, more racing to come at Spa in a month's time. The Monoposto Championship heads out onto circuit at Donington Park for what will be their 13th and final round of the 2021 Championship season. Well, whilst some class championships have already been decided, there are still some up for grabs in this race. The likes of the Mono F3 category. Lee Fern leads the standings, but is only, 9 points ahead of Neil Harrison. And whereas Neil Harrison will line up towards the sharp end of the grid, Lee Fern will find himself much further down with work to do. We've also got still up for grabs, mathematically, the Mono 2000 class, which is Bryn Tootle leading that by Terry Clark, but that could come down to dropped scores in reality that we need to look towards in that one. And we should also potentially see Jared Wood head towards the championship in the Mono 2000 Classic element. We saw earlier on today Mono 1400 secured by the car that in this race will start from pole position, which is Jason Timms. So this is the last round of the championship, multi-class championship. So Mono F3 caters for commercially built chassis designed by the manufacturer for Formula 3 in reality, 2007 season or earlier, or those that were part of Formula Renault, running to the 2008 or 2006 regulations. Mono 2000s is for alloy or steel chassis 2001 or earlier, or 1999 or earlier if it's a Formula Renault, or if they are carbon fibre Formula 3 cars, it's 96 or earlier. Mono Classic 2000 is for aluminium or steel cars, 93 or earlier, plus Vauxhall Lotus cars sit in that category, or if it's a carbon fibre chassis, it's got to be 92 or earlier. Mono 1800, it's got to be a 2017 or earlier chassis, or a Formula Ford that would have raced in the championship in the UK, for instance, that we had between 2006 and 2012. Then we see Mono 1600, is for 1600cc engined cars, 2007 season or earlier they would have been built for. That, though, for this year does encompass Scarab Mark V cars, so those are the things used in the likes of Formula V or European Formula V, but they have to use the Type 1 Volkswagen front axle and 1300cc engine. Mono 1000 is for motorcycle engine cars, and Mono 1400 also for motorcycle engine cars, but of a larger capacity. Let's guide you through the grid then, the way they line up for the final race of the season. Jeremy Timms starts from pole position, and it's Chris Woodhouse in the Dallara that sits alongside. Row 2 of the grid is Carl O'Brien and Dan Gore. The third row of the grid sees Chris Davidson line up on the third row of the grid alongside Anthony Gauntlet, and row 4 is James Lederman and Adrian Wright. The fifth row of the grid, Neil Harrison lines up on row number 5 with Mike Hatton for company, and row 6 is going to be Chris Baldwin, who has got Simon Tate sitting alongside him. Row 7 of the grid, in 13th position, it's Bruno Costa, and 14th is Nigel Davis, with 15th being Bryn Tootle, and alongside is James Tanser. Row 9 of the grid sees Miles Castledini line up alongside James Rimmer, with row 10 being Terry Clark and Martin Wright. The 11th row of the grid is Victor Neumann, who's been a frustrated spectator. He's been a reserve in the previous races. He's got Phil Davis for company. And the next row of the grid in 23rd and 24th, it's Russ Giles and Jared Wood. The 13th row of the grid in 25th position, it's Darren Richards with Will McAteer sitting to his side, and row 14 sees Morgan McCourt line up alongside Chris Levy. The 15th row of the grid is Lee Fern and Juan Moreno, with row 16 being Tom Wheatley and Peter Whitmore, and the final 2 rows of the grid see Rodney Toft and Jeff Fern alongside Sam Dodd and David Jones line up towards the tail end of the field, and that gives you the full 36-car grid that we are allowed to start here at Donington Park on the Grand Prix circuit. We've seen wins so far this weekend for Dan Gore, who is going to start in 4th position on the grid, and a win earlier on today for which there was a slightly amended result issued, which saw penalties for some drivers issued. The race win, though, still went the way of Chris Davidson at the wheel of the car that will start on the third row of the grid, the inside of the third row of the grid. So starting from pole position is Jason Timms. So I think mathematically he put the Mono 1400 championship out of reach earlier on today. He'd been fighting away for that with Martin Wright. Now those two who were both in with a shout of it coming into this weekend. Jason Timms starts from pole, Martin Wright starts way down in 20th position on the grid at the wheel of the number 8 car. So it's the same really in Mono F3, which is still up for grabs between the number 10 car of Neil Harrison, who starts 9th on the grid, and the car of Lee Fern, who starts 29th on the grid at the wheel of the number 33 car. Now, Lee should make some progress in this race, one would have thought. The number 33 car, it's largely red with some white flashes to it. You can see it down towards the tail end of the field. In fact, is he there, Lee Fern? No, yes, he is. I can just see him, just see the car there. So Lee Fern is there on the grid. He'll just be heading in towards shot very, very shortly at the wheel of the number 33 car. There he goes there. You just see the Dayglow flashes to the front of the 33 car. So he is there on the grid, but I think he is, of all of those that is on the grid, probably the most out of position relative to the pace that he's got. David Jones in the Van Diemen RF83 will start from the tail end of the field. There are yellow and red waved flags on the approach, striped flags on the approach towards what is the Melbourne hairpin, suggesting that there was some oil put down there in one of the support races here. But we have got the final formation lap of the championship season underway. They do have the Monoposto Club, the Tidyman Trophy, which takes place over the course of the winter, but that is a separate championship. This is the last round of their championship proper as such, and who is going to come out on top with the final race win over the course of the final 15-minute lap that we will see. Red lights are on the gantry. Jason Timms and Chris Woodhouse line up on the front row of the grid, and as the lights go out, it is a good start from Jason Timms from pole position, but Dan Gore from the second row of the grid at the wheel of the lighter Jedi has got a rocket of a start, and he works his way up into second and might try and sweep for the lead of the race around the outside as they head towards Redgate Corner. He's not quite going to make it stick, I don't think, but the Jedi, yeah, from fourth up to second by the time they head onto the top of Hollywood. But it's Jason Timms that leads the race, Dan Gore in second place, Carl O'Brien is there in third place in the Lee Stone, and dropping down through the order was the man from the outside of the front row of the grid, which is Chris Woodhouse, I'm afraid to say, who didn't get the best of starts and is now outside of the top four places, having started second on the grid by the look of things. So out of McLean's corner and up towards Coppice for the first time. Dan Gore, I thought he was going to look for the lead of the race, and he does up the inside at Coppice Corner. Through goes Dan Gore from fourth on the grid. The Jedi leads the way. The motorcycle engine Delara of Jason Timms is in second place. The Lee Stone of Carl O'Brien is in third place, but under attack from Chris Davidson, who's come from fifth on the grid and is now up into third position at the wheel of his Delara. So they work their way through the corner. Problems, I'm afraid, off is Peter Whitmore, and the other car that's in the gravel trap there is the black and the Dayglow car of Jeff Fern, and both of those were in the gravel up at Coppice Corner. So they will have to be scooped out of harm's way, which may well require the intervention of a safety car. Now Chris Davidson is up into second place ahead of Carl O'Brien. Oh, and there's further contact there, and that is two cars then with suspension damage in the middle of the circuit, and that's on the exit of what will be the Melbourne hairpin, and further cars have got involved, I'm afraid. Juan Moreno has mounted one car that was already stricken in the middle of the circuit, so it's not just Coppice we need to worry about now. It is the exit of the Melbourne hairpin, where you could see and hear the crunch as the two cars came together. One facing the wrong way was caught by another, and I think Juan Moreno was probably unsighted as well and barged into the front of the car that was already sitting stranded with suspension damage in the middle of the track. So safety car out there. That is going to take a while to sort out. Right, one of them is Jared Wood, and the other car that has got involved is Morgan McCourt. So those are two cars that are also tangled up, and Jared Wood was looking to try and secure the Mono 2000 Classic category if he could. I think mathematically he might just about have done that. A non-finish for him means that he is going to drop 0 points, because you drop your 3 worst scores in this championship, so non-scoring in that one, it's strange the way drop scores work, has actually probably helped him, as strange as that sounds, because he will end the season on 119 points now, and even if Will McAteer secures victory in the class, Will not be able to catch that title, not be able to catch it, so he would end up on a maximum of about 114. So that Jared Wood, even with retirement now, I think gives him the Mono 2000 Classic category. Right, and they're the other cars that are involved, the number 16 car. So there's actually 4 cars that have got involved in that incident on the exit of the Melbourne hairpin. So the number 16 car has also got snaffled up. So James Lederman is out, Juan Moreno is out, we saw Morgan McCourt was out, and also Jared Wood was out. So those are the 4 cars that all got tangled up. And I can only assume that there was another car that I thought was there, which was a black car that managed to get taffled up. But that car looks as though it has been able to continue potentially. I thought it might be Terry Clark, but I'm not convinced it was in the end. Now, I think that's Peter Whitmore heading towards us now. So he was in the gravel up at Coppice Corner. Yeah, it is. It's the number 70 car of Peter Whitmore that has continued. So of the 2 in the gravel up there at Coppice Corner, Peter Whitmore is back in the race. Jeff Fern, I think, is done for in this race. Yeah, you can see rear suspension damage to Jeff Fern's car. The right rear suspension hanging off. The recovery of the 4 cars at the exit of the Melbourne hairpin taking place, and that is a fair amount of damage to the front end of Juan Moreno's car, the Formula Renault car. So that is going to be it for him in this race, I'm afraid to say. So those being winched out of harm's way. The stricken car of James Lederman still slap bang in the middle of the circuit, right at the exit point as well, so it's no wonder poor old James was collected by another car, because his car was right at the point you're looking to get back on the power and fire the car out of the corner. And certainly if poor old Juan Moreno was unsighted because of other cars around him, that is probably what caused him to, at the last minute, dive on the brakes, but nothing he could do, and the contact was inevitable. Now this is going to be not a reasonably long safety car period, but only now do we get the first car out of harm's way. We've still got another car slap bang in the middle of the circuit to scoop up, and I think all 4 cars of those that are tangled up there, James Lederman's car, Jared Woods, Morgan McCourt's and Juan Moreno's, are all going to be just dispatched onto the grass on the right-hand side, which will be the inside as you exit the Melbourne hairpin. And as long as they're all up against the barriers, they should be relatively out of harm's way. So just to confirm then the order as we sit here under safety car in the final race of the season for the Monoposto Championship. Number 80, Dan Gore, leads the race under safety car. Second is Jason Timms. Now Dan Gore will be leading Mono 1000. Jason Timms in second place will be the leading Mono 1400 car. Third place will be the leading Mono F3 car, which will be the number 31 car of Chris Davidson. Fourth place is going to be Carl O'Brien. Fifth is number 20, which is Anthony Gauntlet. Sixth is number 10, Mark Harrison. Seventh is for Chris Woodhouse, as James Lederman's car is very quickly moved out of the way. Eighth place is number 15, Simon Tate. Ninth place is 17, which is the car of Bruno Costa. And completing the top 10 at the moment is car number 71, which is Adrian Wright, that completes the top 10. So that's the order of the top 10 of the class leaders that we've got that are outside of the top 10. Number 26, Bryn Tootle, leads Mono 2000 as things currently stand, and he is the current championship leader in Mono 2000, so is, I think, mathematically pretty much out of reach. He's got a drop score to consider, but he's dropping smaller scores than Terry Clark, his main championship rival, would be doing. So I think Bryn Tootle is now subject to official confirmation, the Mono 2000 champion for this year. And the other class leaders that we need to worry about are Mono 1800 is number 12, which is Phil Davis, and Mono Classic is number 23, which is Will McAteer. Let's say Will McAteer, I think, now at the wheel of that number 23 car, just heading through shot there. The white and multicoloured car is going to finish runner-up in the class in the end, despite the fact that his main championship rival, Jared Wood, has got involved in this 4-car accident at the exit of what was and is rather the Melbourne hairpin. So weaving from side to side, there might be a tiny last bit of sweeping up to do, but we might just get the safety car in at the end of this lap. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, lights are extinguished, so 4 rather frustrated looking drivers just watching on from the point at which their cars were forced into retirement. And as for Dan Gore, well, it's up to him to decide as to when he wants to get the race back underway, and he'll be looking, of course, for his second win of the weekend, and potentially, if he can finish on the podium in this race, it will be podiums in all 3 races, because he won the first race of the weekend, he finished 3rd in the second race of the weekend, and both of those have been class wins in the Mono 1000 class for the number 80 car, in the hands of the man who is already crowned, even before this weekend, the Mono 1000 champion for this year. So, out of Goddard, 7 minutes to go. So we lost a chunk of the race behind the safety car, but we're good to go. And what a great start from Dan Gore. He fires the car straight up towards Redgate Corner with already daylight between himself and Jason Timms in second place. Chris Davidson sitting there in 3rd place. Carl O'Brien ahead of Anthony Gauntlet's number 20. Jedi that sits there in 5th position, and Mark Harrison in the all-red Dallara completes the top 6 at the moment, but is a little bit of drift actually in 6th position. Only now does he head down through the bottom section of the Craner Curves, whilst already there are cars starting to disappear up the road ahead of him. There is the number 10 car running in 6th position of, Neil Harrison. Mark is out in the F3 Cup, which is another one of the races that we've got here over the course of this weekend. Now there's the number 71 car, which is Adrian Wright's car. mentioned about drivers being able to self-build cars for this championship, and Adrian Wright has done a good chunk of that over the years with his Gen AW3, so suggesting an AW3 is the third gen that he's built for this championship. And they've always gone well, actually, the self-built cars that Adrian Wright has been able to produce. Now this is going to be James Rimmer. He is looking to see whether he might be able to sneak his way through and past the car ahead. Not quite going to be able to do it at the wheel of the number 27 Dallara, one of the earlier Formula 3 cars that we've got in the field. And Adrian Wright has just been picked off by Chris Baldwin there, who was able to squeeze his way through. See all the way down through the order, there's great fights going on, most of them inter-class fights, so Formula 3 cars fighting with Formula Classics or the Mono Classic cars. Will McAteer running side by side. I think that's Tom Wheatley's looking to try and squeeze his way through, but the Tom Wheatley car will stay ahead of Will McAteer as they thread their way through Goddard's corner. Over the start-finish line will now come. Now I mentioned about Lee Fern, he's in this pack here, he's the red car with the day glow flashes to the front of it, just heading through shot. I thought he might make some progress. Well, he's up 7 places on that last lap, 21st position. He started 29th, so beginning to make a little bit of progress and could be one to watch as the race wears on. But there's only 4.5 minutes remaining, I'm afraid. The safety car has somewhat interrupted his ability to thread his way through the order. James Rimmer is running second in Mono 2000 currently, the number 27 car, 18th overall. So it is one of the earlier Dallaras we've got in the field, harking back to 1992, and he's right behind the number 8 car of Martin Wright. So Martin Wright starting to feel the pressure a little bit as James Rimmer sits in the slipstream this time as they head in towards the braking area for the S's. He's far enough ahead, Martin Wright, so as to not overly worry as they turn their way left and right. Martin at the wheel of a Dallara with motorcycle engine in the back. Now Dan Gore has just posted the fastest lap of the race we've seen so far, 1 minute 31.438 from Dan Gore. Purple in every single sector, so perfect lap as far as he is concerned. 1 minute 31.4, and that is not quite as quick as the 1 minute 29 he was in yesterday. 1 minute 29.6 he posted yesterday, so he's still about 1 second shy of the fastest lap that we've seen all weekend from the Monoposto cars. They were slower in the earlier race today because the track conditions didn't allow it. But Dan Gore, who was already assured of the championship even before this weekend, is starting to run away and hide again a little bit now. 7 seconds is the advantage between himself and Jeremy Timms. 1000cc car, Mono 1000 car, beating Mono 1400. And that, I'm afraid, is Miles Castaldini, who has retired in exactly the same place, I think, as he retired in the race earlier on today. And that's an enormous shame for Miles Castaldini, because he was lying second in the Mono 1000 category coming into this weekend. But for Miles Castaldini, at the wheel of that number 78 car, that is his second retirement of the day, I'm afraid. So he is out of the race and out of championship contention, and might actually get overhauled by Anthony Gauntlet in terms of the point scoring. So could well be that Anthony finishes second in the Mono 1000 category in the championship for this season. Now there's a relative gap first to second. Jason Timms has got Chris Davidson not too far behind, then the black car with the orange stripe down the centre in the hands of Anthony Gauntlet. Chris Davidson, the race winner from earlier on today. Dan Gore further raising the bar in terms of the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 31.238. There is an additional championship point for the fastest lap in each of the classes. But down through the old hairpin with 1 minute and 3/4 to go is Chris Davidson in third place, with, I think now, Jason Timms just starting to disappear up the road a little bit. But for Chris Davidson, he will certainly know that he has had the pace this weekend. It'd be great to see him in for the full championship season, Chris. We didn't see him at Castle Combe. He's had a few problems along the way as well, with a double retirement here at Donington Park earlier on in the season, and problems at Alton Park for round 7 of the championship. But arguably one of the quicker drivers in the field. Now this is Lee Fern, This is the car I said would make progress. He's only up to 19th at the moment. He's looking to try and thread his way past the car of Russ Giles. So Dallara F398 loses out to Dallara F301. Amazing how the design of the Dallara came on in 3 years, really, in Formula 3. If you look at James Rimmer's car, there's only 3 years between them, but just the aero on the car looks far more developed, doesn't it, than the car of Russ Giles that he's been able to squeeze his way through and past. So that's another place picked up for Lee Fern, puts him up to 7th in Mono F3, and that will put him up to 18th position overall in the race from what was 29th on the grid. So it has been a reasonable drive from Lee Fern. I thought of all of the cars, he was the one that was more out of position compared to anybody else. So the Scuderia Fern prepared car. Nice setup in the paddock that Lee has got as well. Heads in towards the braking area with just seconds to go. And for Dan Gore, well, he is going to be on course for a double victory this weekend and another victory in Mono 1000. He threads his way out of Coppice Corner and is about to head in towards the braking area for the S's for the final time. He's had a really, really consistent season. 8 class wins before this weekend. Well, he's added another 2 to that and is looking as though, out of the 13 races, he's going to have secured a class win in every single one, bar the 2 we had at Castle Combe, where I don't believe he entered. I'm not sure he entered those races. So it's been almost a clean sweep, really, in Mono 1000 for Dan Gore, who's been the man to beat and is going to head through the final corner up towards the checkered flag for the final time this season. The Monoposto Racing Club is checkered flag, and round 13 of the championship goes the way of Dan Gore. Comes through to claim his 2nd overall win of the weekend, his 3rd class win of the weekend. It's going to be Jason Timms who finishes in 2nd position. He's the Mono 1400 champion for this year. 3rd place goes away of Chris Davison. There's a spin coming out of the Melbourne hairpin for the final time. That was Simon Tate, who was running in 8th position but has had a rotation at the wheel of his Dallara F3024. So that will drop him down through the order. Anthony Gauntlet has finished 4th. It's going to be Neil Harrison in 5th, Chris Woodhouse in 6th place. 7th place, who is it going to be in 7th place? It should be, and is Carl O'Brien in 7th place. 8th place will be Victor Neumann, who came through from 21st on the grid, so that was a good result from Victor. Bryn Tootle finishes in 9th place, so that will secure him, without question, the Mono 2000 championship for this year, and Nigel Davies will complete the top 10 as the cars feed their way over the start-finish line. Simon Tate did get going again, but has dropped all the way down the number 15 car as it heads over the start-finish line, down into 19th position, I'm afraid to say, so that wasn't the result that he was after. So the cars making their way around the circuit on their slowing down lap. The last few cars about to head over the start-finish line, including car number 23, Will McAteer, who punches the air with delight. And the reason that Will McAteer is doing that is because he has just won the class. But I think if you take the drop scores into account, let's have a quick look. I think Jared Wood would still pick up the Mono Classic Championship. You drop your 3 worst scores. Well, Jared Wood will be dropping 3 non-scores now. So he would be adding to his tally over the course of this weekend. Will McAteer will be dropping 3 non-scores as well. It could be very close, actually, in Mono Classic. We might have to do an extra little bit of maths that I wasn't expecting to do, because the way the championship standings work for Monoposto is slightly complex with the 3 drop scores. Now, I still think that goes the way of Jared Wood. He was on 119 points coming into this race, and I think will still remain there. And for Will McAteer, you cannot accumulate any more than 16, so that would be it. And they're both dropping all 0 scores. So Will McAteer punching the air with delight, but that can only be because of the class win. So the car's heading in towards the pit lane area. We can guide you through the results for the final round of the Monoposto Championship for this year. It is a win, the 2nd of the weekend for Dan Gore. In 2nd place was Jason Timms, and 3rd went the way of Chris Davidson. Anthony Gauntlet was there in 4th place with Neil Harrison in 5th, and Chris Woodhouse completed the top 6. 7th place is where we see the car of Carl O'Brien, with Victor Neumann finishing in 8th place, and Bryn Tootle and Nigel Davies completing the top 10. In 11th position, it was the first of the Wrights home, which was Martin Wright. In 12th place, it was the number 17 car of Bruno Costa. And then after that, we saw Chris Baldwin finishing in 13th place, Mike Hatton in 14th, Adrian Wright in 15th. And then Alex Rimmer finishing in 16th place. Lee Fern was 17th, Russ Giles was 18th. After the spin, Simon Tate finished in 19th. And just to give you the top 20 at least, it was Darren Richards that finished in 20th position. So that's it. The 2021 Monoposto Championship is done and dusted for this season. We look forward to seeing more from them in 2022. Goodbye.
and welcome back to Donington Park and the GT Cup Championship, where our final race of the weekend is about to get underway, although the cars, as you can see, are still here in the paddock. Before we do that, of course, it's the pit stop, the 50-minute pit stop race. Here's a reminder of what happened earlier on in the sprint and, as promised, that podium.
Round 19 of the championship underway at Donington Park. Now, the McLaren GT4s getting themselves together. The nose of both cars dip at exactly the same time, and Morgan Tilbrook out brakes himself, and then as he rejoins, he makes contact with the tail end of the Radical. Seamus Jennings has been caught, and all of a sudden Sam Neary's got a problem. It looks as though it is going to be a win for the GCAT Racing Porsche.
Had a good start. The Mercedes moved away quite rapidly. Had then a good scrap with the McLaren, but I managed to hold him off, and then he disappeared. I think he did a bit of a wide. So then I went a bit lazy and dropped my lap times a bit, and I thought, well, the Mercedes is way in front. But then, blow me, driving around, there's a Merc parked at the side of the road, and I thought, God, P1. So I thought, brilliant, I'll take it easy. But then we were lapping cars, and one lap, a couple of the laps, it cost me 3 or 4 seconds. And I thought, well, that's okay, I'll just stroke it home in P1. And I looked in the rear mirror, and I saw Dylan, and I thought, oh, God.
I saw Seamus was struggling a little bit. I was getting closer and closer. The team came on the radio, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds. And lo and behold, I was behind him. So and that was it. Yeah, we had a clean scrap at the end. Yeah, the last corner I thought I was going to get him, but the car just didn't give me any traction. And then, yeah, that was P2.
Absolutely delighted. Yeah, it's first time in the GT Cup, and qualifying went very well this morning. I went from 22nd back up to 7th in one lap at the end. It was a very tight session, and the race, we just made a great start. Thanks to all the guys in front, made a good start, and I just hung on to them. And the main competition was from my class, the guy in the Lamborghini and the Ferrari. Fortunately, there's a car between us on the first couple of laps. I just put my head down, made a little bit of a break, and I just had the sense that I might be able to keep ahead of him, and that's what I did. And I had 10 laps clear racetrack. It was just amazing, and you don't get many races that are that enjoyable.
Yeah, it was a good result, especially after a third and a fourth yesterday. It all went wrong, and the car got beaten up, and yeah, it was a good result.
Yeah. And how are you feeling going into the pit stop a bit later?
Yeah, well, I'm feeling good actually, because I've no success seconds, because as I said, I got beaten up yesterday. So all things, unless anything dramatic happens, I think I'm in with a shout.
Yeah, I wasn't sure that was going to happen, to be honest. We had to stop in the back of the grid because it was wet when we qualified, and our car doesn't have any dry race. It's really difficult in the wet. Coming down the back straight, I saw that Nick Phelps had come off, but I knew he was going to get back on in front of me, and I just sort of managed to tuck in behind him as he was carrying on, and I think he was kind of struggling from there on after, and I just stuck right behind him and hassled him into making another mistake at the hairpin, and I just couldn't believe my luck, and that was it. So,
well, it paid off. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm really happy. First place. It was a good start. Managed to get away quite well, and then pulled quite a big gap to second place. So it was hot, but I'm really happy. Yeah.
The car that I'm driving, they only made 3 of them, and I bought it really as an investment. I have chassis number 1. The other 2 cars have been upgraded to a more newer style and more power and better suspension than my car. So it's the only one left. So I've had to be really, really careful with it because it's worth a bit of money. And yeah, it was fantastic to get the car out and race it and win. Obviously the Radical's much quicker, but he's had problems and I haven't. So that is what racing is all about. In order to win, you've got to finish. So that's great, and we now look forward to the pit stop race and see what my Pro can do to catch up with the Radical.
Well, the cars have literally just left the paddock. I can see them heading out, so they'll be forming behind me on the grid in a few moments. Now, There's been some reshuffling going on with this grid, and I'm going to ask Mark for some help with explaining this, because as I understand it, there have been a few sort of last-minute withdrawals. Is that right, Mark?
Yeah, absolutely, Michelle. Yeah, news just reaching us that, we just heard Paul Bailey talking about he's looking forward to racing with the Radical. Well, I'm afraid the damage caused to the Radical in the sprint race early on means that they have withdrawn. But also, the two cars that were originally scheduled to start on the front row of the grid have also withdrawn. So Sam and Richard Neary are out with gearbox issues. The number 66 McLaren is out, that Morgan Tilbrook got damaged in the race early on, as is the Radical. And also, very sadly, we've lost Jason Garrett in his BMW from the grid as well. So a revised grid is issued, which sees the number 33 GCAT Racing Porsche of Seamus Jennings start from pole position, and John Dillon will be alongside Michelle.
Brilliant. Thank you for explaining that. That's actually quite a lot of losses. We don't normally have that many withdrawals, do we?
No. I mean,
grid,
two of them are mechanical issues, and the other two are a result of accident damage. So there's a combination of factors that have created that. And I also noticed, Michelle, you won't be able to see it because it will be over the wall to your left at the moment.
Yes.
But also the Webb's BMW is still in the pit lane at the moment, so that could
Who's
be
that?
a pit.
Sorry, I missed that one, Mark. Sorry, it cut out.
The Webb's BMW. The Webb's BMW. No, they used to have a BMW. They've got a Lamborghini now. The Webb's light blue Lamborghini looks as though it's starting from the pit lane. Yeah.
Ah, right, okay. So, yeah, there are, like I said, a few changes to this grid, and they should, in fact, yes, they're just all starting to come through now. So just scoot over here and we'll see our front runners coming through shortly. Seamus, of course, who had a great sprint race earlier on when we spoke to him in Parc Fermé, and John Dillon, and they're going to be side by side here at the front row of the grid now, which I'm sure they're going to be quite pleased about. This being our endurance race, so this will be an interesting run for Charles Clark, our new GTH driver, who we spoke to a little bit earlier on. He's back in, well, he was row 7, but he might have actually bumped forward a bit due to those withdrawals. I'll get Mark to check that for me. But this will be an sort of interesting race for him because, of course, he's used to the sprint races, but the endurance is something he wanted to work on. So he'll be heading out with his pro driver in this particular race. Here we go. Who's that coming through now? So we've got our front runners. Mark, could you let us know about that GTH? Also Josh Jackson as well, who's the group leader for that, because I know they were on row 7 of the grid.
No, you're absolutely right. Yeah, Charles Clark was due to line up on the inside of the 7th row of the grid with Josh Jackson alongside him, so 13th and 14th positions respectively. But because of the withdrawals, it means that Charles Clark moves up onto the 5th row of the grid. He's in 10th.
Oh, great.
Josh Jackson will be on the 6th row in 11th position, yeah.
Oh, well, Charles will be very pleased with that. I know he's enjoying his weekend.
Well, Charles will be really pleased with that, and he's definitely enjoying his weekend because he did take that number 74 Porsche Cayman GT4 to a group win earlier on in the sprint race, and that's the first time he's had the group win this weekend in GTH.
Yeah, he's a very, very happy lad. Well, here we go. Here's our front row now. Of course, John Dillon and Phil Quaife are going to be in this one because, remember, it's 2 drivers. For most part, some drivers are by themselves, but this is the pit stop race. And then we have Seamus Jennings, who is to my right. So maybe, Mark, you can take us through the full grid, but also explain a bit about how the pit stop works.
Absolutely, Michelle. Thank you very much. So the cars are there on the grid. Let's bring you through the grid. We'll tell you about the starting drivers, and we should be able to pick up on the success seconds that everybody has as well. Pit stop window, and when it opens up. So the grid, I think, will be able to head towards us in a few moments. Might be able to get the graphic up and have a quick look at the way that it's lined up. So it was quite late that there was an amended grid issued. So it was only literally about a few seconds ago where we saw the grid issued. So fantastic job. Here's the grid then. Let's guide you through it for this race, the final race this weekend for the GT Cup Championship. Seamus Jennings will be starting from pole position, and alongside will be John Dillon. So Seamus Jennings and John Dillon on the front row of the grid. Row 2 of the grid is number 113, Tom Webb, but I've seen that car in the pit lane, and number 25, which is going to be David Shaw. Now the car on the front row of the grid, Seamus Jennings on pole. Here it is now. Seamus Jennings has an extra 10 seconds to spend in the pit lane. John Dillon has nothing. Tom Webble has nothing, but the car of David Shaw has an extra 10 seconds. Row 3 of the grid is where we see Charlotte Gilbert. No additional time penalties to worry about, and Andre Borodin sits alongside, who is also off scratch. The 4th row of of the grid, car number 28, Paul Bailey. That has got an extra 15 seconds to spend in the pit lane, and alongside it is Roy Millington, who's got an extra 20 seconds. And row 5 of the grid is number 35, Nick Phelps, will start an extra 20 seconds, and alongside is 74, the Group GTH leading car of Charles Clark. Row 6 is number 1, Josh Jackson, an extra 20 seconds to spend in the pit lane, and alongside is James Simons, who's got an extra 15. And row 7 of the grid is Simon Orange and Tom Rawlings, with row 8 being Craig Wilkins and Charlotte Gilbert, who's got an extra 10 seconds. The 9th row of the grid is Steve Ruston, who lines up alongside Mark Hopton, with row 10 being Ian Duggan, who will start with an extra 15 seconds, and alongside is number 90, Mike Price. Row 11, David Holloway, an extra 15 seconds, and Stuart Lynn alongside, with row 12 being Ian Campbell, who's got an extra 10 seconds, and number 82, James Guess, who's got an extra 20. Row 13 sees Tim Docker line up alongside Carl Cavers. Row 14 is the number 14 car, which is going to be started by Philip Carter, and alongside is number 22, which is Richard Mason. The 15th row is 212, Stephen Walton, and car number 17, which is going to be Patrick Collins, who will start. And off the back of the grid, with an extra 10 seconds to spend in the pit lane, will be number 6, started by Alex Stevenson. And that gives you the grid for this final race this weekend here at Donington Park, round 20 of the 2021 GT Cup Championship, with still a further weekend of racing to come in just 2 weeks' time at Snetterton, where we return to Norfolk. We were there for rounds 7, 8, 9 and 10 in June on the Snetterton 300 circuit. We will bring the 2020 Championship to a conclusion at that same circuit on the same configuration as well. Now, the pit window for this race, because it is the pit stop race, we see it split into 2 separate groups. So Group 1 is for those cars that run in Group GTO, Group GT3 and Group GTC, and they will be pitting over the course of this race between the 29th and 35th minute of the race. So in other words, 21 minutes to go to 15 minutes to go. So they will be the second batch of cars to pit. The first batch of cars to pit will be those that run in Group GTB, Group GTH and Group GTA, and they will pit between the 24th and the 29th minute of the race, i.e. between 26 and 21 minutes to go is the way that it will work. So we're about to get this final race for the GT Cup Championship underway here at Donington Park. Seamus Jennings, fresh from a win in the GCAT Racing Porsche earlier on today, but an extra 10 seconds that car will have to spend in the pit lane relative to John Dillon's car, who lines up alongside it. So Seamus Jennings will give way to Greg Caton, John Dillon will give way to Phil Quaife, but the Lambo has got 10 seconds in hand in reality already. Lights go out and we get the race underway. Both front row men match each other for pace as they head up towards Redgate Corner for the first time. Is the Porsche going to lead the race? Well, John Dillon, I think, was looking to try and brave it out around the outside. Paul Bailey has slotted himself through into 3rd position at the wheel of the very fast starting Group GTO McLaren Can-Am, as he was suggesting, a very unique car indeed, one of only 3 ever built, and the only one that still remains in original specification. Down through the old hairpin they'll go. Group GT3 car leads and is second. Group GTO car is there in 3rd at the moment. And 4th, I think, that looked like it might have been Nick Phelps possibly that was there in 4th position. We'll have to wait and get that confirmed, because I think Nick Phelps, if that's the case, has had a really good start. And thankfully, yeah, Tom Webb is out behind the wheel of the Lamborghini. That's the car that started from the pit lane. And, well, it's going to have to be another one of those stunning Tom Webb drives. We've already seen 2 of those this weekend, where he's worked his way from the tail end of the field right into contention. So the leading 2 up towards the braking area for the S's. Paul Bailey there in what is 3rd position. For 4th place, that is Warren Gilbert, who has to give way and allow the car of David Shaw to take up 4th position. Warren Gilbert drops to 5th, and Nick Phelps actually is there in 6th place, the second of the 2 Porsches. So in towards the braking area for the Melbourne hairpin they'll go. Everybody filing their way round neat and tidily. No real issues, I don't think, for anybody on this first lap of the race, but there's still a long, long way to go in this 50-minute race, and already there is Tom Webb. Now, that car started from the pit lane, so there are 31 cars on the revised grid. It'll be interesting to see where Tom Webb comes through at the end of the first lap of the race. Nose to tail for the lead, still with Seamus Jennings hanging on to it. We saw Seamus having a great race with John Dillon in part 1 of the day today, which was the sprint race. We're going to see a good race for them this time through, I would have thought as well. John Dillon pushing hard, but runs a little bit wide that time, heading out of the old hairpin. That drops him away from the race leader. Tom Webb up to 26th in this race. from 31st, so good progress made. And into the pit lane with damage, I'm afraid to say. It's been a rotten weekend for James Guess, who has got tangled up in a couple of things. One, he was trying to avoid a spinning car and caused damage to the underneath of the car on the curbs, and that is him out very early on in the sprint race, sharing with Tom Canning for this weekend. He'll be back with Darren Turner, I think, is the information I was given earlier on, when they head towards Snetterton. Now, we've got waved yellow flags in the S's, which suggests that something has occurred on lap number 1. Now, we know of James Guess's problems, but is there anybody else that hasn't come through? Yeah, I think maybe Mike Price has not come through at the wheel of the number 90 Balf Motorsport prepared McLaren, so he could well be in the gravel trap potentially at the S's. No obvious signs of the car around the track. The squabble's still continuing as we head up towards the conclusion of lap number 2. Seamus Jennings leading John Dillon. Both of those cars running in Group GT3. Group GTO, the orange McLaren, is leading that group by Paul Bailey. And Group GTC is side by side for the leader racers. Warren Gilbert looks to return the favour on the car of David Shaw. Can't quite squeeze the Lamborghini through, so Group GTC still being headed by David Shaw from Warren Gilbert, whilst the Group GTB leading Porsche of Nick Phelps sits behind. And the reason that those two Porsches are in different groups is because the car of David Shaw is the newer generation Porsche. That of Nick Phelps is a generation older. So that's why one sits in Group GTC, one sits in Group GTB. So Porsche, Lamborghini, Porsche fighting over what is 4th, 5th and 6th. The number 25 Porsche still just leading the number 9 Lamborghini as they fight for top honours in Group GTC. The Group GTB leading car number 35 with its pink flashes of Nick Phelps sitting behind. Not that far off him is Andrei Borodin, who is at the wheel of Group GT3 McLaren. Now, this is the opportunity for Warren Gilbert. Gets a good run in the Lamborghini. You see the nose of the car dip as he heads in towards the S's. He gets the car stopped in time and gets cleanly off the corner. So, job done, place gained. Group lead it is for Warren Gilbert. Now, was that whilst they were still under yellows there, though? Because that was an area of the circuit earlier on where there were waved yellows because of what I think is the stricken car of Mike Price. Now, if that were under yellows, Warren Gilbert's going to have to give the place back, I'm afraid, or if not, he'll incur some sort of penalty. But that was if it was under yellows. So Gilbert through. He is now up into 4th position. Roy Millington at the wheel of the red Ferrari looking to try and come into the mix as well. He's closed up to the coattails of Andrei Borodin's car, the Greystone GT McLaren, running 4 Group GTH McLarens, plus this Group GT3 McLaren this weekend. So Greystone, a new team to GT Cup for this season, bringing many drivers through from in their performance track days that they organise throughout the UK into racing. And I've got to say, doing a really good job of making a fantastic impression as well in GT Cup this year. So up towards McLean's corner, 45 minutes to go. So it's still going to be 15 minutes before we see the first of the pit stop windows anywhere near open. And remember, it will be today, the way it works is that the Group 2 cars will be stopping first. So in other words, those in Group GTB, Group GTH and Group GTA, as Warren Gilbert now works his way through and past Paul Bailey's McLaren. So Lamborghini now up into 3rd position overall in the race. Paul Bailey down to 4th, but still leading Group GTO. So neither Lamborghini nor McLaren, with that shuffle of order, have actually gained any further championship points. The fight of the 2 Porsches. Now, they are in different groups, remember. David Shaw's car, which is the first of those Porsches, is in Group GTC. Group GTB is Nick Phelps that sits behind. And the thumbs up there was, I think, Mo Ritson that gave the thumbs up. So over the start-finish line go the squabbling pair for 5th and 6th position. The number 1 orange McLaren coming towards us, the Group GTH leader at the moment. So that's the Group GTH leading car that's just passed us there. And for Tom Webb at the wheel of the light blue Lamborghini, still making progress as well. So that car was in 16th position as it came over the start-finish line, and I think will now be in 15th place as it's ahead of Simon Orange, who still continues in that orange Ginetta to lead Group GTA in the early stages of this one. So down through the old hairpin. Tom Webb, remember, from a pit lane start, so in theory 31st place rather than 3rd on the grid as it would have been. But we've seen him do this a couple of times this weekend, just carve his way through the order. And on one occasion yesterday, after a really strong drive in the pit stop race, it was a puncture when the pit window had closed and the car was in the hands of his brother. Just a puncture that caused their retirement, otherwise it would have been a stellar result for them. Back to the lead, and Seamus Jennings has still not shaken away John Dillon. Ross Wiley, who is poised to take over the McLaren Can-Am from Paul Bailey, looks on. Up towards Redgate Corner. Now they're on lap number 6 at the moment. John Dillon within touching distance has just set the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 32.608 for John Dillon, as he starts to turn the screw and ask a few more questions of Seamus Jennings. And remember, both of these drivers will hand over to their respective pros as and when the pit window opens. The way it works in GT Cup is that the pro driver cannot start the pit stop race. It has to be the AM driver in reality, where you've got a pro-am combination. Now this is the lead of Group GTH coming towards us, the orange McLaren, followed by the number 26 Tom Rawlings driven McLaren, and then Charles Clark not far away. John Dillon still desperate to try and see whether there's an opening to thrust the Lamborghini through and ahead of the Porsche. But at the moment, it is still Porsche from Lamborghini. It's another Lamborghini, but the GTC leading car of Warren Gilbert that sits behind. And the reason the Lamborghinis are in different groups is the one we're looking at now, the number 61 car, is a full GT3 specification car, whereas Warren Gilbert's, it might look similar, but the rear wings and the aero on it will be different because that is built to Super Trofeo specification. You can see a big sort of air intake into the engine on the Super Trofeo spec car of Warren Gilbert. GTH, as ever, is providing some great battles. Carl Cavers under pressure from David Holloway. Just up the road is the number 23 car of Ian Campbell. Trying to get in on the mix is the Group GTA Ian Duggan-driven Fox Motorsport Ginetta. And just behind him, that's Tim Docker, I think, at the wheel of the number 78 McLaren that's just at the tail end of that shot. Yes, it is. You can see the strange coloured wheels on Tim Docker's car. So this is a great little fight that's going on. Goes from Charlotte Gilbert all the way back to what will be Tim Docker, with a mixture of Group GTB cars, Group GTA cars and Group GTH cars. And the car that's getting picked off here is Craig Wilkins, the number 80 Scott Sport prepared Ginetta in the hands of the man from the West Midlands. Loses out to Carl Cavers, will lose out to David Holloway, who sort of tries to lean on him coming out of the corner and gains the place. There's Phil Quaife looking on. He will take over the car that's currently in second place, that's in the hands of John Dillon, come part 2 of the race. And you can see he got the headset on, so always in communication with John Dillon, giving him an idea as to what he needs to do or what deltas he needs to hit or where he's stronger than the car ahead. And at the moment he is stronger than the car ahead by 1/4 of a second on this lap in the first sector. John Dillon has just set the best first sector that anybody has done in the race so far in his pursuit of Seamus Jennings, and he's having to do that just to keep up with the race leader. 39 minutes to go, so still a while before we see the pit window open. More cars picked off by the charging light blue Lamborghini in the hands of Tom Webb. That's the Group GTH leading car of Josh Jackson that he's just gone through and passed. And now for Tom Webb, the next car ahead is going to be a car that he can try and take a place away from in terms of the group position, because that Group GTC number 113 Lamborghini was 5th in its group. It's catching the 4th place car in its group, number 41 James Simons, who I think he might be able to squeeze his way through and past here. Yes, he does. James Simons stays out of the way, moves off line, through goes Tom Webb, following him through goes Josh Jackson. So that will put Tom Webb now up into, I think, 9th position from, remember, this is 31st he's come from, and he's only on lap number 8 at the moment. So through and over the start-finish line goes Tom Webb. He's got the Group GTH leading McLaren right behind him, but of course the more powerful Lamborghini pulls away in a straight line, and also managing to get back past again goes James Simons at the wheel of the number 41 car, the more powerful car. In the hands of James Simons, some of the quicker Group GTH cars are able to keep up with that Group GTC Lamborghini. James pedalling it as quickly as he can. Back to the Group GTH and Group GTA battles. Now, this is number 80 car of Craig Wilkins, and look in his mirrors, Ian Duggan is right behind. There's Philip Carter, who joins the ranks for this weekend, back with Greystone, one of the 4 cars that Greystone are running. That's the extra car they've slotted in for this weekend. Michael Broadhurst is the pro that shares with him. Michael making his return to the GT Cup since a one-off outing with Fox Motorsport a season or so ago. There's Patrick Collins as well at the wheel of his Orange Racing with JMH prepared Ginetta. But Charlotte Gilbert is doing a really good job here of hanging on to 17th place. She's got Mark Hopton right behind her, then Ian Campbell, then Cole Cavers, then what will be David Holloway. So with 4 GTH cars all queuing up behind. Now all of these cars behind her are lesser powered, but they're about 25 years newer than the Marcos that sits ahead, and the Marcos doesn't have any electrical gizmos on it really, whereas the cars behind, they've got ABS, they've got traction control, they've got better aero probably than the Marcos, but the Marcos has got a bit more grunt. And this is Ian Campbell going wheel to wheel with Mark Hopton, the 2 Greystone GT teammates, side by side on the way into the corner. Not quite side by side on the way out, but I think there will be again by the time they get up towards the braking area for Goddard's. Is Ian Campbell going to brave it out on the inside line? Is Mark Hopton going to try and squeeze him to try and hang on to the place? Sensible driving by both, and they are pretty much side by side on the way out of the corner. It's just allowed Charlotte Gilbert to escape a little bit. The 2 teammates are still side by side when they get towards Redgate Corner. Mark Hopton has the inside line, so he should be able to hang on to it, and indeed does just hang on to it over the newly liveried number 23 car of Ian Campbell for this weekend. Carl Cavers in the Veluga prepared Porsche just sitting behind, then David Holloway at the wheel of his Aston Martin is not too far away. This is the car that leads Group GTA at the moment, Simon Orange. Headlamp missing, scuffs down the side. He's had a busy old weekend as Simon Orange, but his ever is smiling away. And at the moment is doing enough so as to lead the group, and that's important for him for the championship Group GTA. Simon Orange is the championship leader in Group GTA. Josh Jackson in the sister car to it is the championship leader in Group GTH. Fair to say the new team for this year, Orange Racing, have had a really mega season. Now Philip Carter coming under pressure, we can see in the background. Mark Hopton still looking to try and hang on to his position despite the attack that's coming behind continually from Ian Campbell. There goes Philip Carter, he's got someone else behind him, and now back towards the race lead, as they were really. Seamus Jennings still doing a stellar job of making sure that John Dillon is not able to open the door and squeeze his way through. We've got less than 10 minutes now before the pit window will open, and remember it opens for the lesser powered cars today. First day of the weekend, it's always the more powerful cars that pit first. The second day of the weekend, where we've got pit stop races, it's the lesser powered cars that pit first, and those with more power pit second. So Group GTB, Group GTH, Group GTA are in first, and then when their pit window closes, in comes Group GTO, Group GT3, Group GTC. Safely through the traffic, Alex Stevenson in the Century Motorsport Ginetta stays well and truly out of harm's way, lets the leading 2 cars go through, so that drops the number 6 Ginetta off the lead lap, and the gap between first and second is now just under 9/10 of a second really. So Seamus Jennings still working hard, as is the number 77 car of Mark Hopton, currently 6th in Group GTH, 17th overall, but still trying to unlock the door is Ian Campbell. And has he got the run this time as they head up towards Coppice Corner? The 2 of them lean on each other, but they still are in the same order. Really good driving from both teammates. And one thing they won't want to do is take each other out. Remember, they really are pretty new to motorsport, these guys, but Cole Cavers is looking to try and get a run in the Porsche. Won't do so as they head in towards the S's. Cavers, though, will need to get quickly off the corner because he's got David Holloway and the Aston Martin trying to draw himself alongside, and David Holloway will have the inside line if he can make it stick for the Melbourne hairpin. 2 wheels on the grass, straight into the side of Cole Cavers, who is then inadvertently pushed in towards Ian Campbell's car there, and that was David Holloway just making a mistake. I think he realised he'd made a mistake, but I think it's done the radiator on the Porsche, it's done the rear toe link on Ian Campbell's car. Now it's tyre rub on the Porsche. David Holloway's car has got front damage as well, and into the pit lane comes Carl Cavers, into the pit lane comes David Holloway, and I think in the background of the shot with a broken rear toe link will come Ian Campbell's stricken Greystone car, I would have thought, before too much longer. Yeah, he's limping his way into the pit lane as the race leaders go past. Now this has happened before the pit window opens for these cars, so they are still, even if they can get the car repaired, going to have to pit. But I think that's going to be it, I'm afraid, for Ian Campbell's car. You can see it crabbing down the pit lane, and I don't think they'll be able to do anything with that. You can see the huge dint in the side of Carl Cavers' door as well, the number 50. Without question, there'd have been no intent from David Holloway, but I think he outbraked himself, and then once he was on the grass, he was pretty much a passenger from there. There was not a lot he could do, but unfortunately cannoned straight into the side of Carl Cavers, who then, a bit like a domino effect, wasn't it? Went straight into the side of Ian Campbell. 3 damaged cars, 1 small mistake. No mistake as yet, though, from Seamus Jennings, who is having to drive overtime here to try and keep John Dillon behind. Now, John Dillon's, I think, is doing a really good job here. He doesn't need to take the lead of the race. Oh, right, there's David Holloway's car. It's definitely done the radiator on that kart, so I'm afraid that car is done for the weekend. The Century Motorsport Aston Martin. All the coolant sitting on the floor of the pit lane. And, yeah, John Dillon doing a really sensible job, because as long as he stays right on the tailpipes of Seamus Jennings, you know the race is going to come to the Lamborghini. Now, there's traffic ahead. That presents opportunities. Seamus Jennings is flashing his lights to forewarn the traffic that needs to come through, but that Porsche that leads is going to have to spend an extra 10 seconds in the pit lane compared to the Lamborghini. So once we cycle through the pit stops, arguably, when Phil Quaife takes over the Lambo and Greg Caton takes over the Porsche, Phil Quaife should be ahead. They should swap over the course of the pit stops with the success seconds that are being applied to the Porsche. So, onto the top of Hollywood. Moving neatly out of the way goes Russ Collins at the wheel of the Orange Racing number 17 Ginetta. He's having a good little fight, actually, with Stephen Walton, it will be, in the Make It Happen Racing Ginetta. They'll be fighting away for group position as well. So that would be for 4th and 5th in Group GTA. Something like 24th and 25th overall in the race, that will be for. Next of the cars that needs dealing with will be Philip Carter's number 14 Group GTH McLaren. That will be in 9th position overall. And what we're looking at now is for going to be Nick Phelps, who's there in 6th position, Andre Borodin in 7th, Roy Millington in the Ferrari in 8th place, and Tom Webb in 9th place, about to try and gain another position in group as well, because the Ferrari runs in Group GTC, as does the light blue Lamborghini. The far more experienced Tom Webb works his way pretty easily past Roy Millington, who is still in the infancy of his motor racing career. So Ferrari 488 Evo that runs to European Challenge spec, passed by Super Trofeo spec Lamborghini. And now the next of the cars for Tom Webb that he's going to have in the crosshairs is going to be the GT3 McLaren of Andre Borodin. Getting past that car is only going to net him an additional position in the race. It won't net the car any extra positions in the group, because the Group GTC Lamborghini is closing in on the Group GT3 McLaren, which is fighting away with the Group GTB Porsche. So Porsche, McLaren, Lamborghini, all in different groups. Now, pit window is only a matter of minutes away now from opening for the Group GTB, Group GTH and Group GTA cars. And they've got, well, only 5 minutes of pit window to come in, so it's not a long window, so you don't necessarily have to come in on the first lap, but by the time you get to lap 2, you probably need to. By lap 3, you absolutely need to come into the pit lane, otherwise you'll run out of time. And is Tom Webb going to pick off Andre Borodin's car here? The new to GT Cup this weekend, Greystone GT3 McLaren is about to lose out, I'm afraid. Through goes Tom Webb, another place gained. Remember, that car, the number 113 Lamborghini, should have started 3rd on the grid. It started from the pit lane, i.e. 31st position. And that would have meant that it still would have not started right behind the 30th position car. Slight mistake though going in towards the old hairpin there. Almost cost Tom Webb for a split second. So yeah, had to wait for all of the cars to go through before the red lights at the end of the pit lane would have gone to green. So there was already a bit of catch-up to do to even catch the pack. And now that Lamborghini is up into 7th position and is hot on the heels of the Group GTB leading Porsche of Nick Phelps, who is going to try and hang on to the overall position, but the Lamborghini has got the inside line through Coppice. The extra power should tell on the straight, and it should be able to work its way past the Porsche, and I think Andre Borodin is desperately trying to work his way past that Porsche as well, but isn't quite going to be able to do it. So another place gained by Tom Webb. It's been so good to see the Webb brothers back in the GT Cup Championship. They were so competitive a couple of seasons ago. Now, for the Group GTH leader, the #1 car of Josh Jackson, he will hand the car over to Michael O'Brien, but look at the gap. McLaren is being hounded by McLaren, and that is Tom Rawlings in the Paddock Motorsport car that's not too far behind. There's another McLaren that runs, oh, and off the road there went the car of Charles Clark. That was third in Group GTH, but ran off the road, and that has allowed the #44 McLaren of Steve Ruston to squeeze through. Now, Charles Clark is now under pressure from the next of the cars that is sitting behind, and I think that'll be the car of Tim Docker, I think, will it? Let's have a quick look. Yes, it is. Yeah, no, it's not. It's the #21 car that sits behind, and that is going to be another car that is for position. That'll be Stuart Lynn, who's having a great outing this weekend for Optimum Motorsport in his first weekend of racing in the GT Cup. So first, second, third, fourth, fifth of Group GTH all together in the same shot. McLaren, 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 Porsche and McLaren. Those are the top 5 cars in GTH. And remember, Group GTH is for the GT4 homologated cars. So down through the Craner curves, in towards the old hairpin. 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th and 15th places, but more importantly, 1st to 5th in the group. And after that small mistake from Charles Clark, he'll need to make sure he keeps things clean now, because #21, Stuart Lynn, is not that far behind. They had a new fastest lap of the race, as you briefly saw flash up there, for the race leader Seamus Jennings last time through, 1 minute 32.116. He's actually now pulled 2 3/4 seconds away from John Dillon. Now, the Lamborghini that lies ahead of the quintet of Group GTH cars is that of James Simons. That is for position. James Simons is in 10th position. Josh Jackson is in 11th, but is under increasing pressure from Tom Rawlings, who is now looking to consider drawing himself alongside, but I think it'll be more a wide line in to take a narrower line out. In the background, Nick Phelps dives for the pit lane, because the pit window is now open. So those cars running in Group GTB, Group GTH and Group GTA can now all dive for the pit lane on this lap. It's the first time they've been able to do so. And the pit window opens for them with 26 minutes of the race to go, when we see another raft of cars all heading for the pit lane as well that time through, which included the Group GTH leading car, I think. Yeah, in comes #1. So that is Josh Jackson to hand over to former British GT racer Michael O'Brien. Into the pit lane comes Tom Rawlings to hand over to Mo Ritson. So to a stop comes the Orange Racing McLaren. The Paddock Motorsport car follows it in on the same lap. A change of front right tyre for the car, which is the tyre that probably receives less load than any here at Donington Park. Now, Tom Webb, the progress he is still looking to continue. He is now caught up with Paul Bailey's McLaren Can-Am. Paul waving him by there. Sensible thing from Paul. He's more interested in the win in Group GTO, so there's no need for him to try and hold up Tom Webb, and particularly with the value of that McLaren as well. It's fantastic to see it out. Wonder whether we might see it out again at Snetterton, because we've seen Paul out in a Ferrari this year, Group GTO, and a Brabham. And this is now the McLaren Can-Am. He's hoping to be back at the wheel of the Brabham, but parts are on order for it. They haven't been able to arrive in time for this weekend, and even if they arrive now, talking to the team, I think the team are against it to do the work they need to do to it to get it out for Snetterton. That's a spin for Roy Millington. So Roy's had a quick rotation. Now that car was running in 9th position, and he's going to drop down to, I think, yeah, further down through. Will actually gain a place. Despite the spin, it gains a place. That's because other cars are now in the pit lane. But for Roy Millington, that will have cost him time. Back out of the pit lane goes #1. That's now in the hands of Michael O'Brien. Number 77 in the pit lane, that is going to be Adam Carroll, former A1 GP champion and a BAR test driver for some years. Takes over that car. Into the pit lane comes Stuart Lynn to hand over to father Ron Lynn. Number 44 comes in as well, which is Steve Russon to hand over to John Whitehouse. Whilst the overall race leader still has to wait patiently for their pit window to open in the more powerful cars. Seamus Jennings now only has 0.9 of a second gap between himself and John Dillon, who has brought the gap down again over the course of the last lap by 1.4 seconds. In comes the Group GTA leader, that's Simon Orange. But this is the lead of the race, and from Seamus Jennings having a comfortable lead, it looks as though John Dillon has worked hard to try and catch back up with the Porsche. Craig Wilkins heads for the pit lane. Great stint by Charlotte Gilbert. She heads to the pit lane to hand over to Neil Huggins, who rejoins the championship for this weekend. Patrick Collins is in to hand over to Russ Lindsay. And car number 212, which is in the hands of Stephen Walton, is in to hand over to Chris Hart. Stephen wasn't driving yesterday. Chris drove solo. So up towards the braking area for the S's. Remember, the Porsche has an extra 10 seconds to spend in the pit lane relative to the Lamborghini. So we should see them swap over come the pit window. And the pit window for these cars is not open yet, so we shouldn't see either of them head into the pit lane this time through. But by the time they come over the start-finish line next time around, the pit window should be open. Great glow of the brake disc on the Porsche there. So hard is Seamus Jennings having to work. He's about to catch up with Michael O'Brien, and that is the number 1 McLaren that was leading Group GTH until it pitted and should still be leading it once everybody's cycled through the pit stops. Briefly, I think that will delay John Dillon whilst he just has to wait to squeeze the throttle a little bit more. This is Warren Gilbert, who still sits there in 3rd position currently and leads Group GTC. And this is the car that's 4th, but is about 16 seconds behind Warren Gilbert. Now for Tom Webb, no additional time penalties to worry about in the pit lane. There isn't either for Warren Gilbert, so Tom Webb is going to have to keep driving his socks off if he wants to close in on the group leader and claim a win in Group GTC, and that, I think, is a tall order, really, despite the fact it's been a mega drive so far from Tom Webb. And, of course, it's still got the pit stop to do. There's no driver change taking place in either of the cars. Warren Gilbert will remain behind the wheel. Tom Webb will remain behind the wheel in this one. And with neither of them having any additional time penalties, it all comes down to pure pace. And the last lap from Tom Webb, 1 minute 33.9. The last lap from Warren Gilbert, 1 minute 33.7. Now the pit window is open this time through, so we could potentially see Seamus Jennings and John Dillon dive for the pit lane. So let's wait and see. There's a bit of traffic just ahead of them. Are we going to see the Porsche head towards the pit lane? There's a squeal of brakes ahead of them as well, as off the circuit almost goes Simon Orange. The race leaders go by, and Seamus Jennings stays out, but John Dillon comes in to hand over to Phil Quaife. So into the pit lane comes John Dillon. Roy Millington is in, ready to hand over to Benny Simonson. James Simons is in as well, ready to hand over to Tim Morley. So to a halt, parking at 45 degrees, comes the Scott Sport prepared Lamborghini. Continuing in the lead of the race comes Seamus Jennings. Now Seamus is just going to have to push as hard as he can here. Now he's not having to worry about anything his mirrors. He might be able to perhaps lap a little bit quicker, but there's traffic up the road to deal with. And that will be Ron Lynn at the wheel of the Optimum Motorsport number 21 McLaren. Ron, who's raced in the Ginetta Racing Drivers Club Series and the G40 Cup in the past, where he's eligible for the Chairman's Cup, partnered with his son Stuart for this weekend in their first weekend of racing in the GT Cup. I think they've enjoyed themselves. I hope we'll see the back as well. So that's dealt with by Seamus Jennings. The pit stop has almost finished for the Scott Sport team, and there, I'm afraid, are problems, and that is going to be Chris Hart that's taken over the wheel of that Ginetta. Phil Quaife heads into the race. Car bouncing off the pit lane speed limiter, and the Ginetta, yes, sort of failed out on track, really, as it's come out of the Melbourne hairpin. It's clearly had some sort of issue. Now, I think we'll see Seamus Jennings dive for the pit lane this time through. Yes, he does. In the background of the shot, Seamus Jennings dives for the pit lane, just as Phil Quaife comes out of the pit lane. Now, those are the two cars that were fighting for position, but remember, the Porsche has an extra 10 seconds to spend in the pit lane relative to the Lamborghini. So, in reality, by the time we've got through all of the pit stops, that number 61 Lamborghini of Phil Quaife should be, if all things pan out, in the lead of the race overall. This is another great battle in Group GTH, and this is for the lead of it, because Mo Ritson is under enormous pressure now from number 74, which is Ben Barker, whilst Phil Quaife sneaks his way through and past both of them. That was the lead fight in Group GTH, that would be. And as they head down the straight, yeah, Mo Ritson is going to have his hands full here. Former Porsche Carrera Cup GB racer and Porsche Super Cup racer Ben Barker sweeps his way around the outside in that, well, almost iconically liveried car, isn't it? The colours, very reminiscent of the colours that Porsche used to run in the World Sports Car Championship in their 956s and 962s over the course of the 1980s. But Ben Barker picks up the lead in Group GTH. Mo Ritson at the wheel of the Paddock Motorsport car down into second position in the group, and that will put him now down to 12th overall in this race. Back out of the pit lane comes Greg Caton, having taken over from Seamus Jennings. Now, where's the car going to feed out relative to Phil Quaife? I'd imagine Quaife's already through. Yes, he is. So Phil Quaife is already through, and Seamus Jennings is going to feed out exactly where. There goes Benny Simonson through. He's going to feed out in second place, I think, by the time we get our way through all of the pit stops. So Phil Quaife already down in towards the bottom of the old hairpin. Will be reasserted back to the top of the list next time through. So because the Porsche came over the start-finish line the lap prior ahead of the Lamborghini, that's why the timing tower to the left is showing Phil Quaife down in fourth and Greg Caton in the lead. But by the time next time they come over the start-finish line, we should see that number 61 car go to the top of the times. This car here in second position, puff of dust ahead of it as somebody had a minor off around the circuit. Hopefully they've scrabbled their way back onto the tarmac. And then once the race has settled down a bit, we can pick up on where the battles are. Now, Phil Quaife, looking as though on his first flying lap, is destined to set the fastest lap of the race by the look of things. 1 minute 31.641 is the fastest lap of the race that we've had so far. Phil Quaife was on his out lap last time through, but he's already gone purple in the first and the second sector, and as he comes over the start-finish line now at the wheel of the number 61 car, there he goes to the top of the times, and guess what? New fastest lap as well. 1 minute 30.804 for Phil Quaife. I did say, as long as John Dillon stuck with that Porsche, the race would come to the Scott Sport Lamborghini, and absolutely that is exactly what has happened. It leads by 12.239 seconds now from Greg Caton's Porsche in second place. Warren Gilbert is third and leads Group GTC at the moment at the wheel of the number 9 Lamborghini. Fourth is number 25, which is David Shaw. And fifth, I think, will be Tom Webb after his stunning drive through the field at the wheel of the Lamborghini. So there goes Phil Quaife for the 22nd time the Lamborghini heads round through Coppice Curve and on towards the start, on towards the exhibition straight as such. Now, Phil Quaife and John Dillon have done every single round of the GT Cup Championship so far, but they have not had, as yet, an overall race win. They could be on for race win number 1 of the season here at Donington Park. There goes Tom Webb. He is actually now in fourth position. He managed to get himself ahead of David Shaw that time through, whose number 25 Porsche seems to be dropping down through the order at the moment. So the number 113 Lamborghini of Tom Webb is up into fourth. Up into fifth comes Ed Peed now, has taken over the number 24 Greystone McLaren. Ross Wiley, who is now on board the McLaren Can-Am car, is up into sixth and leads Group GTO. And I think David Shaw was a later car to pit, and that's why his Porsche's settled itself back down into seventh position now. Greg Caton up the inside of Benny Simonson to take a place away and put a lap on that Ferrari. So that's everybody up to, what, I think 9th position now, is probably up to and including 9th that's been placed a lap down. And this fight here, the two Ginettas, that is going to be for second in the group. So the number 118 Ginetta is currently going to be in the hands of Townsend, and that is James Townsend, but he's coming under enormous pressure from Aaron Scott, who is the pro that's taken over the car that was driven in the early stages of the race. The number 80 car will go through of Craig Wilkins, but it's Aaron Scott that's now taken over. I think we can hand downstairs to Michelle, who's managed to catch up with John Dillon after a fantastic stint.
Yes, I am, Mark. I'm down here in the pits, and I'm here with John Dillon. Oh, my goodness me. Talk about the pressure.
Yeah, it was a bit, I mean, the start, I thought I could undercut Seamus into the first turn, because obviously I was on the outside, but he covered it off. And then, yeah, we were away, and then it was bumper-to-bumper action. But I was pressurising him. I think I was a little bit quicker than him. But the difficulty here around Donington is hard to overtake, especially in this infield section. But I kept on his bumper. Traffic obviously emerged. You know, he got through a little bit quicker, but then I caught him again on the fastest lap of the race on the end of the stint. And yeah, he drove really well. And I think times like that, unless the driver makes a mistake, you know, you're going to struggle. You know, and he didn't. Fair play to him, he didn't make any mistakes. I obviously kept it on the track as well. I think a couple of more laps, maybe not, you know, but then I had to pit and Phil's took over now and hopefully he'll keep the pressure on and if Greg catches him up, we'll see, but I think we should be away now. And never say never.
Absolutely, never say never. Brilliant, well done. Fantastic driving from John. And like he said, never say never. There's still all to play for. Mark, it's back to you to see what's happening.
Yeah, great to catch up with the driver down there in the pit lane. Great stint from John Dillon. And as I said, John didn't really allude to it, but the race was always going to come to the Lamborghini because the Porsche, as long as John Dillon sat on the coattails of Seamus Jennings, when the pit stop opens, that Porsche was always going to have to stop for an extra 10 seconds, so they were always going to grab the lead of the race through the pit cycle. And now, with a bit of traffic last time through, Greg Caton in the Porsche was about half a second quicker than Phil Quaife, but that was only down to traffic on that lap, and I think on this lap, Phil Quaife again has got a little bit of traffic to deal with, so again, the gap might be coming down, but it's 14 seconds at the moment, so Phil Quaife can now just use all of that experience he's got driving a range of different sports cars over the years just to make sure that he keeps the gap where he wants it, and of course he's always got a little bit of traffic between himself and the Porsche. So up towards Redgate Corner they will go. This is the Group GTB Nick Phelps Porsche looking to try and weave its way through. There comes now Greg Caton in second position. The relative gap is down again, it's come down by a further second, but that's only traffic, that's all. Greg Caton is in clear air at the moment, whereas Phil Quaife has got cars to deal with, so the gap is always going to diminish, but as soon as Greg Caton catches the traffic, the gap should work its way back in favour of Phil Quaife once more. Now, there is one car that's dived for the pit lane and was running inside the top 10, and that's the number 41 Lamborghini. Tim Morley has brought that car into the pit lane, and I think that might be for some sort of stop-go penalty. Yes, it was a stop-go penalty for that car. That can only potentially, I would have thought, be to do with the fact that its pit stop was a little bit too short, so they're having to add the time on that it missed while stationary, but you don't just add the time on it missed while stationary, you've got to decelerate back down to the pit lane speed limit and accelerate up again, so you do lose a fair chunk of time if you don't quite get the pit stop right, but it needs to be the same for everybody, and if it's not quite right and doesn't meet the regulations, you've got to, I'm afraid, bite the bullet and accept the penalty that's coming your way. So now Tim Morley will look to press on again at the wheel of that car. It's been good to see Tim in the championship this weekend. He's been mega quick, to say the least. So let's just run you down through the top 10 at the moment. 61, Phil Quaife leads. 33, Greg Caton second. This car here, number 9, Warren Gilbert is third, but leads Group GTC. Fourth at the moment is 113, which is Tom Webb after a stunning drive. Fifth is number 24, which is Ed Peed. And sixth is going to be Ross Wiley, the number 28 car. Seventh place is 25, David Shaw. Eighth place is the Group GTB leading Porsche, the number 35 car of Dino Zamparelli now, who's taken over. And ninth place is number 56, which is Benny Simonson, who is now on board the Ferrari. Completing the top 10 is the car that's just dived for its stop-go penalty, Tim Morley. And I think that will probably mean he'll drop outside of the top 10, and it should bring the Group GTH leading car, number 74, of Ben Barker now into the top 10. Other class leaders outside of the top 10, leading Group GTA is at the moment Simon Orange, and I think that probably gives you all of the group leaders that we have currently. So Warren Gilbert, 9.3 seconds to the good over Tom Webb, but there goes the Lamborghini. Watch out for the light blue Lamborghini in the background of the shot in a few moments' time. There it comes now, and at the moment, that light blue car of Tom Webb is being hounded by Ed Peed's GT3 McLaren. That will be for position, but even if the McLaren gets through, it still keeps Tom Webb second in the group. Craig Wilkins, an interested spectator, watching down there, having done a good old stint at the wheel of the number 80 Scott Sport prepared Ginetta G55 Super Cup car. Out of the old hairpin has already got Warren Gilbert and up towards McLean's corner. Now this is the car that is leading Group GTC in terms of this race, leading Group GTC in terms of the championship, and Warren driving solo this weekend whilst his regular co-driver Jensen Lunn is unavailable. as I've mentioned a few times over the course of this weekend, had a fairly major operation earlier on this week, and we all continue to wish Jensen well with his recovery. But Warren has done a mega job, and hats off to Jensen for letting Warren drive the car solo. Jensen is the owner of the car, and Warren is the hired hand as such, and prepares the car, but has done a really, really good job of adding to the championship tally. And at the moment, the gap between himself and that car there, Tom Webb is coming down, but Tom Webb has had clear air. He's not had traffic to deal with. He's now meeting the traffic, and that traffic that he's got to get through and past is going to be Jordan Albert, who used to race single-seaters in the BRDC Formula 4 Championship as it was. Simon Orange, Jordan Albert and Tom Webb all together. Simon Orange stays out of harm's way. I'm not surprised at the wheel of the Group GTA leading Ginetta. In a straight line, Tom Webb will pick off Jordan Albert's McLaren, and now when he watches in his mirrors, he'll see a car that he passed a few laps earlier when it was in the hands of Paul Bailey, the Group GTO McLaren Can-Am, is now right up on his tailpipes once more. The car of Ross Wiley is right behind him. The Scotsman, having taken over the McLaren, is looking to try and thrust its way through and ahead of Tom Webb, who runs a little bit wide, coming out to the old hairpin, and might be enough for the Group GTO McLaren to sweep its way through and past. Yep, so through goes the Group GTO leading McLaren. We lost Richard Chamberlain, Group GTO, earlier on in the weekend. We lost the Steve Burgess and Ben Dim at Radical, also prior to this racing Group GTO. So the McLaren, as Paul Bailey suggested, you know, motor racing is all about finishing. To finish first you've got to finish, and that's exactly what the McLaren has done all weekend. It's kept its nose clean, it's stayed out of trouble, and the beautiful looking car, looks fantastic in its orange livery, is now going to be up into 5th position, and that doesn't detract at all from what has been a stellar drive from 113 Tom Webb again. There is a reward for driver of the day, a separate prize that's given out, and certainly with a few other names that I can think of, Tom Webb's would be in there as well for driver of the day. There's also a driver of the weekend award that gets awarded in the GT Cup. Quite where that's going, I haven't got a clue, because we have had some really good drives over the course of this weekend. Some from some of the more experienced drivers, and some for those that are in even for the first time in the GT Cup this weekend. So flashing lights from Ross Wiley, through and past what will be the number 44 John Whitehouse driven McLaren it will go. Now Warren Gilbert has got caught by the GT3 Ed Peed driven McLaren 720S GT3 now. Now this is going to be a GT3 car trying to get past a Group GTC car, so Warren Gilbert should let it go. Yeah, absolutely. Leave the door open, let the car go through. Warren would ideally like an overall podium, but it's where you finish in the group that matters. There's no extra points for finishing on the podium in 3rd place if you still win Group GTC, compared to there is if you finish just off the podium in 4th place but still win the group. So Warren doing a sensible thing, letting the car go, and even if that orange McLaren catches him in the remaining 5 minutes, I think Warren will do the same again, because the McLaren is in Group GTO, the number 9 Lamborghini is in Group GTC. So Tom Webb, another position gain. Greg Caton, fastest lap of the race last time through for the Porsche, 1 minute 29.387. Really good lap from Greg Caton. How does that compare to the laps we've had so far this weekend? Well, we had Morgan Tilmock do a 1 minute 29.7, but he's an am in reality. We saw Marcus Clutton do a 1 minute 28.5 in yesterday's pit stop race, and Sam Neary do a 1 minute 28.1. So the slightly cooler temperatures perhaps not working in favour of or conducive to quicker lap times now, as Greg Caton is about to work his way through and past the Group GTB Marcos Mantis, the top catch prepared car of Neil Huggins, whilst the race leader is threading his way on the exit of Redgate Corner. So on to lap number 30 now for Phil Quaife, with 3 3/4 minutes of the race still to go. Down through the old hairpin, potentially on course for a first overall win for the Scottsport Lamborghini in the 2021 GT Cup Championship season. They've had group wins in the past, John Dillon and Phil Quaife. Have they? No, they haven't. They've had 2nd places in the race, but they've never had a group win even. So even when a group GTO car has won a race, which we have had over the course of this weekend, we have not had a group win or an overall win for the number 61 Lamborghini. They've had seconds. Brands Hatch in one of the sprint races there. We saw Snetterton in the pit stop race. Both of the pit stop races at Snetterton, the car finished in second. And Silverstone last time out in one of the sprint races and one of the pit stop races, it finished in second place. It's had a third, it's had a few fourths, it's had a couple of fifths, it's had a sixth as well. But the top step of the podium has so far eluded John Dillon, who wipes his brow, I'm sure not with worry, but more to do with the hard stint he put in as he chats to his fellow Scott Sports driver, which is Craig Wilkins. Now, Phil Quaife up the inside, that's to put a lap on the 6th place car of Tom Webb. So Tom Webb, remember, started from the pit lane. The two Lamborghinis look the same, but it's a GT3 spec car that goes through and ahead of a Super Trofeo spec machine. And as they now tumble their way downhill, Phil Quaife should be on to his penultimate lap this time through. And for Phil Quaife and John Dillon, this is a long overdue win. Phil, who's done a chunk of racing in British GT in the past. Blancpain, we've seen him out in the Dubai and the Barcelona 24 hours. He was the Radical Enduro champion in the UK back in 2006. He was the champion of the Porsche Carrera Cup, the Pro-Am section of that, back in 2006 as well. Whereas for John Dillon, he's raced in GT Cup before. He was the Sprint Cup champion last year, was John Dillon, and the champion in Group GTC. He's done a chunk of Ferrari racing, he's done British GT, he's done European Ferrari Challenge as well in the past as John. So the two of them have got plenty of experience, but Phil is absolutely the pro driver. John has got a business to run on a day-to-day basis, and therefore this is, well, the fun, but the very serious fun. And for John Dillon and Phil Quaife, there's just one further tour of the Donington Park Grand Prix circuit between themselves and their first outright win of the championship season. The car that's ahead of them is the 5th place car, Warren Gilbert, who may just about stay on the lead lap. Warren certainly looking as though he's destined for a win in Group GTC. Greg Caton is too far behind now. He is 12.8 seconds adrift of the race leader. Now remember, that Porsche did stop for an extra 10 seconds, didn't it? So it could have been a very close race had it not have been for the success seconds, but that's what the success seconds are intended to do. It's to shuffle the pack. And of course, when we head to Snetterton for the next weekend of racing, it will be the John Dillon and Phil Quaife car that will pick up the maximum success seconds, 20 success seconds for winning its group. And should we see Seamus Jennings and Greg Caton back out, they will have the advantage because they'll be stopping for a lesser period of time. Big smiles all right. John Dillon chatting to engineer Simon Lansbury, who has been an engineer with Scott Sport for a good number of years now and works on not just the more modern, more contemporary GT machinery that they prepare, but also some of the wonderful historic Formula 1 cars and Group C cars that Aaron Scott and the team prepare over there in Sutton Coldfield at the workshop. But one corner to go, the clock has ticked to 0. Phil Quaife works his way up towards turn number 12, Goddard's, for the final time. The clock is at 0, and it is looking as though it is going to be a win, and the first win for them in round 20 of the GT Cup Championship for 2021. The Scott Sport Lamborghini of John Dillon and Phil Quaife claim the win. That goes down well with the Scott Sport crew. Big smiles all round there in the garage. Seamus Jennings and Greg Caton will come home in 2nd place at the wheel of the Porsche. There's a big flash of the lights from the McLaren behind, because that means that Josh Jackson and Michael O'Brien will be finishing 3rd in Group GTH as it was in the end. We should see Ed Peed over the start-finish line shortly at the wheel of the McLaren to finish in what will be 3rd position. Everybody else feeding their way through. Benny Simonson over the start-finish line. That's a Group GTC car. Here comes Simon Orange. That will be a win in Group GTA, I think, for Simon Orange, the Orange Ginetta through. And then we should see Nick Phelps come through. Yeah, the Porsche in the hands of Nick Phelps will win Group GTB, the number 35 car with its blue and its pink flashes to it, through to finish 9th overall and claim the win in Group GTB. Who is going to win Group GTH? That will be, by the look of things, the Porsche of Charles Clark and Ben Barker that will claim top honours in Group GTH, but that car is still as yet to take the checkered flag at the moment. And we're still awaiting the 3rd place car through. Here it comes now. Ed Peed over the start-finish line to finish in third position. Andre Borodin having done the hard work in the early stages. Ross Wiley brings the McLaren over the start-finish line to finish in fourth place. And here, with a big skid coming out of Goddard, is Ben Barker weaving from side to side. That is another group win for that car. It claimed its first group win of the weekend earlier on today, and Charles Clark, partnered with Ben Barker in this race, come through to finish in the 11th place overall, but claim the win in Group GTH. So fantastic stuff. Great way to bring the curtain down on a wonderful weekend of racing for the GT Cup Championship. All of the cars will feed their way back in towards the pit lane area. And, well, it doesn't give the teams long either to re-prep the cars ahead of the final weekend of racing over the course of the 2nd and 3rd of October at Snetterton on the 300 circuit for rounds 21, 22, 23 and 24 of the championship season. A round of applause for John Dillon, who's already out of the race overalls and clapping the hired hands, Phil Quaife, and they will be really, really pleased with that. We might be able to gauge a bit of reaction down there in the pit lane. We'll also be able to confirm the results with you as well very, very shortly. And let's just bring you through the results then for the pit stop race here at Donington Park. The win, the first of the season, goes the way of John Dillon and Phil Quaife, with Seamus Jennings and Greg Caton in second place, and Andre Borodin and Ed Plead completing the top three. Fourth, but the winning Group GTO goes the way of Paul Bailey and Ross Wiley, with the winning Group GTC going the way of the car that finished in fifth place, Warren Gilbert. Great drive from Tom Webb from the pit lane, sees him finish in sixth place, with Roy Millington and Benny Simonson in seventh place, David Shaw in eighth place, and ninth place goes the way of the winning Group GTB, Nick Phelps and Dino Zamparelli, with James Simons and Tim Morley completing the top 10. In 11th place, it was a Group GTH win for Charles Clark and Ben Barker, with Tom Rawlings and Mo Ritson in 12th place, and Josh Jackson and Michael O'Brien in 11th place. Mark Hopton and Adam Carroll were 12th, ahead of Tim Jocker and Jordan Albert. Then it was Steve Rushton and John Whitehouse, ahead of the Mason and Lancaster combo that finished in 17th place. 18th place was the winner in Group GTA, Simon Orange, ahead of Philip Carter and the returning Michael Broadhurst. And it was Alex Stevenson and James Kellett that wrapped up the top 20. In 21st place, it was Rod and Stuart Lynn. In 22nd place was Craig Wilkins and Aaron Scott, ahead of the Fox Motorsport pairing there in 23rd position. And it was Patrick Collins and Russ Lindsay in 24th, ahead of Charlotte Gilbert and Neil Huggins, Stephen Walton and Chris Hart, Carl Cavers and Benji Hetherington. And those were the last of the finishers. From there on backwards, David Holloway and co. all ran into problems in the final race here at Donington Park. So that's the final results. Let's hand you back downstairs for the final time this weekend to Michelle.
Oh, thanks so much, Mark, as always, for your fantastic commentary. And yes, that is it. Well, John Dillon's going home, a very happy man from Donington, and well deserved too. As Mark was saying, it's been another weekend of fantastic racing here in the GT Cup Championship, but there's only 2 more weeks to wait until the grand finale. We will be rolling in to Snetterton on the 2nd and 3rd of October, where our winners will all be crowned. I do hope you can join us for that. In the meantime, don't forget to follow us on the social media for all the latest information. GT Cup on Facebook and on Instagram. I've been Michelle Livings. From all of us here at the GT Cup Championship and at Donington, it's goodbye.
So the cars are on their formation lap ahead of round 13 of the 2021 F3 Cup Championship here at Donington Park. Their final race of what has been a busy weekend, 3 races to get through. Let's just bring you the grid and the way that they will line up. Pole position will go the way of the number 28 car of Stefano Lini, and alongside is going to be number 66 John Corbett, with row 2 of the grid being Dominic Paul and Shane Kelly, who won the race earlier on today. Row 3 of the grid is Tony Bishop, who lines up alongside former champion George Lyne, and the final row of the grid will see Mark Harrison on his own. There will be nobody on an 8th position. So we've had 2 races, we've had 2 different winners. Shane Kelly won the race yesterday, I should say, rather, and Stefano Lini claimed top honours in the race earlier on today, claiming his 10th victory out of 12 races. And the only 2 that he hasn't won, one where he won on the road at Brands Hatch but was given a time penalty which bumped him down to 6th, and the other one was yesterday whilst he was leading the race dominantly, made a mistake at Coppice Corner, put the car in the gravel and was out of the race on what was, at the time, the penultimate lap. So Stefano Lini has so far won either all of the races or all bar one of the races, so if everything goes to plan, he should be top step of the podium in this one as well, and I think then will mathematically probably put the championship out of sight. You accumulate your points in your own separate class. In reality, the regulations were originally written it was overall finishing positions, but they did change the regs so that if you're in one of the newer European specification cars, those built slightly later, then you then accumulate separate points to those that are running in the F3 Cup class, which caters for cars, chassis and engines that were utilised and built and raced between the start of 2008 and the end of 2016, whereas the Euro class is for those that comply with the 2018 or 2019 Euro Formula Open regulations. So what in reality, if you hark back to where it will have come from, the Euro Formula Open was Spanish Formula 3 in reality is what it used to be called, but over the years it's become more of a European-based championship and has seen lots of British drivers go over to compete in it. So they are sort of the newer cars with better aero and have significant better performance as a result compared to the slightly older Dalaras, but they're still quick cars nonetheless. Green flag waves for the final time this weekend. We're about to get our race underway. 15-minute race. Stefano Lini and John Corbett on the front row of the grid. The lights are about to go out now, and we get the race underway. John Corbett was a little bit slower away. Oh, and there's contact already between himself and Dominic Paul. Bits of bodywork flying up into the sky. Stefano Lini leads, and I think that's called suspension. No, he's got a rear puncture for Dominic Paul. You can see the left rear is punctured, so it is going to be Stefano Lini that leads. It is Shane Kelly that's there in 2nd place, and in 3rd position, that looks as though it is Tony Bishop that's there in 3rd place. 4th place is John Corbett. 5th is George Lyne. 6th is going to be Mark Harrison, and I'm afraid to say a left rear puncture for the Chris Dittman Racing prepared car of Dominic Paul. And well, that was all at the start really, where John Corbett got the slow start. Dominic Paul got a really good start, had to jink out to avoid hitting the car ahead, and as he did, he made contact with the slightly slower starting John Corbett, and I think it was a sort of a barge board almost that must have flown off John Corbett's car, and that was sufficient, that little bit of contact, to puncture the Pirelli tyre on Dominic Paul's car, so he should make it back round to the pit lane. The Chris Dittman guys will have, I'm sure, spare tyres on hand, but the damage is done, I'm afraid, and Dominic Paul, who finished on the podium in the first race of the weekend and was 5th earlier on today, is going to struggle to, I think, remain on the lead lap in this one. So out of the Melbourne hairpin, already Stefano Lini, as he has done so much this season, starting to stretch the legs nice and early on. Shane Kelly in 2nd place is the leading F3 Cup car for those built between 2008 and the 2016 championship seasons. But he's got, not that far behind him, Tony Bishop and John Corbett, both of whom run in the Formula Euro class in reality. Lini, understandably, with the fastest lap of the race on the first lap as he's streaked away. That 1:30 should be down to something like a 1:23 maybe, subject to weather conditions. It's dry out there, but the ambient temperature might just have fallen away a little bit, so we should be into the 1:23, about 7 seconds quicker, but the 1:30 of course was a standing start for Stefano Lini, and he is already 1.8 seconds to the good, and at the wheel of the CF Racing prepared car, looking to try and make good his escape here from that man there, the University of Wolverhampton prepared number 11 car in the hands of Shane Kelly. into the pit lane. Only now comes Dominic Paul. I did say it would take a long time for him to work his way into the pit lane. And I'm sure the Chris Dittman team will go to work to try and service that car. The first thing they need to do is check there's no suspension damage or anything other, and as long as they're happy that it's safe, they'll send him back out. So bouncing over the curbs goes the number 66 car of John Corbett. You can see already off is coming the left rear. On is going a brand new sticker tyre by the look of it, so it's a brand new tyre that's going on. I think it's Chris Dittman that's actually on the wheel gun as well. Yes, it is. Chris Dittman is the man who's on the wheel gun there, the man who owns the team, getting his hands mucky. And out goes Dominic Paul into the race, so they're clearly happy that it was just a puncture and no further damage. But I did say Dominic Paul would struggle to remain on the lead lap, and look what happens. Out of pit lane he comes, instantly goes off the lead lap, and I think is doing the really sensible thing here, Dominic Paul. He's waiting at pit lane exit, he knows he's off the lead lap, he'll let his Chris Dittman teammate go through, and then he'll get on with the race, and that is very intelligent driving from Dominic Paul. You know, he has been around a good period of time. Of course he'll want a good result, but the good result is gone. You know, letting all of those cars through is not going to worsen his position. All he's done is drop onto the back of the pack, which allows him, gives him something to chase, rather than hold up cars, have blue flags, get in people's way. He is certainly going to have made, I would like to think, a few friends with that one. He probably has got plenty already, but that was really good driving from Dominic Paul, just to wait until everybody had gone through and then feed his way back out into the race. Stefano Lini heads in towards the braking area for the S's, quickly through it. Don't need to brake much in these cars, just a quick brake and downshift a gear or two, and then downshift a few more gears, and make sure you don't lock the wheels going in towards the hairpin. Different lines taken through the hairpin. Some drivers sweep to the apex, others try and triangulate it and take a slightly later apex, since you can get on the throttle maybe a little bit earlier coming out. But for Stefano Lini, 1 minute 26.476 last time through, meant that he led by 2.5 seconds compared to Shane Kelly. This time through, it's a 1 minute 25.697, and he now leads by 3.5 seconds. That's another new fastest lap of the race. Remember, should be down into the 1 minute 23s, I think, by the time Stefano Lini gets everything up to temperature and decides how far he wants to push, really. So through the Craner curve, Shane Kelly, Tony Bishop and John Corbett. Tony Bishop finished on the podium in the race earlier on today in 3rd position. That equalled his best result of the season so far, Tony Bishop. He took the 3rd place in the 2nd of the 2 races at Snetterton. He took the 3rd place in the 2nd of the 2 races here at Donington Park. And, well, he is, at the moment, in 3rd place here as well. There's John Corbett that sits behind him. The gap from Bishop to Corbett was 0.6, almost 0.7 of a second as they started the lap. So the only F3 Cup car we've got inside the top 4 at the moment is Shane Kelly. His is a Dallara F308, whereas the car that leads and the 2 cars behind him are all in the Euro F3 class, and those are Dallara F317s, so the best part of, what, 9 years newer, the chassis, than Shane Kelly's. You can certainly see in terms of the aerodynamics and the design of the car that there's a lot more front wing on the cars that sit behind him. It's a raised nose, a much higher raised nose on the cars as well, but they do have a smaller air restrictor on those cars. It's a larger air restrictor on Shane Kelly's. You can see that, you can see the air restrictor out the side of the engine bay. You can see that sort of circular area. Shane Kelly's, it's a little bit wider than the cars that sit behind. Now Stefano Lini, another new fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 24.606, so perhaps another 0.6 of a second to find before he gets himself into the 1 minute 23 second bracket, which is where I strongly suspect he will be by the end of this race. Up towards Coppice Corner, and out of it has already gone Stefano Lini, 5.2 seconds to the good as he works his way in towards the S's. This is lap number 5 as things currently stand. We've managed to get 11 laps out of the previous 15 minutes, so I think they've all stayed green all of the way as well, the F3 Cup races. So through the corner, you can see working hard at the wheel is Stefano Lini, his CF Racing prepared car. That's Huell Lloyd's team, based down in Wales. Might be an Italian flag on the side of Stefano Lini's car, but very much the Welsh accent. And as he heads over the start-finish line now. Looks as though the gap between himself and Shane Kelly is opening up ever more. Consistent lapping also from Stefano Lini. Now John Corbett has got himself ahead of Tony Bishop on that lap. Now that would have happened towards the tail end of the lap, where Tony Bishop was, well, he was slower through all three sectors really, and that was what really just allowed Corbett to squeeze his way through. So John now up into third place. Hasn't had a podium as yet so far this weekend. He had a 5th and a 7th, but he's in the podium spots at the moment, his job. As for the 6th time of asking, he turns his way through McLean's corner and up towards Coppice, the blind entry, double apex right-hander. Because of the brow at the hill, you just can't see the apex, so you get on the brakes, you pitch your car in towards the corner, you grab the first apex, but just let the car run towards the middle part of the circuit for the second apex, and then make sure you run all the way towards the very edge curb on the exit of the corner, and then move the car over from the left to the right to get onto the brakes for the S's, where they've just gone through at the moment. 6.5 minutes remaining. Now, can John Corbett do anything about catching up with Shane Kelly? Through the first sector of the lap, he was 0.3 of a second quicker. He was a further 0.2 of a second quicker, the number 66 car, through the second sector of the lap. So what was a 1.9, almost a 2-second gap from number 11 Shane Kelly in second place to John Corbett in third, is going to come down absolutely. It's now down to 1.1 seconds between the pair of them, while Stefano Lini continues to chip away at the best lap time of the race. 1 minute 24.179 now for Stefano Lini, meaning he enjoys an 8.5 second lead between himself and this lot of three cars here fighting over second, third and fourth position. Now John Corbett is starting to fall back into the clutches of Tony Bishop again, who seems to have got the fire back in his belly once more. This will be for third and fourth in the race, but second and third in the F3 Euro class. So through Coppice corner, Tony Bishop will be starting to get the toe down the straight, but that will also pick up the dirty air through the corners and just take a bit of the airflow off the front wing of the car in particular, which might just cause it to understeer a little bit. And that, I think, is what's allowing John Corbett just to pull away again a little bit more now. So in towards the braking area for the Melbourne hairpin. They're on lap number 7 at the moment. 11 laps we managed to squeeze out of the previous races. Certainly yesterday's race, held in beautiful sunshine, where Shane Kelly took the win. He's in second in this race. And the race earlier on today, where Stefano Lini took the win, who has just managed to get himself into the 1 minute 23 second bracket. I did say we'd be down into the 1 minute 23s, and Stefano Lini has got there at the end of lap number 7. 1 minute 23.937 is the fastest lap of the race. He now leads by 11.1 seconds. There's the car that's 5th and second of the F3 Cup cars. That's the 2016 champion George Line. This car also entered by the University of Wolverhampton, one of several universities nowadays in the UK where, if you're studying motorsport engineering, you can get your hands onto a fully competitive car. There's a couple of universities that enter cars into national championships here, and some of them very high-profile national championships as well. And it gives the students not just the opportunity to come and watch some motor racing and get involved, but it's all well and good learning motorsport engineering in a classroom environment, but to do it in a live competitive environment is a very, very good opportunity. And I think every time I've spoken to any of the students that are either involved in Shane Kelly's car or George Line's, they are relishing the opportunity, and it makes such a very different dynamic to their motorsport engineering degrees. Now Dominic Paul is catching cars ahead, but remember, he is off the lead lap, so after that puncture he is still playing catch-up with the cars ahead of him, and there's no chance of him really improving his position in the race, but he's now hot onto the heels of his teammate. We had a new fastest lap of the race again for Stefano Lini, 1 minute 23.679, meaning the lead advantage grows to 13.5 seconds. Dominic Paul closing in on his teammate, which is going to be the car of Mark Harrison that lies ahead. Mark Harrison's car is, well, it's the same as Shane Kelly's really. It's the Dallara F308, and Shane Kelly has been picked off on this lap by John Corbett, who is now also looking to try and pull away, but Tony Bishop wants to join in on the fun and try and make it another Euro F3 car that picks up 3rd position. So Shane Kelly passed by one car, still leading his class at this stage, but he's now got Tony Bishop in his slipstream, who jinxed one way, jinxed the other. Tony Bishop is going to go through, and Shane Kelly, I think, will let him there, because there's no point fighting with a car that's not in your class in reality. He will still pick up the same amount of championship points as otherwise he would. Now, have we had this year the top 3 be nothing but F3 Euro cars? Yes, we did. We did at Silverstone at the 2nd round of the championship, where Stefano Lini won, John Corbett was 2nd and Tony Bishop was 3rd. But that is the only occasion so far this season that F3 Euro class cars have occupied the top 3. So there's a minute and 45 to go, which means that Stefano Lini is on to his 10th lap, and as long as nothing else happens, we should be good to go 11 laps again in this race. So down through the Craner curves they'll go. They've still got 3 further championship races to come up at Snetterton in what will be just next weekend. I think they're on the programme down there at Snetterton on the 25th of September for what I think is just scheduled to be a single-day meeting as well, which means that they're going to have a very, very busy weekend to not just re-prep the cars, but also cram in all 3 races over the course of one day. Yes, they are. Yeah, they're down at Snetterton just next weekend. And considering it's a one-day meeting, yeah, they've got 1 race in the morning, 2 races in the afternoons, and only a few days really to prep the cars, and maybe head down to Snetterton on the Thursdays that they'll test on the Friday. I'll have to wait and see. But back-to-back weekends are never ideal, I would say, for teams and drivers, because it doesn't give them huge amounts of time to get back to where they were, particularly for poor old CF Racing, based in Wales. So they've got to go from Donington Park all the way back to Wales, re-prep the cars, and then drive from Wales to Norfolk. They may choose to just prep the cars on the truck and drive over to Norfolk in a day or so's time. But down through the Craner curves goes Stefano Lini. He was pushing hard still by the look of things down through Craner. Doesn't look as though he's eased his pace a great deal at all, Stefano Lini. And he overstepped the mark very slightly yesterday when he skittered off, but I think he's conscious that that was a uncharacteristic mistake and won't make it again. But you can see he's still not eased his pace a great deal on this final lap of the race. Out of Coppice Corner, the clock now ticks to 0, which means the checkered flag will greet Stefano Lini next time through, and that will be win number 11 of the championship season for Stefano Lini, for what, as I say, has been a really solid season for him, and, well, a pretty dominant season at that as well. So Stefano Lini just working his way out of the Melbourne hairpin. He's about to head up towards Goddard's, and as he turns his way through Goddard's corner, the checkered flag will be waved, and Stefano Lini comes through to claim his 2nd win of the weekend, his 11th win of the 2021 championship season. We should see John Corbett hang on to 2nd place. He's not got that much daylight between himself and Tony Bishop, but Tony's too far away as they head in towards the final corner. So John Corbett is going to come through to finish in 2nd place. That's his first podium of the weekend and equals his best result of the season so far. Tony Bishop comes through to finish in 3rd place and make it, for the 2nd time this season, a clean sweep of Euro F3 cars on the podium. Shane Kelly finishes in 4th position, but will win his class in the F3 Cup. 5th place will go the way of George Line. Number 90, Mark Harrison, will finish in 6th position, and the number 8 car of poor old Dominic Paul, with that puncture, will take the checkered flag behind his Chris Dittman Racing teammate, but a full lap behind him and the rest of the field as well following that pit stop. So Dominic Paul takes the checkered flag at the wheel of his Dallara F312 and will finish in 7th position. So the cars making their way round and in towards the pit lane area, and for Stefano Lini, it's not been the perfect weekend. Otherwise, it certainly could have been, had it not been for that penultimate lap of the race yesterday, and will Coppice Corner, but he waves to the marshals, a big thumbs up from him. I think mathematically the championship is done and dusted for Stefano Lini, and Well, he's been the man to beat all season, really. Say his worst finish of the season was this weekend, a non-finish. His other worst finish of the season was 6th place, but that was only because he was given a time penalty at Brands Hatch for going beyond the circuit limits. But it could potentially have been a clean sweep of victories in the season at this point, with still just 3 races to go at Donington Park. So the cars heading down the pit lane. That's confirmed the results for you for the final F3 Cup Championship race of the weekend. The win goes the way of Stefano Lini, who claims victory. In 2nd place, it was John Corbett. Dominant victory in the end of 21 seconds between himself and John Corbett. Tony Bishop was there in 3rd place. Shane Kelly wins the F3 Cup class in 4th place, ahead of George Line in 5th and Mark Harrison in 6th place. And a lap off the lead was Dominic Paul following his puncher at the very start. So that is the final results for our last F3 Cup race of the weekend here at Donington Park. Thank you very much for joining us. I hope you've enjoyed what you've seen, and hopefully we'll see you all very soon indeed. So from myself, Mark Werrell, and the whole team here at Donington Park, it's goodbye.